What's going on, everybody? Welcome to week number 3 of Nassel Season 5. We've got another set of games between the top Omega Strikers teams to kick on off the week. My name's Gordo. I'm joined once again by Mystic for the early block. We got our first couple of series coming right up here, Mystic, and we're going to kick things off with Modern Magic taking on the Fluffy Bangers.
Yeah, start to week 3 here in NASL. We're going to be taking a look at, like you said, Modern Magic versus Bang. The draft is already set, and taking a look at what we have here, we have Oni banned, Aten City banned. We're going to be going straight into Night Market, a standard composition. Some things to look out for in general are going to be that Mako Era X or the Era plus double brawler comps. This is going to be a highly contested comp. We're going to see how the draft pans out in terms of who selected what. Taking a look at what was picked here, actually 2 brawlers banned away. I was surprised to see that in general. Mako first picked over on blue side, so Bang will be taking that. That'll be going right over to Fudgy Waffles, who has been piloting the Mako quite well for the last few seasons in general. Paired with a Kai and Juliet to round out the composition here. On the other side of things for Modern Magic, we got the Now, Juno, and Zentaro, a little bit more of a standard composition. And Sando actually in the goal box this time around. So something to keep in mind, we do not have... I apologize, who am I blanking out with? We're missing someone here.
And let's do some math. So we got Drew, we got Fudgy, we got Grimella. Those are all set. We're missing Ron P.
Ron P, that's what it is. This is actually the second week in a row, I believe, that Modern Magic had not had their full roster. And this is the Modern Magic that had taken a full set off of Demon's Raw week 1. So kind of unfortunate to see that they don't have their full starting roster here 2 weeks in a row after getting such a phenomenal start to the NASL split. But let's see with a substitute if they're able to keep up the pressure that they had against Demon's Raw in week 1.
Yeah, so eyes on Pensando here, who's going to be making... I don't know if this is their debut for the team. I'm not sure who they ran last week off the top of my head, but going to be without Ron P one way or the other. And oh, nearly a KO being found by Forgot there. As he fishes around, try to finish off Drew on this Zentaro already at level 2, has access to the Oni's blade. Drew still stuck at 1, no Flame Flurry for him, going to get staggered away. Nearly going to be taken down for it. Forgot going to continue to keep them out of the play. Now looking to turn it back into a goal here. Forgot not quite going to be able to get it off the back of the Ricochet, coming a little bit lower than they may have originally expected. Pensando sends it back towards the bottom. Forgot takes a shot, but it's going to be blocked away by Fudgy Waffles yet again. Energy Burst available, doesn't even need to be used that time around. Blob Bounce sets up for another slashing strike, still can't push it through, and the pressure has been maintained for a while. Finally, Pensando will come on in with the Blob Bounce, goes for the flip, goes for the kick, takes it.
Pensando with the dash trading on Juno plus the eject button, showing how powerful of a pick this is. This used to be one of the strongest picks in the game a few seasons back before they had to nerf both eject button and Juno's dash. Regardless, still having that cross map jump similar to how an Aimi has the blink or the cyber swipe to get in there and get into the action and then dump all of your abilities. We see how quickly you can break those barriers or score with that added pressure. On top of that, I'm just noticing now that it is Forgot on Zentaro and Carmine on Now. Typically, we see Forgot as the midfielder here, but looks like they're trying something new, or maybe this is a little bit of a role swap for the first time. But as I say that, Gramella with a great flip into the Giga Blast to secure the kill through 2 people.
Nicely done by Gramella there, setting up for a nice, clean goal to come on through and come back already from the Fluffy Bangers. They performed really well last week when we got to see them in our earlier block, and they were able to come up with a close series up against the Sad Boys. Now going to be looking to see if they can find themselves a win against Modern Magic, who, as you said, look like they could become some contenders early on here. So far, going to need to try to get themselves back into positive territory here in week number 3. Flip back away from Carmine, going to nearly be able to get it onto the barrier, but they're only going to be down a forward for it. Carmine going to be able to get the trade back. Pensando, I think, is the one who actually came up with the KO credit there, and it's a 2-on-2 for the time being, but very soon going to be a power play coming on through for Modern Magic if they can take advantage. Another blob thrown forward, another bounce, but gonna have to go back with that eject button. Goes in for the flip, trying to put it back into a favorable position. Drew gonna be able to get it on the breakaway. Backup coming through from Carmine to try to defend back inside the goal arc. And Forgot gonna get knocked back away by another one of those perfect pitches, setting up with some additional blobos to try to see if they can find their way into the goal. But Gramella gonna be able to guide it back away towards the top and pull things back to even.
Yeah, everything looking back and forth here, as for the most part, Drew was out of the play for some time due to being KO'd. Gramella doing a great job with the speed enhanced from the bass and drums on Fudgy Waffles to help keep the play as forward as possible. But Pensando doing a phenomenal job here in the goalie position. Had to burn flip a little bit earlier due to a little bit of a misstrike there that I saw. But regardless, for his debut, he's not letting this final barrier drop. As I say that, Drew coming in with the dash punch, gets it, looking for the flip opportunity here. Pensando with a great jump, gets it right through Drew, blows the barrier. Gramella the only one left here. Now it's Drew's job to try to get it up to him on the Kai here, but the counterattack coming through from Modern Magic as they pass it down over to Carmine. Carmine misses the primary there. The drone not able to connect to get the dribble up. Fudgy Waffle sending it back around. And now it's a little bit of a awkward situation here as Drew wants to get it to Gramella, who Gramella has the scoring opportunity with the energy burst available, but Drew is the Juliet, so it doesn't have as many abilities to do that. But when the core is moving that fast in overtime and you're in a midfield position as a brawler, sometimes the best thing you can do is just strike it into the corners.
Yeah, finally going to be able to get it past there. Pensando holding on up against really slim odds multiple times there, but eventually they just can't manifest an offense for themselves and do end up letting that one come on through. Now Forgot going to be off to the races immediately here, though. Going to be able to find the first barrier. Second one comes on through as well. good combo off the pass. Going to already have a goal opened up for Modern Magic as they look to take us to point 5 here in our first set. A flip from Grimella, going to try to clear things back out, but Forgot going to be ready and in position. Finds the KO, finds the goal, and we are on point 5 already here, Mystic.
The Zentaro passive doesn't even, he used the energy burst there to help secure the kill, but didn't even need it. The Zentaro passive alone with that Spark of Strength was enough to take Grimella out, open up the path to that goal over there as everyone jumped in. One of the benefits you have of this composition here is that every single person on the team of Modern Magic has a way to blink in. Whether it's Carmine on the now with the ultimate ability there, Pensando on the secondary Juno jumping in with that extra dash range, or Zentaro who has that that rush to get on in there, get into the action. Everyone can collapse onto a point, and sometimes we're seeing these hard to break moments or hard to defend moments for Fluffy Bangers where they just can't defend the onslaught of 3 people jumping in at the same time. And here's one of those moments where we take a look, everyone coming in, the Oni's blade coming out, has to blow the flip just to save it. Pensando trading the flip right back, trying to get that ball right back into action. But a good back and forth so far, but we can see the pressure that's coming out from Modern Magic.
Yeah, it's not really relenting here. Modern Magic continuing to keep things up into the goal arc, into the face of Pensando. They come up with one barrier for it. It has finally been cleared back away. Pensando getting involved on offense yet again, really taking advantage of the early aerials and the extra dash range that's been afforded to the Juno thanks to that initial draft. And Fudgy's still going to be able to hold on to the defense for the time being. Forgot finally getting back in involved, but will get snuck on past them. Trying to take these shots forward, but we do need to start seeing Carmine and Forgot maybe try to get some passing going between the two of them to try to set up and find some of these angles onto the last barrier. Just forcing it in past Fudgy has not been a successful strategy for a lot of these points, and there's going to be a KO taken all the way to the end up against Forgot. Carmine trying to sneak out into that second barrier, but won't be able to find a pathway in. Instead, it's going to be Drew with the punch right into that barrier and going to be having the goal opened up for them. Forgot's now respawned back onto the other side, but Grimella with energy burst at the ready, still able to hold on to this defense, taking the bounce shot off the top, stolen away by Pensando, who tries to turn it back into an aggressive play, but does have to fall back on the defense, and now Grimella and Drew both right here. Carmine finally able to get the pass on pass, moves it, gets it on around Drew, but now there's going to be a setup with another Oni's blade, still not able to find their way onto the barrier. Forgot trying to set up for another shot onto it, and Pensando coming in for the assist again, has access to the energy burst, doesn't end up using it on the offensive side, wants to hold on to it to make sure that these defenses will be successful. Blocks away another shot from Drew, gets the quick pass down to Carmine, who can't hold on to it, can't set up for a shot for Forgot. It's moved back away by Drew, trying to steal it away with the dash punch. Instead, Forgot's going to be the one who can move forward with the rush and get it onto the second barrier. Open goals now available for both sides. Forgot trying to slice and dice his way past, but the drum and bass is too much, and it'll be funded away by Fudgy Waffles yet again. Another shot, though, from the bottom. It's Pensando on the blob, pushing it into the goal and winning set number 1 for Modern Magic.
Pensando with the great strike redirect there, angling it up, and with the overtime speed of Juno, we now get rewarded with Hot Shot Juno if he chooses to take it. Some of the other options here can be the Rapid Fire or the Deadeye, but I think Hot Shot is going to be really well for him. Actually, I didn't see the Twin Drive there, so Twin Drive, a great pickup to pair with the eject button and that aerials, that dash train. And we saw every time Pensando jumped in, he would get a barrier or at least an offensive attack going force pressure. One of the things that you mentioned earlier in that set was the lack of passing between Forgot and Carmine. Some of these individual plays that they're making are good, but in a coordinated effort, it's hard to get through. And I noticed that Pensando has kind of been the key to them breaking in and scoring those goals. So having more of those jumps, more of those abilities to get in onto the action is definitely going to help them out while the forward duo kind of work through some of their team plays.
Definitely. Carmine, who gets stolen away by the perfect pitch coming through from Fudgy. Pensando going to use that Twin Drive to try to get involved more frequently, like you were saying there, Mystic, and I think that's what we're going to need to see. Maybe try to get things a little bit more decisively in the favor of Modern Magic for them to try to be able to run away with this game and take it home. A nice double barrier comes on across. Pensando assist for the second one. Forgot with one more poke. Could push it into the goal. Not quite going to find it there. Instead, it's going to be the reset coming on across. Carmine going to take that flip, going to try to push it through. Not quite finding home, though. Forgot waiting on the opposite side for a pass that's never going to come. Taking the shot alongside Grimella. Pensando jumps back out with that Twin Drive yet again. Still can't find it. Back passes to Forgot. Missed away. Just wasting some time here, waiting for those cooldowns, moving it back on through the center. Another shot from Forgot using the rush, but the angle's predicted by Fudgy. It's fended away again, but Forgot wins the strike war with Grimella, touches it first, moves it up into the left, and Fudgy can't get there in time.
A bit unfortunate there for Grimella. The barrage, or I should say where the core was right on top of Grimella, and it's not where the barrage actually starts. It's a little bit ahead of the Kai model. So not a single barrage touched the core at all, and it was just a simple strike from Forgot that got it through over to him, and that's going to give them a 1-0 lead in this set, forcing out the flip there with the Zentaro. A good work for Forgot so far, as now they have a little bit of an opportunity to jump in onto Fudgy Waffles while he has his defense down. We're going to see how Pensando breaks through once again. Almost all the time he jumped in, we've gotten a barrier for his troubles or something happening there. But a lot of pressure coming out from Grimella and Drew right now. And Drew looking for an opportunity there. If that connected, he would have used the energy burst to help secure the kill off to the side. Isn't able to find it at the moment. But a lot of back and forth is going on. These points are going extremely long. And it seems like only the overtime speed is what's allowing some of these barriers and cores to go through the goal.
Agree, but does feel like it's been a little bit more Modern Magic favored in the second set. As I say that, Grimella going to be able to find the second barrier, going to be able to open things up, and a quick dash punch from Drew will get us right back to fully tied. No energy burst even necessary. And the plays from Modern Magic just kind of collapsed there at the very end.
Yeah, doing a good job for the most part, but it does feel like Modern Magic is looking more like 3 really good solo queue players rather than an NASL team. And for now, it's working just fine. But regardless, I want to see how far they can go in this position. Drew able to find the KO there with the dash punch plus the energy burst to help secure it off with that damage. Carmine doing his best to stall as long as he can while Pensando jumps right out of the Mako ultimate. One of the few characters that can do such a thing without burning an elusive there. But both barriers are gone now, and now we have an offensive play coming through from both Drew and Grimella with Fudgy Waffles walking up. This is something that he did in the previous weeks. Anytime they had a barrier advantage and they had an open net, he would try to walk up and offer a little bit more pressure. You can see that while both of the forwards there are hanging out on the top, Fudgy Waffle will cover the bottom, kind of hanging around the midfield so you don't have that middle clear as well. And this is one of the things that those team plays that I was kind of talking about that you see more in NASL and you won't see in solo queue.
Definitely, and that's what we're going to need to see to be able to break through these defenses. The fact that neither of these teams have been able to manifest some strong synergistic offense together is why these points have been going so long. Drew trying to set up for another dash punch onto the bottom side. They get it back into the hands of Forgot, who's trying to take shots at this bottom barrier. But Grimella and Fudgy, that's some synergy right there. These two have been able to hang on towards these points up against Forgot and Carmine, attacking from different angles for as long as it takes. And they have been really good at being able to just keep on fending these away as Grimella takes the shot, moves it up to 2-1, and takes the lead in the set for Bang.
Great reaction there from Grimella, seeing that the top corner was open while the stun came through onto both Pensando and Carmine over there. And taking that opportunity to just shoot it straight. Pensando walked down, not able to realize that that open corner was enough for Grimella to shoot through. And now 2-1 lead, like you said. This is time for Fluffy Bangers to get through. Forgot almost looking staggered every single point that I see as I gaze over to him. But as I say that,
Beautiful.
A quick double barrier comes through the Oni's blade there. Not enough to secure the point, but Modern Magic's got to love the start to this point so far.
Yeah, really great use of the blobs there, as well as the drones. They've just got so much stuff layered on down that they can't hold on to the defense, and they are able to convert that into a point with no problem. Fudgy, energy burst still available, not finding a chance to use it as it slips on past. And we're going to point 5 for the second set in a row, Mystic.
Hopefully this point 5 goes a little bit quicker than the last one, but if Modern Magic gets this point, we're going to a potential set 3 match set already for them. But we have a lot of energy economy over on the side of Fluffy Bangers. Both Fudgy Waffles on defense here, and Drew, maybe he can get a barrier for his trouble, but a phenomenal Blabo coming through from Pensando, able to get that, sees the perfect opportunity to get it as shallow of a angle as possible there, to get it right past Fudgy Waffles and get it onto that bottom lick of that barrier here. And now the offense is starting. Barriers are fallen for Fluffy Bangers. Drew looking for the KO, finds it. One of the best things of Juliet is that the energy burst is a KO tool rather than a scoring tool most of the time here, and Drew showing just how well you can do that on this Juliet.
Pensando buying so much time, though, getting out there, getting involved, and doing so much. Solo queue allegations aside, has really been making a major difference in some of these plays as they get involved on the offense, and are constantly aware of what they can do to try to turn things back into the team's favor as an individual. Going to steal away the core there once again, putting it right into Forgot's hands, who's just not quite in a position to be able to take advantage, taking the shot, taking the lead. Modern Magic up 2-0 in sets.
A little bit of a mix-up there with the Zentaro passive to change the timing on the strike. Catches Fudgy with the flip to stall out the interaction there and shooting it in. 2-0 lead in sets for Modern Magic, like you said here. And now, once again, Pensando rewarded for his troubles. Wonder what he's going to take. You have Team Player 1-2 Punch active. You kind of also want to leave up the perfect form for the Zentaro. Opts in for the Team Player here. We also have Sparks available on 3 of the players in this lobby, opting in for a Spark as the perfect form was denied away. Forgot will have a little bit more stagger now. Actually, quite a bit more stagger. That's going to be nearly 500, or I should say 800 more stagger for Forgot, thanks to double Sparks here. And then everyone else getting something pretty well in general. Fudgy Waffles with more speed, and then Drew for the Juliet 1-2 punch, which is going to help secure some of those KOs way more frequently.
Definitely. See what they're going to be able to do with these extra resources. Nice moves by Forgot there to be able to push it past and get the first barrier for the squad. And Sando back up here, getting it involved, getting it moved right into the position they need on the Oni's Blade. Carmine there for the rebound to be able to push it forward onto the next barrier. And this is starting to look a lot cleaner from Modern Magic coming into set number 3 as they start to get more resources under them and have their characters a little bit more defined. Pensando moving it on up, going to get it on over to Forgot yet again. Pensando ready to receive up the top side, but does want to use that eject button to blink back. Don't want to leave these barriers undefended for any longer that you have to. Carmine and Forgot now trying to piece it together again. Pensando overshoots it just a little bit. Could have been a barrier for him if they were a little closer, but not quite able to get the shot off. Getting involved again, though. Going to be able to finish it off this time. Carmine with the pass on up. Forgot waiting for it. Knocked away by the ensnare drums on what could have been a goal. But they find the KO. Kai hugging the top just a little bit too much. Perfect timing from Forgot with the rush to take it in. First point to Modern Magic in set 3.
The Oni's Blade to KO Gramella from a pretty far distance, honestly. But that Spark of Strength paired with the second Spark, the 144 power on Zentaro, gets the KO. Gramella found off guard, but coming in with a vengeance this point is not going to let it through. And the quickest point, 7 seconds in, we score. Gramella taking both barriers with the help of Drew, and then Drew finishing it off with the Juliet dash punch here, tying things up immediately fast. They're saying, hey, that last point was a mistake. We're not letting that happen. We're going to a full set 5 if you want to take this win.
Yeah, that counts as a mistake from Pensando, I think. Going out right away as soon as kickoff starts, leaving undefended, getting it moved away from them, and just losing out on everything for it. But a nice shot off the back of the flip, going to be able to move it on past Fudgy. A KO came through there somewhere. Drew was able to finish off onto the now, and now is set up for potentially being able to move this one back into their favor down the side of Carmine. Carmine coming back on up here, now going to be looking to turn it back on around. Forgot with the energy burst. Carmine comes in with the lifeline, pushes it back onto the left. Energy burst from Forgot. Not going to get too much done there, trying to get some damage into Gramella, but Gramella avoids the slashing strike as well. Will be able to hold on. A nice flame flurry from Drew, pushes into the second barrier, opens up the goal. Seeing if they can do the same on the opposite side. Drew nearly with a breakaway. Pensando going to be able to take it back away, but Drew setting up the dash punch, receiving the pass from Gramella on the bottom, and taking the lead 2-1 in set 3.
I love how aware Drew is there to when the core is going to arrive inside the dash punch. Starts the dash punch animation so early, but with how fast the core is being sent, Gramella was able to kind of just slide it into the dash punch animation. Pensando unable to do anything in that moment, had to elusive quite early if you wanted to stop that interaction. But a great play between all the members of Fluffy Bangers here, and now for the first time in some time have a lead in the set. But both barriers drop. Pensando plus Forgot trying to help break these barriers down and get over to a 0.3. A good stall so far. Like you said, Pensando's been holding down so well here. Jumps, loses one barrier for it, isn't able to connect onto that core. But now as we go into the top side, Carmine looking low. Drew tries to find another KO. Carmine with a great elusive, able to dodge it, but Drew, all he needs is his strike. Brawlers, left clicking sometimes is all you need to score these points or to break these barriers. And as we do that, another strike to secure the point, and that is Fluffy Bangers bringing one set back their way as we go into set number 4 now. Still not out of the clear yet, but working their way towards it.
Yeah, a rough series of events there whiplash onto Carmine as they just can't get involved in the play as we get into draft number 3. Sparks coming out across.
Taking a look at the sparks here, that is the second spark picked up for Drew, and Juliet, who has so much power already just from a single spark plus the 1-2 punch, is going to thrive off of having some extra damage here. The Knife's Edge, a really popular pick that has been arising on brawlers and midfielders in general in pro play or in solo queue in general, is being taken away from Fudgy Waffles. Also helps out in the goalie net as well, because that back goal line is considered the edge of the map. So definitely a good pickup there for Fudgy. Carmine getting some speed on the Stagger Swagger for his troubles, and then Forgot, who has been getting some KOs, gets that adrenaline rush. Overall, a really solid pickup for both teams. But one of the things I want to point out here is Grimella has that Egoist, and that is one of those playmaking abilities that you might see Grimella start popping off a little bit more. As I say that, no break given to them, no Egoist procced, we are nowhere near that, and Forgot scoring the goal with the Zentaro's passive.
Gorgeous play from Carmine there, by the way. Excellent footwork and play with the passing up against the top to dribble it to himself, and then going for the back pass into the structure in the center to be able to set up for Forgot to come in with the point. Really nicely done there, but Forgot now not going to be able to help them out as the pressure is mounting for the side of the Fluffy Bangers. Really nice barrier found for them in Retribution while they are still down a member, and the power play going to end soon, but it will be extended by Drew, who takes down Carmine and creates themselves another back-to-back power play, extending that one out a few more seconds, still trying to find that barrier, locking down Pensando in the ensnare drums, going for the flip. Drew trying to take it all, can't get it on into the goal quite yet though, and will buy a little bit of additional time as Forgotten Carmine are able to clear things back out. Drew with another shot, with another flurry, finds the KO and the point, tying up set number 4.
The sanitizer coming in for your Julie mains. If you know, you know. Coming in with the flurry, getting the KO right on top of the eject, and knows that Pensando has to get back there, and kind of knew from the moment he casted that flurry that the point was going in. But the amount of damage coming through from Drew with that 1-2 punch plus the 2 sparks, 154 power Julie is nothing to scoff at. Getting KOs left and right, doesn't even need to use the energy burst anymore to secure those KOs, which is kind of one of the issues with Julie. As I say that, Pensando flying out, getting knocked off the map for his aggression there as he was too close to the edge. Goalie down, but they have a little bit of forwards in the net here if they can hold. Barrier down. Carmine being greedy there, choosing not to use the energy burst to break out of the Mako cage. And opting in to go to the next point, holding onto that barrier, says, hey, I think this point is lost. Let's try to save our energy economy going forward. And if we can use it for the next point and the second one after that.
Yeah, gonna need 2 in a row here. Pensando, the aggressive Juno playstyle, maybe starting to get snuffed out a bit by the Fluffy Bangers as they manage to find that KO in the last point. No recovery ever able to be mounted by Modern Magic, with the first of the barriers has already fallen down. There are still points to be had in this set. Great deflection there as Drew goes in for another dash punch. It's Forgot moving on in, trying to get their way on towards the barrier. Carmine sets it back up. Forgot takes another shot. Can't get it past the drum and bass. And the KO is through for Drew again. Carmine off the map. Pensando trying to keep it on the aggressive side, but he falls as well. Drew with a double KO. Forgot in a 1 versus 3, trying to hang on until Carmine can return. Carmine back over here to try to buy them a little bit of time on the barrier. And Pensando returns as well, so it's only 1 barrier lost. The power plays just keep on coming through. Drew taking on all comers, setting up for another point and potentially a set number 5.
KO after KO. Oh my god, take a look at where that Julie dash punch initiated from, and Carmine was almost taken off from near midfield position, or at least the Julie was in near midfield when he initiated that. A good drone sends it up to the top, the perfect angle, tying things up. A good placement there and a good recognition that would score the point. Some of the nice things about having that the now in the midfield position is you can set up the drone, and if you have a little bit of drone duration, even though he didn't there, you have an extra kind of clear angle slash offensive angle that you can pass into for a mix-up, and that's just one more thing that the goalie has to pay attention to. I don't think there's anything Fudgy could have done in that moment. It was just a really good play from Carmine in general. But as we go in, Drew got, I think, 4 or 5 KOs in the last point alone. And if he keeps that up, it's not going to be easy for Modern Magic to score through the barriers and to just score in general.
No, it is not. We're going to see if Modern Magic can try to close this game out right here. They've started to lose a little bit of control. over the course of the last couple of sets, falling behind in both sets 3 and 4. Can they be able to close this one out now that they're tied up once again? Moving forward, the flip going to come on across from Forgot. The health bars are so low. Potential KOs coming through in droves. Drew not going to be able to be taken out. Carmine with the energy burst, not able to find its way out of the core, but the KO comes through. I think that was Pensando. Might have been another drone from Carmine. Either way, they've got their power play once again. 3 versus 2, seeing if they can get the barrier down. Forgot is able to find the strike. It's finally Grimella back out onto the field, seeing if they can save this point for just a little bit longer. Carmine dribbling it off the top with the drones once again. Gets it into Forgot's hands. Follows up again, but the KO for Drew on a 10 KO streak takes out the opposition yet again and creates themselves a situation to be able to close out the point and keep this game alive. Drew with one more shot coming out across. Forgot going to be able to disrupt it and move it back over to the left. Carmine getting it back into Forgot's hands. The ensnare drums has faded away. Fudgy does have access to the energy burst and may be forced to use it here soon. Pensando gets it back over to Carmine as Grimella taking shots from the top rope. Drew waiting inside the goal arc, but it's Forgot dribbling it on the left side, trying to push it in towards the goal. Grimella and Carmine sending it back and forth, ping-ponging until they're able to finally get it towards a forward. Another shot taken by Forgot, fended away by Fudgy Waffles. Energy burst is down, the resources are gone, and they haven't been able to close out the point. Carmine trying to get it back over to Forgot. Pensando the one holding it for now. Another Oni's blade trying to push Grimella outside of the play. Drew takes another shot, it gets fended away, and Drew going in again. Energy burst from Pensando, goes into the blob bounce. The pressure's not up yet though, as Grimella keeps pushing it forward. Carmine has the energy burst of his own, gonna be able to send it back over to Forgot. Drew going in for another dash punch, but KO'd by Carmine for his efforts. It's another KO found by Grimella, but the core has been forgotten in the chaos. It moves on across, and Modern Magic take game number 1.
An exciting final point of the game, constantly going back and forth. The speed of the core, insane, and all it took was a few KOs towards the end, or the KO onto Drew, to kind of open up the map a little bit for the shot to come in. And one of the benefits you have of playing the Juno is when the core is that fast, sometimes Juno just sends the core at a little funny angle, whether it's with the team player enhanced speed, the overtime, or any bit of power that you have on this character, and you just cannot react. At some point, the core becomes unreactable. You cannot cover all angles of the goal, and one of these will go in. A phenomenal job to everyone on Modern Magic, and I want to give a great shout out to Pensando, who held it down like an absolute beast here. And take a look at the goals scored. Pensando, the goalie of Modern Magic, the substitute goalie of Modern Magic here, with the most amount of goals and goal participation on his team. And this is, I mean, I know what I'm banning if I'm Fluffy Bangers game 2.
Oh yeah, the brawler bans are, let's put those away for now. It's time to look at the Juno and see if you could maybe get your fates turned around a little bit that way. Really strong game out of Pensando though on this Juno, showing why it is a pick that gets a lot of respect for them and maybe needs a little bit more respect from the Fluffy Bangers, as it does end up being the difference maker and earning themselves a victory for game number 1.
Yeah, and as we get into the draft of game number 2 here, let's take a look at the map being selected. Is Taiko Temple. That's Bang's pick. Another map where picks like the Mako are relatively strong. Atlas is pretty strong, which is something that Fudgy Waffles has played quite a bit. We can see things like the double Maxwell's composition that Fluffy Bangers brought out. This is the map that they won against Sad Boys last week. Although they lost a set, but this was the map, or they lost a series, this was the map that they had taken the game off of. So something that they're comfortable with. We saw Drew on the Rasmus before, using the Death Touch constantly to pull the goalie out of position. Grimella on the Estelle piloting it well. So I'm going to expect kind of similar composition. They're going to aim for something like that. It worked in the past, no reason to change things up. For Modern Magic, I honestly have no idea what their comp is going to be. We had Carmine this time in the midfield, instead of Forgot, who played Brawler. But Carmine also has a phenomenal Rasmus that he can bring out and is a amazing goalie. So maybe they swap back, maybe they don't. If Pensando is banned out with his next pick, I'm honestly not sure what he's going to take. I know he can play the Kai as well, but if he doesn't have someone as aggressive as the Juno, maybe things don't work out as much, because we kind of talked about it throughout the series there, where some of the coordination between the brawlers of, or the forwards of Modern Magic weren't as they weren't as clean as some of the other plays that they were making, but it was kind of Pensando that was holding the glue together or opening a path for them to make these barrier plays or these goals happen.
Absolutely here, and going to be very curious to see if it's going to be another swap in the midfield and forward positions, depending on what characters end up coming on through. And I do think it was a Rasmus ban from Modern Magic in game number 1. So want to see if that one carries on through as well. Because like you called out, that was a pick that Fluffy Bangers were able to perform very, very well on last week. We get on into the draft. It is Hot Shot and Rampage here.
Okay, so we do see the Juno ban come out as expected, especially with the, or I should say, especially with the hotshot start. It is something that Grimella could have taken, or Fudgy Waffles could have taken away. I don't think they had to ban it if they wanted to play it themselves, but looks like they're going to opt in not to take that, and they're going to prioritize the Rasmus here instead. Give that over to Drew, and now we have 2 picks coming over. At this point, I'm not sure what they're going to take. I like this, actually, taking the Atlas away from Fudgy Waffles here, who has been piloting it so well in the previous series. So a good lock away. This most likely opens up a Mako or an Asher pick for Fudgy Waffles, and then the midfield is going to.
This is for Fudgy Waffles, right? It's Bangers.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at it reversed. Yes, you are right. It is the Atlas for Fudgy, the Estelle for Grimella. I was so happy there. I thought this was some mind level plays, some insane Giga Brain plays from Modern Magic. I'm like, oh my god, they just 200 IQ this draft.
Well, here, we can give that same credit to Modern Magic because they are the ones taking away the Rasmus, right? So
that is true.
They have denied that one successfully. Aimi might be the selection here for the substitute. And Pensando might be running it back on a very similar pick.
And now all that's left is going to be the midfield pickup for maybe Forgot. I think if the Rasmus is picked up, it's going over to Carmine forward, and then Forgot is going to lock in. Maybe not. Who knows? We got the Drakkar Rasmus picked up. Maybe a little bit of Maxwell's action, maybe a little bit of Pummeler's action. We can see some chaos happening. But when you have the hot shot, honestly, these are some great pickups. I'm not sure if I assume the brawlers here are going to end up taking the Rampage. You can stack it pretty well on this map. It is hard to get KOs without a lot of damage, especially with the bongo drums there. For example, the Juliet that is picked up, you can be saved if you get dash punched into a drum. Rather than getting KO'd, you'll just get bounced back, as long as you have enough stagger, right? If you're in a staggered state, then you're going to bounce all over the place. So you can find these opportunities to live that you normally wouldn't against the Juliet. So I do like that. I think Juliet is a little bit of a weaker pick on this map. I would have liked to have seen maybe an Asher come out instead. But let's see if this works out just fine. We saw how well Drew piloted before. 7 goals, 11 KOs on the Juliet. He is not by any means bad on this Juliet here. We know that Juliet is strong, but will it be enough to change the tides of last game?
That's going to be the question. Now we're going to get into the in-client draft here before too long and find out how exactly they're going to look to allocate these compositions and what the selections are going to be for each of them. I like to see the Drakkar back here, though. I think the Drakkar Rasmus, couple of little pseudo brawler picks maybe
Wrong
without
map.
having the more traditional.
They loaded into Night Market.
Okay. All right. Well, we can't have Night Market,
up.
y'all, so we're gonna have to figure that one out.
So as they fix things up and go into the next map, taking a look at the compositions, like you said, I'm interested to see how this is going to play out, specifically for Modern Magic, with the Drakkar Rasmus combination in the forward position. Or is it Drakkar goalie?
It could be. That was what I was wondering. Is I don't know that much about Pensando's pool, but are they comfortable with the Drakkar goalie? Or are they going to try to just show some very similar chops to what they showed on the Juno on the Aimi? I would think by default the Aimi is a lot more closer in flavor to the Juno, but that doesn't mean you can't pick something else.
Yeah, I think the Aimi there fits the composition a little bit better, or I should say fits their play style. What made them perform so well before. And yes, that's going to be Pensando locking in the Aimi, Carmine with the Rasmus, and then Forgot on the Drakkar. So maybe a little bit of a shift in general in terms of the forward responsibilities as Carmine is on the Rasmus. But honestly, both of these characters have scoring opportunities. We've seen Drakkar more over time since launch transition towards a brawler role, who can still be played perfectly fine as midfield, but something in general that we see.
Drakkar's a 3-way flex. He's been played everywhere.
He can just play however you want to play him. And we see the double Maxwells come out, kind of a battle of concepts here, as the second week in a row, Fluffy Bangers choosing to take the Maxwells instead of Slick Kicks on both of their forwards. It worked out last time. It might work out again. And as we're starting off, Grimella looking for that quick barrier take, has the Estelle primary, the piercing shot, powered up by the hot shot, which is going to make a lot of these barrier takes really easy for the Estelle, because when you have the core being sent at that fast while hit stunning the enemy goalie, they just don't have enough time to get out of hit stun and go get their barrier. The core is just moving too fast at that point.
Yeah, definitely forgot. Trying to get a little something going. Carmine, though, finding a KO off the pendulum swing, creating a power play for Modern Magic here as they look to see what they can get off to a lead in this game number 2. Already favored in the series thanks to that game number 1 win and wanting to just keep this going. Pensando maybe a little bit off of comfort here, but let's see how good they can be on that Aimee. Is the first barrier going to fall? There's a flip from Drew, and there is an easy score right through Pensando's hands and a first point to the Fluffy Bangers.
One of the downsides to playing the Aimee here is that you have more offensive pressure, but you trade off the defense. You don't have the same abilities to shoot out a primary the way you do with, oh my goodness, what a double barrier being taken down by Carmine plus Forgot, with Pensando jumping in for support, but Drew's going to try to take both back, isn't able to get it. And going back to the point that I was saying before, is that Aimee doesn't have as good of a defensive ability as the Juno does, but trades it off for more offense. So if Pensando can hone in on the offensive plays more and help secure, maybe without going into so much overtime, just securing those offensive plays, providing the support with the Cyber Swipe plus the turret, the Firewall Sentry, then they can kind of get the points much faster. But if it gets over to the offense of Fluffy Bangers, they are going to be breaking through the Aimee easier, especially with the hot shot.
Oh, so deep inside the net there is that last shot, but not quite able to get it past Fudgy's Energy Burst. Carmine there to finish it off on the bottom and tie things up at 1-1. Really nice performance on the Rasmus so far. Maybe looked a little uncomfortable on the Now in game number 1, but now back in a more traditional brawler role, doing very good of a job.
Honestly, Carmine is a phenomenal midfielder. If you've seen him in the solo queue games, he kind of just plays all 3 roles really well. And I think maybe he just wanted to play a little bit of midfield before and forgot, always looking to swap roles depending on what flavor of the month it is, goalie, brawler, midfield. So it could be just a little bit of fun they were having, but like you said, brawler is something that Carmine specializes in quite well, and this Rasmus is one of the best Rasmuses out there. You know he's been taking notes down from Scythe 12. Drew just barely missing Carmine, isn't able to connect. I'm not sure if that would have KO'd there, but either way, a good attempt trying to take out a member of Modern Magic here. But Carmine has to kind of bob and weave, playing a little bit of ARAM as he's walking towards the... Oh, Fudgy Waffle's trying to look for the expanse there, isn't able to connect. Gets the orb, is able to heal back up a little bit. Carmine in this awkward spot where he kind of just has to wait for his teammates to get the ball up because he can't participate. But as I say that, he doesn't wait for his teammates. He uses his Death Touch to yank the core back over to him. Not even overtime. I'm surprised it went that fast. That is 6 stacks of Rampage on Carmine. Finds the shot from the midfield position. Is able to get it right through Fudgy Waffles, who didn't have any abilities up in that moment, or didn't have abilities that could reach the deep corners of the net.
Absolutely here, and going to mean that we have ourselves a little lead to Modern Magic, looking like the stronger team so far today. Fluffy Banger is going to need to be able to find themselves a way to turn some of these points back to their favor. They've been able to fight it close, but not been able to turn most of these sets into their favor. Maybe this is going to be the composition that'll let them do it once they get a couple more of the awakenings that they need. Maybe they can even turn around this first set, but no, a nice little shot there going to get Pensando at an unfortunate angle, trying to clear it back away, still ends up finding the barrier. Throwing out the glitch pop there, doesn't end up being necessary, but clearly under threat of going into the goal. Another piercing shot, not going to find its way onto the core, but a KO found on a Carmine regardless, going to give that power play back over to the Fluffy Bangers. Hit stun. Not going to be enough to stop Drew. The point goes through.
A good play from Drew. Even though he got hit stun, he was in the path of the core there, which meant Forgot's bullets on the Drakkar could not actually touch the core. Drew, with a little bit of body blocking onto the core, allowed them to tie up the point there. As Drew is doing a great job of just finding these KOs again on the Juliet. A double barrier being taken with a combination of Drew and Grimella. Grimella has the energy burst, has the hotshot prep, is sitting on the midfield line with the crossover, or sorry, the Maxwells, as he's trying to get into position here, who has a spot to score from midfield. One of the benefits, but a misplay, not able to pop, or actually, I'm not sure if he popped it early, but one of the things that you can do with the glitch pop, or one of the effects of the glitch pop, is if you shoot it into a wall, it'll auto explode when it reaches the wall. And that might have been what happened there. Pensando unable to catch the core with the glitch pop there, which means that a quick point, a 35-second point going over to Fluffy Bangers, who take the lead for the first time in this entire series. Taking a look at what everyone's being rewarded for is going to be Drew with a 1-2 punch on Juliet. The KO pressure coming out. We saw what he did with it last game. KO, I think 11 KOs he got. So take a look at what he'll do with it this time around. Everyone else getting something decent. I like that Grimella got the prime time paired with the hot shot. You kind of stack up the primary until you need it in that exact moment. It's not something you use for damage too much. So you tend to have both stacks when you get the prime time there. But a good pickup for Forgot on the missile prop. It takes it away from both the Atlas in general, who did end up opting in for the Unstoppable, which is really good against the Pendulum Swing on Rasmus. But even then, getting the missile prop on Jakar means that you have way more pressure here. We see the barrier being taken, but a KO as Pensando jumps in to help score, but unable to do it as Drew takes the KO onto Pensando. No goalie in the net. The two brawlers, or the two forward players, managed to score a 2v3 with no one protecting their back line.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Able to split the uprights, get it in between the two defenders, and find its way into the goal at a numbers disadvantage to take the lead in set number 2 for Modern Magic. Not willing to quietly take a game number 3 here, trying to fight their way back, and some nice play together between the two forwards coming on up there as they do push their way onto the first barrier. Forgot trying to get a hold of it here. Drew able to sneak it on by, and now Drew wants to take some of these barriers for himself. KO found off the pendulum swing. Nicely played by Carmine to be able to create an advantage for them. The follow on through from Pensando. Nice use of the cyber swipe. Gets it in between the drums and Carmine and takes it all the way for the goal. All 3 names on that one, as it is set point already for Modern Magic.
I'm not sure if that was Carmine's Strike War that got it through Drew, or if it was the missile prop Jakar. Either way, those two things stacked on top of each other got it through Drew, who had no abilities there to defend, and Fudgy Waffles was walking really far up to the top, opening the goal net as we get a double barrier coming through. Once again, constantly happening. Oh, but a good catch in the back of the net from Fudgy Waffles. Doesn't have abilities, though. Doesn't have his unstoppable. Pendulum Swing is connecting, but doesn't get the core as it hits the top corner, bounces back down. We have a little bit of defensive opportunity here, but Forgot almost gets it to connect with the missile prop, but the shot from the bottom, the energy burst bouncing off the perfect angle as it goes right below the clutches of Fudgy Waffles.
I mean, what a 3-0 set for Modern Magic there. They nearly closed out that third point so fast. Really nicely done to be able to fend that off for a little bit, but they are just unrelenting on the offense, and Catalyst now coming through with Egoist.
Paired with the Egoist. I know he definitely wants the size there, but how can you deny Catalyst Egoist? The speed is going to be insane here. One of these game-breaking combinations, these 2 Awakening combinations now being granted over to Carmine immediately in 2 sets in. As we go into set number 3 here, taking a look at everything else, we have Fudgy Waffles, who took the extra special, which is a good deny in general away from the Aimi. You don't want the Aimi having that with the Firewall Sentry, but Aimi does get Spark of Focus plus Spark of Agility. It's not a matter of the Spark of Agility in general, but stacking that Spark of Focus, having 28 cooldown to pair when you have a goalie position, and now you can use your abilities way more for damage and offensive pressure in general. Drew being taken down to nearly nothing. The Death Touch yanking him back into the middle bongo to get the KO. A great awareness from Carmen, almost treating it like a Amy Zap. Fudgy Waffles not able to get the ultimate down fast enough. Regardless, they're able to break the barrier here and trading it right back. 2 barriers being taken on the other side as well. Pensando jumps in with the cyber swipe, isn't able to get it. Forgot sends it right through between Grimella and Fudgy Waffles with the missile prop. We're seeing so much work come through with this missile prop paired with the hot shot, just ending a little bit too fast. Even though it didn't look like it was that fast, just imagine if you didn't have Spark of Strength, missile prop, hot shot, how slow that core would have gone. Plenty of time to catch it without these awakenings.
Yeah, it really feels like ever since that first draft, it's been a big difference maker for Modern Magic on this composition, and they're just taking all these barriers with ease. Forgot and Carmine unstoppable together as they take their 5th point in a row.
Like you said, 5 points in a row. Going for the next one. These points are coming in so quick. Whether it's a double barrier, the size being stacked, we can take a look. 0 stacks of Rampage on Drew, while we have 4 onto Carmine. We finally get the first one as Drew's able to secure it with the punch, but a KO with all that size. Carmine just has to sit towards the middle and just fish for these KOs with the Pendulum Swing. Damage coming down. Fudgy Waffles forced to use the ultimate ability to help Drew heal up, but now no longer has it to protect from KOs. Forgot using a little bit more of that primary to stack on some damage. And the second barrier being found through all three members of Modern Magic. Carmine getting close to the Egoist proc. Forgot trying to push it up, has the barrier, has the energy burst here, kind of guarding the midfield like a guardian here, but a KO comes out from Drew, able to secure it back down to Carmine. Pensando looking like first. Oh my goodness, what did I just witness? The slowest core moving there, same angle that finished it from the last set, from the bottom bounce, Gordo, and it just slipped through Fudgy's hands.
Look, I get getting distracted fishing for the astral projection, but you had energy burst. You need to flip that.
Use energy burst. And now
That's
going
a rough
into
one.
what could be the final set of the entire series. Nice edge being taken here for Carmine as we take a look, paired with the Rampage, which is a phenomenal pickup here because Nice Edge says from the edge of the arena, and as your character gets bigger, that means you can be closer to the edge of the arena while being further away from it as well. Everything else is looking pretty good. The Aimi gets the Timeless Creator. Team player, pretty good pickup here for Fudgy Waffles, but a map that doesn't utilize it as well as some of the other maps in the pool because of the bongo drums in the middle. Even then, I would say Modern Magic got away with phenomenal pickups here. Take a look at the Timeless Creator, Firewall Sentry coming through, paired with 2 sparks of CDR in general. It is going to be rough for Fluffy Bangers if they want to defend on the onslaught here.
Yeah, and the amount of resetting Carmine was just able to do, just continuing to keep the pressure on over and over again, putting himself right back in that same position. Finally, Drew KOs him, but it is an honorable sacrifice. It gives you the open goal, sets up for Pensando and Forgot to maybe even sneak this one back out before you respawn, or if not, it looks like they're going to have no trouble holding down the fort until you get back. Carmine respawned now, pass coming on up from Pensando. There's the Pendulum Swing, but not able to send it on through. Still, Pensando has the flip, going to try to send it past Drew, interrupted by the Flame Flurry, cleared out before the dash punch can come through. Drew going to be able to convert it back into another barrier off the back of the rebound, but there is that sentry turret, and it's going to create so many opportunities for Forgot and Carmine. Another piercing shot sends it back up towards the top. Grimella trying to send it through. Carmine waiting in the wings. Forgot tries for the back pass, gets it back over to Pensando. Pensando back over to Forgot, over to Carmine. Carmine taking it off the drums, pushes in for another shot. Whiplash comes and goes, but it's during the core flip, so Fudgy not going to be able to be stopped as he clears it back on out. But Forgot has another energy burst available. Pensando still firing out these sentry turrets on cooldown, keeping the pressure on for the side of Modern Magic as they look to take themselves a lead in set number 4. Forgot sending it back on over. Carmine getting that energy back, covers a little bit more distance with that death touch, still not able to find it onto the core. Nice pendulum swing off the back of the defense from Fudgy, and Carmine will push it through.
Good awareness, starts casting the Pendulum Swing so early, knows that Fudgy Waffle is going to send it down to Grimella over there. And catches the pass. One of the things I want to point out is Fudgy Waffles is getting so much value out of the Unstoppable because one of the best ways Rasmus can score is with the Pendulum Swing layered perfectly on top of both the core and the enemy goalie, and we aren't able to get that same success over and over again. Carmine is able to find both barriers though for the cost of his life, resetting the Rampage stack. Still a good trade if I was to say, oh my god. This same corner has been Fudgy Waffles' downfall. 3 points in this. How many points in a row have we gone with? Is this the 8th point in a row for Modern Magic?
Maybe, yeah. I think it might be. I'm trying to think if
Fluffy
Bangers got one back in set 3.
But
I don't think they did.
Then, it is so much. Oh my god, a good energy burst, able to prevent the second barrier from being taken here. That is the Expanse coming out. That is a phenomenal tool being wasted early on. Hopefully they can get a little bit of an onslaught or an offensive pressure going, but no, it is Modern Magic, or sorry, Fluffy Bangers who finally get both barriers down. Forgot almost using the lock and load there to get the second one, is able to get it with the second shot there, has that perfect form to help with the cooldowns as well, and now trying to get a shot off the middle bongo to mix up the timing here, as Forgot from so far away able to rebound these strikes from Grimella with the lock and load. Drew using the energy burst, or sorry, using the dash punch so early onto Carmine will not have that ability, as Grimella is low and is getting damaged so much. They're trying to look for an opportunity to KO at the same time while scoring, and the stagger bars of Modern Magic, or sorry, of Fluffy Bangers are getting lower and lower to the point where if one person gets KO'd soon, the point is gone.
Yep, and as long as Pensando is able to hold up this defense, Lock and Logie to be able to clear out 2 members. Pendulum Swing pushing them away yet again. Pass down to Forgot, up off the drums, back into Carmine's hands. And one more Lock and Load, one more Pendulum Swing could send Modern Magic up to 2-1. And they find it. Carmine with one more ricochet from the top corner. 3-0. We'll get a fact check here, but potentially 9-0 for Modern Magic.
What a quick win. This is Bang Bang's or Fluffy Banger's personal map that they picked. This is their map that they took a win off of Sad Boys, but instead being taken down 3-0. Taking a look at the total scores, it was only 3 points scored for Fluffy Bangers, and they only won 1 set. That means that, yes, it was a consecutive 9-point shutout starting from set number 2 for Modern Magic. And this is with substitute goalie, but dare I say, substitute goalie putting in the work more than the goalie of Fluffy Bangers this series. Pensando, potentially the MVP of the series, at least definitely that first game, was doing phenomenal offensive pressure, getting the barriers, getting the goals, and even here 9 goal participation, the highest of anyone on the team, even though it was 2 goals, 7 assists. Regardless, he did a great job holding it down. He had a little bit of a misplay with that one glitch pop in that set number 1, but besides that, where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Ron P, but Pensando with a fantastic performance on the day. You got to give him the MVP for the narrative, if nothing else. What a great showing coming in off the bench on the day. Great Aimi performance and great Juno performance to be able to take themselves up to 2-1. Modern Magic having a pretty nice debut here in the North American Strikers League, our newest team to the league. Already up to 2-1 and looking like they're going to have themselves a pretty solid season here, having already beaten Demon's Raw as well.
Oh no, I can see my camera's bugged. Hi guys.
Oh no, that's all right. Video's been like that lately.
I'll fix it in a little bit. Okay, you're gonna stare at me staring at chat, but taking a look at everything else here. But like you said, just a phenomenal performance here. And one of the things I want to point out is the strength of schedule that Modern Magic had. This is not just any 2-1. This is a 2-1 over Fluffy Bangers, who were seed number 2 or finished seed 2 going into, I believe, playoffs either last split. They had such a strong showing in the regular season, and now taking out both Demon's Raw. Their hardest matchups left are Showtime and Sad Boys. But taking a look at how everything went so far, it is looking really good for Modern Magic.
It really is. I've been very impressed with what Modern Magic has been able to show us so far. So that's going to do it for this series. They move up to 2-1. Fluffy Bangers down to 1-2. Plenty of North American Strikers League left to play. But at the 1/3 mark, that is where those teams find themselves. We got Demon's Raw, Cosmic Calamities coming up here in just about a moment or two. Mystic, we'll throw it to a quick break while you get your camera fixed. But we will see you guys on the other side as Demon's Raw and the Cosmic Calamities face off. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the North American Strikers League, or today's. I'm used to broadcasting at night. But Demons Raw versus Cosmic Calamities coming on up. Mystic as the 1-1 Demons Raw face off against the undefeated Cosmic Calamities team and try to see if they can push their record up into the positive territory.
And yeah, taking a look at the record in general, the team that beat Demons Raw was Modern Magic back in week 1, and Cosmic Calamities, one of their 2 wins is against Modern Magic. So let's see how this is going to end up playing out. I ended up playing against Calamities back in week 1 when I was substituting in for Sad Boys, and I will say they were an impressive team to play against, something that I wasn't sure how well they would play considering it was a new team put together. 3Z Breezy joining in Natty and Cardbox for the first time. But I'm happy to see Cardbox getting some opportunity here in NASL, as he's been a phenomenal player in the NASA League and in solo queue in general, a substitute previously. I'm not sure if he was substituting for Demons Raw prior in previous seasons or not, but has gotten some showcases in general in NASA through substitute plays, and now is getting it a time to shine on his own team. So something that we're going to see, how well does this team meld together? Natty being the defensive rock of Calamities, has some of the best defensive goalies such as the Asher there. And taking a look at what we're going in for, game number 1 is going to be Clarion Test Chambers with Stagger Swagger and 1-2 Punch start. So we could see a Juliet picked up to take use of that 1-2 Punch. Or actually, we have the whole draft here, so no Juliet picked up. Taking a look, it is a Juno and Aimee ban. An Asher pickup for Calamities, most likely going over to... Oh, it's an Asher and an Atlas picked up. So it's going to be Natty on the Atlas, Asher for 3Z Breezy, and then Cardbox pivoting his well-known Octavia. And then on the other side of things, we have for Demons Raw, the Kai plus Mako plus Zentaro combination. Kai Noob on the Kai, on this little bit of a speed character that he knows how to pilot so well. Gumi playing the Mako here to enhance the speed even more, and then Snake on Zentaro this time around. Everyone taking pretty standard awakenings here. One thing I like is that, or one of the things that you come to know when you are offered a Stagger Swagger start plus another start, is that you kind of just are forced to take Stagger Swagger on everyone, because the person who doesn't take it ends up being the ire of all the damage. They just become the target of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And makes it tough. I mean, you could have nobody take it, I suppose, but that's probably missing out on a fair bit of opportunity here. It's just better to be fast, better to be sustainable, and that's going to be what both these teams are looking for here. Cosmic Calamities holding on for now. Snake back on his Zentaro, though. Looked so good on this one last week. Love to see Snake busting out the Zentaro yet again, and they've got their full squad here today as well. Have been forced to play with some subs in the first couple of weeks, so this is going to be an exciting one to check out now that Gumi is back on the roster. But as I say that, Core is coming too fast. Gumi can't get back to it.
Sent from the energy burst over to the top corner, gets the bounce and gets in. One thing that you did mention about the substitutes, a funny, I guess, anecdote is that this combination of Demons Raw members are currently have not won a match. But with the substitute, they have won. So let's see if maybe these new members of Demons Raw can pull out a victory. Otherwise, they're gonna have to go back to the previous roster.
Yeah, very possibly. We'll find out here. Cardbox finding a little KO there onto the bottom side. Take Kai Noob off the map, and Gumi playing Mako. How the Mighty have fallen. Have this one trying to hold things down here and going to be able to go in for the flip. Deflected away, though, by Natty's placement of the Astral Projection. Making a big difference, and 3Z's ready to just move it right on into the goal. It's 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
A phenomenal pass there from Cardbox on the flip. Gets it to 3Z perfectly where he can take the strike where he wants it to. Doesn't need any abilities on the Asher to score, and gets it right below Gumi, who was hoping that 3Z would strike it a little bit more up. And even then, a phenomenal play in general from from Calamity, starting off 2-0 as the aggression's coming through. First barrier being dropped from the Asher there with the help of Cardbox. No abilities really used in general. Threezy doing what Threezy does and waiting for the pass to come to him, knows that he can trust his teammates to get it through. But as I say, that second barrier dropped, Energy Burst comes out for Snake, isn't able to connect. The Path Splitter coming through, stalls a little bit, but not enough. Cardbox uses the flow state, is actually able to keep it up. I thought it was going to drop there. Keeps it up a little bit longer with the primary, and is trying his best to just keep the passing going. You have so much speed on the Octavia, but when you don't have the Chrono Boost or Castellast, it ends pretty quickly there. And we see that he wasn't able to maintain it the entire time. But as we go back into the play, it is still advantage for Demon's Raw as they try to get their first point in the set.
That is where we're going to try to find what they can do. Kainoob moving it down towards the bottom. Snake with the slashing strike, nearly ready, tries to take it through. Even a nice deflection off of that bottom terrain is not enough for them to actually be able to come on up with the point. Now Cardbox looking to steal it away and move it in for a 3-0. Addy not quite connecting with that strike shot. Kainoob and Snake advancing forward again, looking to see if they can close the point out. But it's still Cardbox disrupting what they go for. But it's still Snake trying to get the ricochets into the favor that he wants them, but so far just hasn't been able to produce anything. It's going to be Snake trying to take it on towards the bottom. Cardbox still there, fends it down, sends it over towards Threezy. Threezy waiting to push in for the goal again, connects with the barrier beam, dashing forward, has access to the energy burst too. Snake, now with an energy burst of his own, could try to close it out here. The passing play deflected by Cardbox again, and still holding on are Cosmic Calamities. Finally, Snake will be able to find a shot into a corner that Natty can't reach and take the first point for Demon's Raw.
Using the side street barrier or the obstacle there to set up a dribble for himself, forces Natty to walk up and then opens the bottom part of the goal for him. A good play from Snake to recognize how to maneuver that point without any abilities there, or how to maneuver that offense. But we have the flow state popped. Cardbox, low on stagger, has the stagger swagger available to him, and is now trying to keep his flow state up to gain as much speed as possible. He pops the energy burst, which allows him to reset the flow state once again. One barrier drop, Threezy Breezy picking up the enemy health orb, and we can see Cardbox reaching that kind of momentum, or that maximum speed as he's forced to drop back a little bit. And one of the benefits of playing Octavia on the start is Octavia's downside, or typically one of the downsides of Octavia, is that you have one of the lowest staggers in the entire game. But when you have an Awakening like Stagger Swagger to help you keep up, you deny, or you allow the positives to outweigh the negatives way more. And we can see that if he gets even a single one of those buff duration Awakenings in Castellast or Chrono Boost, it's going to be really tough for Demon's Raw to get it around him, because he'll have so much more time to keep up that flow state.
Yeah, and already a character that can really take advantage of some of that additional movement speed that she's ending up with as well, thanks to the way the beat drop works. But Gumi setting up, coming out of the goal arc and getting it into the bottom left. Nice shot there from him, and going to be able to tie things up at 2-2. We're going to point 5 on our very first set of the showdown between Cosmic Calamities and Demon's Raw.
Gumi just can't keep himself in the net, has to walk up there, and that's one of the reasons why Demon's Raw has made such an aggressive play in these last few seasons. One of the teams that knows has to play the offense better than anyone else here. But when you do that, sometimes your barriers fall, and that's how the playstyle works. Gumi has to defend an open net here with Mako. He is walking up a little bit far. A stray hit can send it in, but I don't think anyone has the core speed to do so. But as I say that, Asher walks up, has the energy burst, no abilities available, and the energy burst actually knocks back Gumi to cancel out the drum and bass there, which prevents him from hitting the core at all. And a simple core flip, enough to secure that point, giving them the lead in this set. Demon's Raw down as we go into set number 2. Taking a look at what will be taken away, it's going to be Perfect Form will not make its way to the clutches of Snake there. Centauro will not be seeing it. Knife's Edge picked up instead. A great pickup here on this map when you're so close to the edge with all the map variants. Besides that, another Dash Awakening going over to Octavia here. I shouldn't say another. The first Dash Awakening gone over. We're still looking out for that Castellast Chrono Boost, but still a great pickup in general, enhancing the speed of the flow state. Other than that, pretty standard stuff. Gumi has a little bit of quicker cooldowns there on the lockdown, or sorry, on the Mako ultimate with extra special, and then a spark picked up for Threezy Breezy.
Absolutely. And Threezy doing a solid job of just being in position and closing out these points in set number 1 to see if he can keep on keeping on that pressure on towards the reigning champs. It's Demon's Raw definitely looking like they're having a little trouble putting things together in game number 1, and see if that continues to be the case here as we get into our second set. Snake going to be able to take that nice shot up towards the top to be able to get themselves on towards the first barrier. Kainoob keeping the pressure on, trying to force it in for a second. Nice defense from Natty and Cardbox, though. The movement speed there afforded by Cardbox going to let him keep up that defense just a little bit more effectively. Snake going into the Oni's Blade, getting them chunked down as much as he can, but there's that base drop, nearly taking Snake off the top side. Kainoob fending in from the bottom, trying to help them on out. Get that barrier. Freezy with the energy burst available. Cardbox waiting for the cooldown on their own flow state. Snake sneaks it through, nearly able to push it in. Getting another shot here as Kainoob sends him the core right back. Cleared out again by Natty, and without access to resources, it's just difficult for them to really be able to do anything to push these on through. Kainoob, the next one up to bat, but it's actually Threezy who gets the set up here to be able to take down the second barrier and takes it all the way through. As soon as the ensnare drums are gone, Threezy sends it through and gets the first point for Cosmic Calamity.
Forcing it through, one of the things that Asher does best, and no energy burst needed. I'm just gonna keep left clicking this in, and eventually it'll go through. And yes, the ensnare jump's unable to prevent Threezy from getting it. One barrier drop. A lot of damage coming out onto Gumi here. And Kainoob doing, I mean, that was demonic what Kainoob just did. Ran right into the energy orb or the health orb, denied it from Gumi. But regardless, on the defensive or on the counterplay, able to get both barriers here. Gates open on the side of Calamities. But Natty has access to energy burst with an orb pickup or just a quick touch of any ability there. As the Path Splitter comes out, great positioning there, is able to get that bottom barrier, unable to get through Threezy, but a great awareness to push away the members of Demon's Raw and allow Cardbox to shoot the goal.
Really nicely done again, Cardbox. Setting up into a great position, and Cosmic Calamity's firing on all cylinders here in this game number 1, just making Demon's Raw look foolish in a lot of these scenarios. A nice block away by Natty yet again, just holding down the fort on this Atlas as long as is necessary. The astral projections, the strike shots, everything right where it needs to be, and Snake is off the map. A power play here for Cosmic Calamities as they try to amp things up and get themselves a sweep of set number 2, and it looks like they just might be able to do it. Snake is back and available, but the offense is still in the favor of Cosmic Calamities. Another barrier beam from Threezy. Breezy could be able to send this through. Dodges out on the ensnare drums. Gumi trying to clear it, will be able to do so and hang on for now, but it's still the brawl at midfield over the core for who's actually going to be able to take a turn, trying to take down this last barrier for each side. It's Snake trying to push it on out, but the astral projection going to knock him back away. Giga Blast trying to push it into their favor too. Snake not going to be able to hold on to it, though. Cardbox going to take it off the bumper, get it back up to Threezy, and there's the energy burst used by Gumi just to try to clear things out, but Threezy's got an energy burst of his own, manages to dash forward, take the second barrier. The Ricochet going to take one on the opposite side. It's open goals for both teams, but Threezy, with the energy burst available, throws down the Path Splitter. Beautifully set up, and a 3-0 set to Cosmic Calamities.
I wasn't sure what Threezy was aiming for there with that shot up to the top, but when the Path Splitter came out, he knew that there's no way Gumi is getting through all this. The airship has landed, and now it is 2-0 for Cosmic Calamity, rewarded for their endeavors. Castellas makes their way over to Cardbox here, paired with one Dash Awakening and a Stagger Swagger. This is going to be really tough going forward. The Octavia has scaled. Level 8 has the most EXP out of anyone in the game. Breezy on the Asher with the Size Awakening. Asher, one of the best characters in the game to utilize Size Awakenings. Besides that, just a Stagger Awakening going over to Kainoob. Snake does manage to get Super Surge, which is a really big pickup there for the Zentaro, but in general, the Awakenings for Calamities are looking way better. We even have Twin Drive. Followed up with a KO going over. This set is starting off strong like the previous one. We're doing a good job of holding it down for now, but Gumi is looking low. Stagger Swagger has to pop to help keep him up a little bit here as the second barrier drops. Slow State keeps up. Cardbox doing a great job of keeping up the pressure, and Threezy Breezy sitting right on top of Gumi, making it so hard for the Mako to play. Just shoving, like, just no way to breathe in general. And Gumi, level 6, the lowest of anyone in the entire game, is just not really able to get it out or not able to clear it from the pressure of both Cardbox and Threezy.
Yeah, and already on the board again. 2 goals to go. And this will be a clean sweep of a game for Cosmic Calamities. Just performing at their peak right now, really running Demon's Raw around the map and showing how powerful this Octavia can be when you get the right awakenings for her, able to get their pick of the litter multiple times, and this is just such a powerful set of awakenings. It doesn't really get any better than this. You can get a couple more awakenings yourself, perhaps, to push it a little bit further, but just as far as how far ahead you are from the field, how much far ahead you are from the average result in set number 3, it doesn't get much better.
Yeah, and even with 3Z Breezy taking it down, the flow state reaching its maximum potential here, Cardbox going at insane speed. Checking out the speed, he's nearly at 1,000 speed in general, can go higher with the slick kicks. As the second barrier dropped, as it goes toward the bottom, bouncing it off the middle expansion, unable to get the point there, but trying to set it up with the primary, not finding it yet. 3Z Breezy goes for the shot, back to the net, gets it out. Gumi doing a good job of clearing it out, but the expanse comes through, the double expanse, one from Atlas, one from the center, able to hold it down just for a little bit longer, and I love the expanse to keep Cardbox up. Has the Stagger Swagger, but even then was looking a little bit low. 3Z trying to go for the back pass to bounce it over to himself, and digs it through. All 3 members of Demon's Raw gets it in. 3Z Breezy on the Asher, showing it how it's done.
Doing so well on this Asher pick. Really finding themselves a solid matchup up against Gumi's Mako, and constantly able to just push through the impenetrable drum and bass that's been such a thorn in the side of so many forwards since Mako's been released, really. It's been such a big force in Nassel, especially one of the hardest goalies to be able to outplay, win a strike war with, and get a goal on through. The Asher, one of the characters that can do it in the right scenarios, and 3Z has just been playing it so well, nearly ready to take game number 1 home for the team. But it does get deflected away, not quite able to be pushed past Gumi. It's an open goal, though. Snake trying to take things back, trying to break the loss streak for Demon's Raw and keep a reverse sweep alive for game number 1. But the options are dwindling. Kainoob facing one-on-one with 3Z Breezy, getting pushed back away by the barrier beam. Snake trying to set up for another rush, but it's 3Z in the goal arc, dashing forward, throws it past Gumi. No energy burst used. 3-0 for Cosmic Calamities as they take game number 1.
Stunned away. Gumi unable to use the energy burst, try to hold on to it as long as possible. But when Asher has that many hit stun abilities, you just can't hold on enough, or you have to pop it earlier than that. Looking at the stats here, we have once again not even a single set taken over to Demon's Raw. It was the first 2 points that made its way over, and looking like the Modern Magic game from before, a consecutive, not 9 points, but the last 2 sets went straight into the favor of Calamities here, and a quick game 1. Looking at game number 2 here, we have to see what the next map is. It is going to be Calamities map, going over to Oni Village, opting in for a bigger map, something that Demon's Raw has typically been a little bit weaker in general. They tend to opt in for the smaller maps, for maps that they can apply more offensive pressure in, get some more KOs in. So let's see if that still holds up to today. Maybe they fix some of their issues on the bigger maps and are completely fine here. But if Calamities are opting in for this map, they gotta have some sort of practice or preparation strategy prepped for this match.
And we haven't been doing our traditional pre-shows for the last couple of weeks here, Mystic, but it's time to have the conversation. Are Cosmic Calamities favorites in Nassel right now? They've already taken down Sad Boys. They're doing really well against Demon's Raw right now. If they go 3-0 here, especially off of a sweep against Demon's Raw, it's very hard to make a case against this team.
Yeah, and I was talking about the strength of schedule in the previous series with Modern Magic. This is another case where if Calamities takes both Sad Boys and Demon's Raw,
and Modern Magic, who are no pushovers either,
again, then the teams that have left, or I should say the quality of the teams that have gone up in NASL, it seems like the edges are kind of crunching in towards the middle. We no longer have these completely stompy games where it is just Sad Boys and Demon's Raw, or if anything, they are still stompy, but the coins have been flipped all of a sudden. And it is no longer Demon's Raw and Sad Boys at the top, although Sad Boys has their 1-1 record and can bring it over to 2-1. Demon's Raw is 1 game away from going 1-2, being negative in NASL, which I don't know, besides going 0-1 week 1, I don't know if they've ever been negative like this before. They have to dig it out.
I want to say they have, but it's been like playing with a bunch of subs and stuff. It's been like, some unfortunate scenarios. Not really, not like this. This is going to be very different and shaping up to be a very different Nassel season if the records continue to show the way that they are right now. Oh, hopefully going to be getting on to the map for Oni Village here before too long and seeing Cosmic Calamities can keep this up with a different start.
Yeah, and taking a look at the stats of the last game here, and seeing what we can adjust for the map pickup. Depending on the start, you might see another card box Octavia again. So if it's anything like Stagger, if it is a Spark, if it's not Spark of Strength, and it is a Dash Awakening, or it is any form of Stagger, card box will most likely lock in the Octavia. We saw it work here just fine. It works even better on an open map when you have plenty of time to get the passes between yourself and the goalie. You can kind of just shoot it off into space. No one else can catch up to you, and you as the Octavia can go pick up the core yourself, continue the pressure. Threezy doing phenomenal job on the Asher here, but a little bit harder to get it done on Oni Village. Can still get it done with the Asher just fine. I think Asher is a perfectly good pickup there, but some of the other picks that we tend to see on Oni Village for the brawler position are the Zentaro, and specifically the Rasmus and the Kazan, which Threezy has a phenomenal Kazan, and I'd love to see that come out. One of those things where you have the crooked leverage to kind of mix up the goalie to force out an ability and then go for the play on the barrier. And then again, Oni Village being one of those maps where if you are a good lockdown goalie, such as the Atlas, such as the Dubu, such as the Asher, you can do a fantastic job of holding it down one barrier, which is what Natty can specialize in just fine, being one of the best melee goalies in this entire league. So we see the draft come up. We have a perfect form and Deadeye pickup. This is something that actually is going to favor Demon's Raw more than it favors Calamities. The members of Demon's Raw can utilize these awakenings more, something like the Kazan on the perfect form, or Snake on the Zentaro, again, utilizing that perfect form. Pair that with the Deadeye pickup from the midfield position, whether it's the Aimi on the midfield on Kainoob or Aimi on Gumi if it doesn't get banned away. And we also have Gumi, who is really good on the Luna. Not sure if he's going to pick it up here, but these are all picks that Demon's Raw are happy to utilize, or these are awakenings that Demon's Raw would love to see.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, definitely going to expect to see from Gumi, especially making good use of that Deadeye. Always at his best when he's able to, show a little bit of like what we saw from Modern Magic at the beginning of the day, where they're able to get out of the goal arc, get involved in the offensive plays, be that high scoring goalie, have a ton of redirects, keep up the score in that department. And that's something that I always look at for Gumi when it comes to the end of every Nassel season is his count for the amount that he touches the core, the amount of damage he does, the amount of goals he scores. They are off the charts for the goalie position. He is far and away the most involved goalie on offense in the North American Strikers League. And, last split or last season was the funny thing was last season was the first time that other people started to catch up to his numbers, right? It was players like the Sad Boys, right? And You Already Lose started to catch up to like season 3 Gumi numbers, and Gumi just shot right past him and broke his own records again and again. Yep. He's so involved and continues to find ways to get more involved with each passing season. And this is going to be a great opportunity for him to show that.
So we have some news. You're going to see it soon, but there is a substitution being made. I don't personally know the reason, but Gumi will not be playing game number 2 here for Oni Village or for the rest of the series, I assume. But at least for this game, Hungry Boy will be coming in. And let's see if if
forget everything I just said. Yep. Forget my whole spiel I've been killing time with for like the last 3 to 4 minutes. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Snake. I don't know.
Well, I can say, I mentioned it as the game started, this combination of players is undefeated. So maybe Hungry Boy is the key.
So it's going to be Hungry Boy at midfield, and they're going to move
Kainoob
to goalie.
That is what happened last time. Might happen again. One of the things that you can expect to ban, I think they were just waiting to start the ban until they knew who the starting roster is. But we're actually taking away the Zentaro perfect form, which leaves up Aimi for Demon's Raw if they choose to take it. Taking a look at what was picked first, the Atlas was banned away, so Calamities will not have that access to them. Instead, the Mako will make its way over, which perfectly fine as well. Can't be upset getting a Mako on Oni Village. their second pick taking a little bit longer. Not sure what they're going to grab here for the brawler position, but I think I was saying before, I think it could be the Asher or since the Centaur was banned away, could be the Kazan as well, making its debut in this series. Besides that, and there's the Kazan. The pick 1 for Demon's Raw is Kai, so most likely going to be Kai Aimi, with Aimi being over to Hungry Boy, and then Kai on Kai Noob.
Yeah, I mean, you could switch those up too if that's the preference, but it could be either kind of order.
Yeah.
Snake going to go for that Juliet here, an old classic for him. Cosmic Calamity's taking that Kazan, so you're going to get to see the 3Z Kazan that you were so excited for, Mystic, and going to be paired on up with that Mako in the goal. See what the midfield choice is going to be. Looking like it's going to be that Now.
The Now, another speed character, can utilize the Mako speed just well. Has a blink on the ultimate to get around the map, and then has a speed on themselves with the mines. Pair that with the drones that you can place out to help block some of the clear angles. Now is a perfectly good pickup here. Something that we just don't see this map as much picked in general, but I'm curious to see what kind of strategies they have in mind. But like I said, I think the Kazan is going to be really powerful here, paired with any size awakening that if they manage to get down the line, makes it really hard to deal with. That crooked leverage just in front of the net is something that is so frustrating as a goalie when you're forced to use your barrage or any ability, and then the Kazan just yanks it away and then shoots it into a different direction. And yeah, like I said, 3Z is really good on this Kazan. So let's see if he can pull up to my expectations and pull a win for Calamities, making them 3-0 if they manage to take this game over Demon's Raw.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be some really impressive stuff if they're able to have such an explosive start here, especially having to kind of retool their roster here, right? 3Z coming in off of Last Call, having played on a different team last season, and then Cardbox having not played on a starting roster at all last season, coming off of the Eras Kitten Club bench, a place that appears to have plentiful resources based on what we just got to see in game number 1 or series number 1. EKC really, they got some whole extra Nassel squads sitting on the bench over the course of the last couple seasons.
Yeah, doing a good job of finding the talent, getting them to get the playtime as well. And yeah, I'm sure Cardbox is happy for all the Nassel playtime he managed to get there last season. And now we are loading into the next game. Looks like everything is set up. Let's see if the Kai and the Aimi go to those respective positions of goalie and midfield. Can swap it around, but I think Hungry Boy is really good on the Aimi, so most likely will let it slide that way. Yeah, looks like Kai Noob will be locking in the Kai instead. Prefers that on the goalie. I'm pretty sure he'd be happy with the Aimi here, but Perfect Form or Deadeye Kai is going to do just fine. Everyone locked in, and we have. I'm curious to see what Hungry Boy is going to take between the Perfect Form and the Deadeye. You would assume it's going to be Deadeye, but he's one of the best users of Perfect Form. So, okay, I'm actually happy he did this instead of Deadeye. The Firewall Sentry is an ability that can replenish your primary and secondary at the speed of light because they are not light hits, they are heavy hits. And because of that, oh my goodness, Snake finding a KO immediately with the Juliet, but there it is, 3Z Breezy getting in the dash, gets it both barriers in between before Kai Noob able to defend. And then both barriers being traded right back by Snake. Point starting off really quick. I wasn't expecting the barriers to drop like this, Gordo. Everything's been all over the place as Cardbox returns from the afterlife here. And there it is, the crooked leverage, finding it from the top and shoots it right into Kai Noob. Kai Noob not able to barrage fast enough. Actually goes for the strike barrage. I think if you just barrage first, would have reached it.
Yeah, 3Z stalling out on that additional strike just a little bit longer, ends up juking them out, ends up finding themselves the opportunity to be able to take that one into the goal. Cardbox helping out there, and really nicely done from Cosmic Calamities to start off this game number 2 on the right foot for them. Substitution coming through, but not letting themselves reset the momentum, immediately keeping on with the scoring that defined game number 1 for them. And now another double barrier, another quick score being hunted for. 3Z with the crooked leverage, looking for the top spin. Can't quite push it through, but now getting it passed over to him again. He's going to get another round here before Long Snake, though, with a quick KO, utilizing that energy burst, but it's 3Z again. Hungry Boy can't get back fast enough. Kai Noob with no right answers. 2-0 Cosmic Calamities.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, Gordo. The Kazan with the crooked leverage is one of those characters that
doesn't really feel like a brawler. He has so much core control. He has transitioned so far away from the character that just ability dumps you, although those games can still happen. But he's just now a brawler that has so much reach over everything with his strikes in the close form, able to get both barriers again. 2-0 lead in this set. Hungry Boy looking low, and we can see the forcing out the energy burst from Kainoob. Hungry Boy trying to get into a position where he can use his own to maybe break that last barrier. Snake doing his best, has been finding these KOs of both points in a row, but it just hasn't led to anything, as threezy, if the ball even gets close to him on an open net, can try to make a strong play for the goal.
Definitely can here. Oh, Cardbox coming on out to try to help out with the lifeline. Snake gonna get chucked away. And Natty going to be able to use the energy burst, push Snake away yet again, setting up Threezy. Potentially close it out, but they manage to keep the core up towards the top side, keep that Kazan from getting involved for as long as they can. Another disruption of a well-placed glitch pop from Hungry Boy, and the second barrier will fall. Natty can't hang on. Hungry Boy will be able to push it through and get the first point for Demon's Raw in a long while.
That was the drone, the primary from Now, that scored the goal. A little bit of friendly fire there as Cardbox used it, sending it backwards to try to hit one of the members of Demon's Raw, but missed, and then it just stuck there and prevented Natty from clearing it out. I've been in that situation a few times. I've been told, hey, just try not to use Now abilities backwards if you can, because you might end up in a situation like that.
Not
but even
use
then,
Now abilities.
we gotta not send them backwards to to protect your own goal, Gordo.
Yeah, no, you're definitely in the right there, Mystic. But unthinkable for those who've been playing Now for a long time, I'm sure. Natty setting up to be able to get it back over to Cardbox, and Kainoob with a nice little flip just sends it right through, and we're on to point number 5 in this set number 1.
There's so much trust that he would be able to break into the net there. He actually foregone his eject button and stayed up to help score that goal. If that play did not work out, that was point over for Demon's Raw. But starting off, a quick turnaround to get this into a 2-2 situation as Hungry Boy breaks down one barrier, tries to find the other one with the energy burst, isn't able to get it. Reverse coming out from, or the counter attack coming out from Calamities as they try to clear this out, but Cardbox having trouble getting it past Snake, tries to get it over to the other side, going to Threezy instead. Snake uses the flurry, isn't able to connect, but a good attempt nonetheless, as Threezy Breezy tries to go for some of these abilities with the perfect form, can spam them a little bit more thanks to having 6 abilities available to him on this Kazan character with both forms. And yeah, we're just seeing, a good pass going over from Cardbox over to Threezy, isn't able to find the barrier, but the offensive pressure is coming out for Calamities.
Definitely. And an exchange of blows. Very dangerous here for, well, as I say it, there's the KO found on towards Snake. He's been staggered for a while, and they finally do manage to get the job done. Now, will they be able to move this into a set 1 win for the Cosmic Calamities? That's what remains to be seen. Hungry Boy still disrupting these passing lanes. Finally, Threezy going to be able to find the poke in onto the second barrier, looking to be able to take it home for the score. Doesn't land a crooked leverage, goes in for the spin, and can't find it there. Cardbox back over with the lifeline, trying to keep Threezy topped on off. He goes for the poke, doesn't get it into the goal. Fended back away by Cardbox, trying to pass it on over. There's going to be the flip, there's going to be the poke. It's up towards the top. It's for Cardbox, who can't get the shot through. Threezy takes another one. Kainoob able to flip it back away, and will keep this point alive. Hungry Boy now going to be staggered at risk of being taken down by a quick maddening descent from Threezy. Crooked leverage not going to be able to connect on a Hungry Boy or onto the core, so no play to be set up from it. Drum and Bass clearing it back on over, trying to get into Cardbox hands. Cardbox just cannot manage to push it through. As I say that, finally getting it over to Threezy, but the top spin not going to be enough, and the crooked leverage just keeps barely falling short. It's not getting out of this core. It's not setting up these combos, dribbling it off the top. Cardbox takes another shot in. Won't be able to get through. Natty getting pushed on back by the likes of Snake, using that energy burst. So much damage. Cardbox is barely still standing. Threezy's down. Snake takes it home, and it's first set to Demon's Raw.
Oh my goodness, the amount of damage Snake dealt in that moment when he was stuck in the ensnare drums, used the flip, gets so much done. KO happens onto Threezy Breezy. Cardbox was looking low as well, and it was only the members of Demon's Raw standing in the end with Natty and 1 strike shot, unable to find the core. And a reverse 3-0 in that first set, as Demon's Raw with their undefeated roster coming out strong in the second half of set number 1. Taking a look at what the awakenings are, it's going to be rapid fire over for Kainoob, paired with the perfect form, it's going to be up nearly all the time. Taking a look at everything else, we have Egoist over to the now. Sai's going to the big fish. Can't let the Kazan have that, but Kazan is happy with the 1-2 punch. And Snare Drums is going to be up at the start of every single kickoff, thanks to the Happy Star. And then the last member being Snake getting the Twin Drive, which honestly, not the worst thing you can get. Since Juliet cares so much about having the dash punch available, and the dash being about twice the length of the punch, you can be using the Twin Drive pretty effectively.
And Natty's still fending these away, just barely. A quick double barrier found by Demon's Raw to kick on off this point, but there's going to be Threezy finding the second barrier, using that closed umbrella to its fullest, finding the poke through into the awkward angles, but Snake gets it past Natty. Natty a little too far down, can't get back to the core in time.
Unable to get it, and a good dash punch there to Sakura. Having one more dash does help out. I hope Snake, I was actually talking to him about this earlier today, how Juliet don't like to take dash awakenings that much, and I know Snake is one of the few Juliets who will take the dash awakenings when presented, so a little bit of Shaolin action if it makes a way through. I hope he does manage to find something like a Super Surge or an explosive entrance there to help secure some of these Twin Drive plays that he has. Goes for a second dash punch, isn't able to find it, looking really low. Natty trying to find the KO onto him, isn't able to get it. The Giga Blast comes out, finds the KO onto Cardbox. 3v2 situation here. They don't have their barriers, but they have the man advantage, although Snake is looking really low, trying to find the position there. Gets it with just the dash. Kainu walking up, uses the energy burst, isn't able to get it. The eject button expires, has to walk all the way back. Snake in the net, the crooked leverage yanks it out of Kainu, and because the Juliet is in the net, does not have the abilities to reach the core.
Really good stuff here. That is going to be excellently played by Threezy to be able to close things out for the squad. Now locking down Snake, setting up for him to be able to take that top barrier. Threezy moving it down towards the bottom, trying to push it in for that other one. But now it's just going to be a double barrier over to Snake yet again, nearly getting his dash punch through. And once again, it's Demons taking both barriers in no time at all. Let's see if Cosmic Calamities can stage the comeback yet again, but this has been such a difficult position that they keep finding themselves in. Nice send out of the Ensnare Drums, going to buy a little bit of time, going to reset things, but it gets right back over to Snake either way. Threezy nearly taken off the top, getting hit by so many of these skills, forced to use the burst just to get himself out of dodge. These glitch pops just keep connecting alongside the Giga Blast, and Natty in a 1 versus 3 in the net will be able to clear it down towards the bottom. Snake going in for another, pushes Natty out of the way, and that is going to be the point to Tongri Boy.
Everything coming down, and this is the plays that I love to see on the Kai. One of the best effects, or one of the best positives of Kai, is when paired with the eject button, you can rush up, and your barrage is a skill that is meant to break barriers and to score goals. One of the hardest abilities there to defend against as a goalie. And when you are a goalie yourself, the only way to utilize it is to get up in their face. So has it for both defense and offense, paired with a rapid fire, paired with a perfect form. We'll have it on deck to use at any time, really, especially if you get something like a prime time to go along with it. And almost all the points scored by Demon's Raw were because Kainu was rushing up through the eject button. Whether he stayed with or without the eject button didn't matter. He's just going for the plays, going for the offense there. Finds the second barrier with the help of his teammates. Natty looking low, has to go pick up an energy orb to help heal up. Snake sitting around the top doing what Snake does best, but a good drone stuns Kainu to allow the barrier to drop. Breezy coming back, looking for a crooked leverage play, trying to get his best going here, as Snake is just unrelenting pressure on top of Natty. You know that if the core gets anywhere near Snake, a dash punch is coming out and the point is going in.
Yeah, and it very well might be the case right here. Sent down towards the bottom. Threezy coming back out, trying to find the score. Top spin forward. Well positioned, but can't get past Kainoob, who still manages to hold on. And this could be a 2-0 lead to Demon's Raw, fighting their way back in game number 2. And it's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Cosmic Calamities, or we are going to be going to game number 3, Mystic.
And taking a look at what's happening here in the draft, what will everyone be rewarded for? Team player on an open map, going over to the goalie of Demon's Raw, which is Kainoob this game. A phenomenal pickup there. You know that's going to make such a big difference on how the pace of the game is going to go. Breezy looking for what to take here. Honestly, it's a tough pickup if you're the brawler. I think they're going to let the Catalyst try to fall through onto Cardbox, but denied away from Hungry Boy. Instead, Knife's Edge going to be picked up on the Kazan. A little bit of self-awakening there as he takes his own picture. Taking a look at everything else, we have the Unstoppable going over to Julie, which is going to help even more on the dash punch. It helps stop some of the offense that Natty can provide, especially with the primary, to no longer hit stun Snake as he goes for some of these dash punch. But starting off strong for Calamities as we get one barrier and a kill. The second barrier dropped as well. 3v2 play. Not all members of Demon's Raw are available. And a simple pass down to Cardbox rather than egoing for the brawler shot. I love that from 3Z, sending it down, allowing his midfielder to score there. And I like the positioning from Cardbox in general to be aware of where he needed to stand to allow some of these goal opportunities to come through. Taking a look, another barrier being fallen really quickly as 3Z Breezy tries to go for the second one. And we're seeing Calamities come back strong. As I say that, the Giga Blast comes out, Gordo. 3Z's gone.
Yeah, 3Z going to be off the map for a little while. Looking strong, though. Still found an early barrier. Going to be respawning in a couple of seconds. And Cardbox doing a good job with the dribble, buying a lot of time here, faking out Hungry Boy and Snake a couple of times in that interaction. And a nice ricochet off 3Z. Going to be able to send it in towards that second barrier. Snake, though, coming in hot, looking for the score. Finds it with a KO to back it up. And will tie things up in set number 3, Demon's Raw.
That's the double dash Julie coming in. One dash punch to get the barrier flip, second dash to help score the goal. And that's actually one of the issues that brawlers have when going for these energy burst plays after taking barrier is you dump your abilities to get the barrier, you pop the energy burst, and then you don't have anything up to actually push it through into the net. And we saw the Twin Drive getting its value there just fine. Once again, going through, Hungry Boy goes for the energy burst flip, tries to find the shot onto the net, isn't able to get it thanks to Natty. But Snake prepared, trying to do his best here. But no, it slips right through the defense of Demon's Raw. Topspin comes out, isn't able to connect, but Demon's Raw has to do their best to hold down an open net. Kainu usually doesn't care about these situations. If he finds an eject button play, he's going in. And so far, they're doing a good job of keeping up the pressure. Natty has the energy burst, forced to use it. Snake finding the counter attack there, gets the barrier, open net. Snake is really close to an energy burst of his own. If the core gets up, he has the dash punch here, and it's going in. Oh my god, rare mistake.
A little too early.
Yeah.
Didn't get it onto the core, and that might end up making the difference here. That might end up giving a lead in this set. Back over to Cosmic Calamities if they're able to remount themselves in offense. Snake has the energy burst. He's ready to go for it. Takes it through. Blocked away by Natty. Sent back in by Hungry Boy, but Cardbox is able to send it back away. It's going to be Cardbox and 3Z now, combining forces, looking to close out the point, dribbling it off the bottom. The flip from Cardbox will send it into the goal, and it's 2-1. Cosmic Calamities aren't done yet.
And I really did come down to that missed dash punch there, I believe. If Snake managed to connect that would have been the point going over to Demon's Raw, giving them the lead in this set. But it could be time for a reversal for Calamities coming through. They did pick this map. This is their choice. Hungry Boy with a great flip, manages to get the second barrier, opens it up, trying to get 2-2 in this set to finish off the game. Can Demon's Raw push it up? Kainu doesn't have the eject button available. He just pops it now, but doesn't even need it. 2-2. Still has the energy burst available for next point.
2-2-2, and a 0.5 that may take Demon's Raw up to game number 3 if they're able to come up with it. Still an attempted fight back from Cosmic Calamities, though. Things are not done yet for them. They have the chance to be able to take this to at least a set number 4 and to keep their dreams of being able to sweep this series alive. Sent down towards the bottom, 3Z moving on up. Looking to be able to send it in towards that barrier, and Demon's Raw looking so much better now with this new iteration of the roster coming on through, what they've been playing on more frequently, what they've been finding wins on, and looking like they are ready to find another one, but they lose their second barrier. 3Z can close this one out here, just needs the flip, sent back through by Natty, can't quite get it in range. They're just going to use the flip there aggressively. 3Z brawling with Snake and Kainu. Flip comes through from Snake, ricochets off the top, brawling for it now. Everybody in the center trying to get their hands on it. Neither going to be able to move it too much further. And it is going to be Cardbox trying to take it on towards the bottom. 3Z gets it with the crooked leverage, but sends it a bit too far behind himself. Natty redirects. 3Z going in for the poke, but it's fended away by Kainoob as well. Cardbox trying to set up the offense. Hungry Boy comes out, isn't quite able to find his way onto the core. 3Z trying to disrupt them with the top spin, goes in for another poke, can't get it in to the goal. Cardbox now with flip available, going to use it to pass it to 3Z. 3Z tries to send it through, it's bouncing up and down, but it does not go into the goal. and it's snare drums from Natty, going to need to buy themselves just a little bit of additional time. Drone doesn't find its way out of the core either. threezy finally takes the shot from midfield, wins the set for Cosmic Calamities, and takes us to set 4.
A 1-2 punch close form, just sending a little too fast there for Kainoob to get, but that previous play on the net, I'm surprised that they managed to dig it out there. That was really impressive from Kainoob on defense. Taking a look at the first win of this match in terms of stats, going over to Calamities. Rewarded for the now is going to be the Monu, a great pickup there. Not as oppressive as it was before the changes, where they made the now secondary no longer a heavy hit. It is now a light hit. One of the big benefits of Tamanu was it just allowed so much hits done going through. Besides that, more size again on Hungry Boy, 2 size awakenings, which means all that is left is Rampage. I'm not sure if it's made its way through, but taking a look at everything else, Kainoob has the Chrono Boost, one of Kai's best awakenings here, and you're going to see how well he uses it on offense, already getting 1 barrier. Second barrier being found with the help of Hungry Boy and Snake as he tries to go for the point. Gets bounced back by the ensnare drums, but the second strike able to send it through.
Nice score there from Snake. Quick and easy for the Demon's Raw side to take the lead in set number 4. See if this last Awakening draft is what has pushed them over the edge. Nice little poke from threezy, going to be able to find the early second barrier. He's trying to take it for a second. Top spin, not quite connecting the way he wants. Maddening Descent sends the core in the wrong direction, sets up Snake to be able to take a barrier of his own. And threezy and Cardbox just need to find that offense groove the way that it was working for them earlier in this game and keep it going throughout the entirety of a set. Cardbox staggered, nearly taken off the map, still able to hang on for now. And threezy try to take it back out over to the left.
Manages to get it with the punch. A Snake on the Juliet there breaks the barrier. One of the things that Mako has a hard time dealing with is Juliet specifically because of the hits on all the abilities that Juliet can provide. But doing a good job holding down the defense, has to force to use the energy burst. Cardbox looking low, uses the elusive, Stagger Striker healing back up. threezy Breezy looking for a shot here. 1-2 punch is available, but we're not in overtime yet, so the core isn't going as fast as he'd like. 5 more seconds to speed up the core. Team player is active for Kainoob. If he ends up sending the core to one of them, one of the forwards, it's going to go really fast into the corner pocket. Manages to get around Natty. Wasn't expecting to be shot right back up there.
Yeah, they created themselves such a beautiful opportunity there for threezy, but Kainoob is able to read the situation, wins out the 50-50, blocks the shot, and finds Demon's Raw now up 2-0 with a shot to win. Game number 2. Snake takes both barriers,
oh my
and
goodness,
Snake
what just happened?
closes it out. What a move from Snake there. 3-0 set to Demon's Raw, and we're going to game 3, Mystic.
A dominating game on Oni Village, the map selected by Calamities, going over to Demon's Raw after a substitute from losing game 1. Gumi steps out, Kainoob in the net, Hungry Boy coming into the midfield, and I said it before, but this is an undefeated roster so far for Demon's Raw. If they win this, that is going to be 2 victories for Hungry Boy, which has given Demon's Raw some surprising wins in this set, or in this Nassel series, I should say.
Maybe Hungry Boy's Ricky the split, you know?
He could be.
He's playing a lot, and he's playing very well for this Demon's Raw squad. Subbing in on the reigning champs and now finding himself multiple wins. Looking to see if he can close out this series for the squad and make this a win up against the undefeated Cosmic Calamities team. That would be huge for Demon's Raw. It would put them right back up towards the top of the standings. And it would start to make some very interesting conversations become the focus of the community when we talk about what this roster is going to look like next week.
Taking a look at what we're going into for Game 3, we have an Atlas Lab pickup for the final map that was selected over. One of the things that Calamities likes to do on this map is put threezy on the Luna, depending on the starting awakening there. And then Cardbox still has access to the Octavia if he chooses to go that route. I'm sure Natty is going to be happy with any of the defensive goalies, whether it's Asher, Mako, or Atlas being selected. So one of those 3 you can expect to go over to Natty. And then besides that, if they don't go for the Luna or the Octavia, expect something similar between the Asher, maybe going back over to threezy in the forward position, or the Zentaro. I would say more play going over for that. The Snake looking just fine on the Juliet there. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to play either the Snake, not Snake play the Snake. Snake being happy to play either the Zentaro or Julie himself. And I would expect something similar in the net. Maybe you ban out the Aimee. I'm not sure what the pick is going to be here for for the ban position against Demon's Raw. If you ban out the Aimi, you take it away from both Kai Noob and Hungry Boy, and then force Hungry Boy onto a different pick. He is known for his Aimi back in the solo queue days, so let's see how well he can adapt beyond that if that is taken away.
Yeah, this is Atlas's lab draft as the decider match, so going to be a different look for both of these teams than what we've played on so far. And now, what will the priority fall under? I mean, we know it's going to be the same rosters as in game number 2, so no roster changes this time around. Hopefully going to be able to find out what these starting awakenings are before too long and see who the priority is going to be for, and whether or not they're going to keep these same bans, taking away stuff like that Zentaro that could have been such a threat.
Yeah, completely agree there. Waiting on what the starting awakenings are to see. We do get a Deadeye and Pancakes pickup. So with the Deadeye start, things like the Luna are on the table, the Aimi are on the table, even the Vice is available. Kai with Giga can utilize it just well. Even some of the brawlers can utilize the Deadeye, such as Rasmus on the Pendulum Swing and the Death Touch can utilize this very well. So this will change things up. I think this makes it so that 3Z is more likely to lean into the Luna if available. Maybe the Aimi ban goes out if you're Calamities, and then you lock in the Luna yourself. And besides that, not sure if or which Deadeye user Cardbox has up his sleeve, if he has maybe like a Vice available to him or something else. But actually opting in for the Juno ban, I'm surprised to see that.
Yeah, an interesting one to see come through here for sure. Ra going to take away the Atlas, so probably a pair of goalies, maybe a midfielder in theory with both of them, technically. We've seen some midfield Atlases from Demon's Raw in particular before. But there's going to be a Aimi lock-in to start things off. That's going over to Cosmic Calamities. There's that Luna for Demon's Raw. No Gumi this time, though, and now going to be Asher with them as well.
Yeah, and taking a look, the Asher Luna picked up, which means the Luna can be going, most likely it's going to be Asher, Natty, then Luna on 3Z, and then we're still looking for a midfield pickup. The Aimi going right back over, can be going to either Hungry Boy or Kai Noob. This is just a flex pick between them, but most likely onto, honestly, at this point I'm not sure, because you can have the Estelle goalie just fine. I think Kai Noob plays the Estelle goalie great, but maybe he wants to go in for the Aimi goalie, and then Estelle going over to Hungry Boy, and then Snake is going to be on the Juliet. And Juliet being one of those characters that can use speed very well. When you have the Pancakes available to you and you have a little bit of power, Julie becomes really oppressive. And then the Vice being locked in for the midfielder of Demons. Oh, do I have? Okay, so it is Vice. I had a flip. I don't know why I keep getting a flip this time around. It was blue side for Demon's Raw last time. So taking a look, let me go through this mentally again. Aimi, Estelle, Juliet for Calamities, and then Raw has the Luna, Asher, and Vice. So
you got it.
It's one thing that's so interesting is that this is the comp that I was expecting Calamities to pick, and it was picked by Demon's Raw.
Yeah. It's certainly an interesting look for them. They haven't been the Vice team, at least the most of the time that I've gotten to see them. So it's interesting to see that one come across. And then, yeah, I assume it's going to be Aimi goalie, Estelle midfield when it's Cosmic Calamities, but definitely a big change of look for them as well. The Asher, interesting to see picked so early, especially into the Aimi. So a lot of ranged characters up against this Asher that might make it a little bit tough for her to really take advantage of some of the powers that she brings.
Yeah, and as we get loaded in, we'll have everyone do the in-game draft. Cardbox will be on the Aimi, which means Natty is on the Estelle. We'll have access to a little bit more range. Will not be opting in for a melee goalie this time around, and it'll be 3Z on the Juliet. Looking at the other side, we have Kai Noob on the Luna goalie, with Snake and Hungry Boy being the forward duo, with Asher and Vice, and then Vice having that Deadeye. So let's see how the damage will come through, if this is going to be a bloodbath or not. Kai Noob flying in immediately, 90% of Cardbox's health depleted within a second of the point starting. Snake looking for the KO, manages to find it onto Cardbox, getting some stacks as well. And now we already have, within 15 seconds, a 3v2 situation here on Atlas's lab point 1.
Yeah, really good pressure coming on through here. Snake going to be sent on down towards the bottom, taking a fair chunk of damage, but Not able to take any barriers for it yet. Natty, great defense so far, will be pushed on back finally. And it is that Estelle goalie you were talking about. So not going to have all the goalie tools in the world and not something that we traditionally see in that position, but doing a solid job so far being able to keep up the defense. Threezy finding a stagger there on towards the Snake, trying to keep him outside of the play. There's going to be that Supernova channeled by Hungry Boy, but going in the wrong direction and ending up taking a barrier on his own goal. Threezy getting pushed back away by Kainoob. Kainoob going to use the energy burst. A KO found by Cardbox up at the top, and now going to be sent on into the goal. Threezy ready for a quick strike down. Kainoob can't get to it in time.
Yeah, the KO onto the top there, opening up a 3v2 play. Threezy was staggered, but still managing to find the goal with the help of Cardbox and Natty. And we can see the benefit of the Estelle goalie here is, rather than all the defense that we've been so used to, can provide a lot of the offensive pressure, taking out so much of Hungry Boy's health. But at the same time, we see how difficult it can be to defend against something like an Asher there, who has that path splitter, the piercing light, to help force through all these things. As the KO comes out, second KO comes out, Threezy Breezy looking for a shot. Luna ultimate dropped. Can Kainoob defend against 3v1 here? Isn't able to get it. Little Luna trying her best.
It's too tough. I don't want to end up in that position. Oh, excuse me. When you go for the Luna goalie, as just so hard to defend up against multiple aggressors right up in your face. You really want to be able to support your teammates, keep the offense rolling for as long as possible, take some big headers into the goal with the boost. But when you're forced into those tough defensive scenarios, that is not going to be the goalie of choice most of the time, and Kainoob struggling in that very scenario right then and there. Hungry Boy falling on back, trying to help out the rest of the squad. And Cardbox taken so very low. Second barrier falls very quickly. Threezy with the Flame Flurry right up in their face, and Cardbox just takes it through. It's 3-0 Cosmic Calamities.
A great energy burst from Cardbox prevents him from getting stunned from the Vice Thunderstruck, and then, the secondary there, and then kind of splits the C with the energy burst itself and finding the path into the victory of set number 1. We have Natty first pick here, has his pickings. Can't really deny a Size Awakening because both of them are available. Opts in for the Spark instead, but it's going to be a Knife's Edge going over to Threezy Breezy instead. You don't really want that going onto the Juliet, who is looking for dash punches, and to dash punch someone, they need to be close to the edge, and that is where Juliet thrives. Instead, we'll get the Adrenaline Rush for all the KOs coming out. A really good denial in general, because with the Deadeye start, there's so many KOs happening. You want to be the team with the Ad Rush. Besides that, Hungry Boy will get some size, and then Kainoob will get the Fight or Flight. But in general, I think you're really happy here if you are Calamity. Getting size on Aimi makes the Cyber Swipe bigger. And also, just having size in general on your midfielder is always fun to have. It makes the Strike Wars much easier when you have more size to work with.
And Threezy proccing the Adrenaline Rush there, finding the KO up for the top, and now taking it in towards both barriers. Cardbox bringing in the damage with that larger Cyber Swipe, and nearly able to take it in for the goal. Still ricocheting off the center. Cardbox moving it over, trying to get it into Threezy's hands for a quick dash punch victory to be able to keep their win streak alive. Stagger onto Threezy, but the Cyber Swipe from Cardbox sends it right where they need it. That's 4 in a row. Cosmic Calamities.
And that's the benefit of the additional size from Built Different. You're able to hit stun and also reach the core in that situation to redirect when coming through with the Cyber Swipe. Starting off 4 points in a row for Cosmic Calamities, I'm pretty sure. They haven't dropped one yet, and they're looking pretty good. Threezy Breezy trying to get his stacks fully up, gets that health orb from the enemy side, but Kainoob, you can see the way Threezy is playing. He's trying to position himself in front of Kainoob to prevent the abilities from going through, but he's still taking a lot of damage for this. Has to go back, step out of the play for a little bit as Cardbox walks up, tries to get the glitch pop to break the barrier here. Forced to use the elusive to not die to the Luna ultimate. Snake getting shot down, but at least has the health orb to help bring him back up a little bit. No healing available for any side of this team. No Atlas, no Now. So members will fall, but one of them has the Adren Rush. Let's see if Threezy will start getting these procs and start flying.
Uh-oh, Threezy. Yeah, not quite going to be able to get out of the Thunder, but there's going to be a KO traded back immediately by Kainoob, and it's going to be 2 versus 2 on the map for the time being. Natty getting a little bit of damage there onto Hungry Boys. Both teams wait in for the respawns. First going to come out across. It's Snake back out of the field. Threezy's here as well, nearly proccing the Ad Rush again, but the KO is found, and Hungry Boy is still standing. He refuses to drop, and they will be able to hang for now. Snake waiting right there to be able to send it through. It's actually Hungry Boy with the Thunderstruck that pushes it through and breaks the loss streak. Demons Raw's on the board.
First point finally going over their way. The KOs are coming through left and right, but the Brawlers seem to be the one taking the fall. Their Pancakes aren't able to stack up at all. If anything, maybe it was better for them to take the Deadeye. Snake with the Deadeye on Asher is actually a really, really strong pick because you can proc Deadeye from the secondary and the primary while dashing. And the same thing you can do with Julia as well. But as I say that, another KO comes out. 3Z Breezy fallen. 2-1 lead for Demons Raw as they try to turn things around and get their first set win.
Wow. And Snake closes that out so quickly. He doesn't even need to use the energy burst either. And so it's going to be a 2-1 lead to Demons Raw. And what was looking like a Cosmic Calamity sweep is very quickly changing its tone here. Snake going to be able to take the first of the barriers, setting up for a second, ends up back passing it, knows that he's not going to be able to get it past 3 defenders. It's Cardbox throwing out the Glitch Pop here, knocking aside Hungry Boy, trying to give this core a pathway out. Now 3Z finding the KO, taking Snake off the map, getting the Adrenaline Rush, but Hungry Boy looking to take it all the way home while he's there. 3Z does manage to pass it on up, gets it onto the other side of the crater, and will be able to take a barrier for it. Cardbox coming into the bottom. Snake is back up, though, and Snake is trying to guide it back away. 3Z not going to be able to get it onto that barrier. Cardbox passes it on down. There's going to be the boost coming on through from Kainoob. Still not able to push it past. Hungry Box comes on out, sends it forward to Snake. Natty fires out another piercing shot, moves them further away. 3Z going to be able to take it into this barrier, looking for the goal, finds it. 2-2, going to point number 5 in set number 2.
Bringing things back up, Demons Raw looking good the last 2 points, but the KOs are now leading the way of Calamities as they've been finding the Adren Rush procs, and 3Z Breezy with all that movement speed, it is hard for Luna to defend. You actually don't even need abilities at that point when you're that fast. You can kind of just maneuver around the Luna and try to break it, but Demons Raw coming out strong this time around. Luna ultimate comes down, all the abilities coming through, both barriers drop, Cardbox looking low, no elusive available. Hungry Boy trying to go back and pick up the health orb, unable to get the ball moving forward, but it is now 3Z and Cardbox who have to get the offensive pressure coming through if they want to. Oh my god, a great clear from behind the back from Kainoob there. Gotta give him props for that. And now we need to break the second barrier if we want Calamities to have a shot going in 2-0 strong into this next one. But it is the combination of abilities of Vice and Luna that takes 3Z out. 3v2. Barrier is alive. Snake looking low. Going around a little bit of a black hole there as through 2 more seconds until 3Z is back up. And the KO comes from Hungry Boy to extend the power play even more. I don't even know what's going on, Gordo.
Yeah, really good trades back and forth, and now another KO found by Snake. The numbers advantage for Demons Raw. They move up to tie it up in game number 3, 1 set apiece.
A super close set there, and the points were just KO after KO after KO. Demons Raw unrelenting there, getting their kill streak going forward, constantly keeping at a 3v2. Luna first pick here, doesn't really have much, has the extra special available to them, probably takes that. Besides that, Aimee, Super Surge, extending that range of the secondary, the Cyber Swipe, and enhancing the damage paired with a Deadeye works really well. I like to take away from Juliet being one of those characters that can utilize Catalyst so well. I like to take away from that going on to Hungry Boy, and then Sparks being brought all around. Going in for the Spark of Resilience, which is going to give 450 stagger there to 3Z, bringing him up to around 2,000 stagger. And then Snake, last pick, getting the Spark of Agility instead. Only 1 spark left, which is Spark of Strength. All 3 sparks are available. The KO coming through. Snake missing his dash punch on the Asher, gets sniped down by Natty, and on the offensive 3v2 play, Cardbox, Natty, and 3Z score the point.
And that is going to be such a massive play just from the side of Cosmic Calamities. They get everything at once. They get the KO, they get both barriers, they turn it into the score, and now they're down a member. As Demons Raw continues to find these KOs so quickly and so aggressively, and then they're able to convert them into these points so consistently, but not this time. 3Z going to be able to fight back, going to be able to get the ad rush for himself. They do lose both barriers in the process. Will they be able to turn it into the double for themselves to keep things even? Cardbox for them to get back on over to 3Z, but 3Z going to be the one who falls to another boost from Kainoob. Snake coming back out, advancing towards the goal. Sentry Turret going to do a little bit of work from Cardbox to be able to buy them a little bit of additional time to prevent that goal from coming on through. And now 3Z back on the board. It's a 3-on-3 yet again. It gets snuck past Kainoob, whose boost doesn't connect onto anything. Breezy throwing himself into that flurry, going to be able to find the second barrier and going to be able to open up the goal for the team. But Snake guiding it up through the top. Really good footwork there, holding on to the core, dribbling it back and forth, but not able to get it on into the goal. It's Cardbox trying to find a shot now. Natty clearing it back out with the piercing shot, sends it back over with that strike shot, and still not going to be able to get it on into the goal. Hungry Boy moving forward towards the goal. Cardbox skipped over by Kai Noob as he goes in for a boost to take a shot of his own. The boost will not be enough. Cardbox sending it from midfield, getting it back over to Threezy, not able to use the dash punch, be able to take it in for the goal, and the numbers advantage is back over to Demon's Raw. Hungry Boy with the flip available, passes it on up, disrupted by Natty, who uses his own flip to push it away. Barrier Beam not going to get it through. Threezy Breezy back on the respawn. Deep into overtime now, as a lead could be established here for Cosmic Calamities. Not quite going to be enough with the Supernova. A KO found by Threezy. He's in the adrenaline rush, and he takes it home. 2-0 for Cosmic Calamities.
The MVP of that point was Natty. The defense that was coming out from him, oh my goodness. Just never letting anything through. Natty playing that point perfectly on Estelle. This guy who has been known for his defensive goalies on the Asher, on the Atlas, on the Mako, coming through and putting on a whole performance on the Estelle. Absolutely love to see it. And with that type of play, Demon's Raw looking, or sorry, oh my goodness, Demon's Raw did not like what I was talking about.
No, not at all.
Just
They take Natty right off the map. Oh, Cardbox saves it! Hanging on up against Snake. Hungry Boy going to send it back through. 1 second to go until Natty's back on the map, and they keep the defense going. Cosmic Calamities are able to hold on for so long, and then as soon as the respawn's there, the goal comes through for Demons.
Still a 2-1 lead, but yeah, Natty was taken out so early, and we saw how quickly that point went. Maybe Demon's Raw are catching on to a little bit of a potential strategy here if they want to start scoring more points. 2-1 lead, like I said before. As one barrier drops, the second barrier falls. You hate to see it as both barriers fall at the same time. Threezy trying to find one. Not able to get one, tries to get the setup there, but Cardbox with a great Super Search setup. Oh my goodness, a great play there from Kai Noob, redirecting it after the boost, sending it up to the top corner. Even with Snake falling, it does not matter there. It is 2-2. The person who takes this will take the lead in the set. And the series, as of right now, is not over yet, but it's going back and forth, Gerda.
It is going back and forth so close. 1-1 would be or already is the set score line. A huge advantage to whoever is going to be able to take it. KO already found here for Cosmic Calamities. Will they be able to close out? Hungry Boy back onto the field. And a move on forward. Snake going to be able to take the KO. Both barriers fall. Hungry Boy passing it back over to Snake. Looking for one more barrier beam to take it into the goal, but Natty going to be able to fend it away back down towards the bottom. It's Threezy Breezy looking for a breakaway. Can't get it in towards the goal. Threezy moving on towards the bottom. Cardbox coming in to support him. One more strike would be able to send it through. It's not enough on its own, and a KO found on the opposite side. Is Threezy no longer going to be a part of a play. There's going to be the glitch pop coming on through. Somehow Cardbox was able to find a KO for himself. Both brawlers off the map. Respawn for Threezy. Gonna be here first. Threezy coming back out. Kai Noob boosts forward, trying to find himself a shot on the goal. Not gonna be able to get it in there. And Sneak, no, not gonna be able to sneak it through one more time. It's going to actually be Hungry Boy back here, fending with Threezy Breezy, trying to move himself over towards the goal. Another KO found by Cardbox. An empty goal, back in time to get the flip, but it's not enough. Threezy Breezy dash punches forward and takes the set for Cosmic Calamities.
Hungry Boy with so many KOs that point. KO after KO, finding that Super Search Deadeye Amy, plus the build different, which has the impact damage on top of it as well, providing so much pressure, so much KO potential. And now we're going into a lead for Calamities here as the hot shot goes over to Natty, which is going to make these piercing shots go through so much faster. The 1-2 punch over on the Luna, the KO potential is unreal. Paired that with the Deadeye, Stagger Swagger over to the Imi. Hungry Boy will be picking that up, and then the Prize Fighter onto Juliet. A good Dash Awakening goes over to Hungry Boy. The Cardbox will be taking the Stagger Swagger. Hungry Boy will be taking the Explosive Entrance, which will help all the abilities of Vice, but also increase that dash range, which means that one of the plays you can do with Vice is shoot your secondary onto the enemy goalie, and it really puts them in a checkmate position where they're forced to either eat the damage or elusive and then not have it up for a potential rebound play.
Definitely. Cardbox getting it back over to Threezy, trying to take it in towards that barrier. Moving forward is Kai Noob. nearly able to take it on in towards the barrier, and Snake going to be able to take the top one. Another crater, almost called a boost, from Kainoob, getting a lot of damage onto Cardbox and 3Z, but they will be able to reach it back up with the orbs without too much trouble. Snake pressuring for the bottom barrier, will be able to take it. Hungry Boy knocked aside by 3Z, and 3Z trying to get it back on up towards the goal. There's the flip coming on through from Hungry Boy. They're not going to be able to find the KO thanks to 3Z Breezy, but Hungry Boy very low on HP, finds a supernova and gets his revenge in an instant. 3Z Breezy taken down, but Cardbox able to move it back over. He's going to be able to find the barrier with this bounce as well. He's got the flip. He tries to take it 1 versus 2. Can't send it home. Hungry Boy going to be able to fend it back away with another Thunderstruck, but 3Z Breezy's already respawned and he's back onto the field. There's Kainoob finding his boost, connecting with the core and sending it in past Natty.
I mean, Natty was doing a phenomenal job of holding on, but when he was staggered for that long, it's so tough. 3Z losing his stacks on both the pancakes and the prize fighter comes back and is now Cardbox. Oh my goodness, Cardbox running for his life. Runs to the edge, tries to pull the Oppa Bug tech, isn't able to get his life spared for it. Natty jumping in with the Rose Warp, but loses his barrier for it, trying to make an aggressive play, unable to at least manages to get one barrier for it, tries to find the other one, isn't able to connect. Cardbox back, tries to go for the 2v3 play, or oh my goodness. So, the middle expansion pop. 3Z Breezy looking for a play here. He's so slow with no pancake stack. Cardbox trying to do his best, down to nothing. Stagger Swagger activated, going back all the way to his net to help play. A good strike shot coming from Natty to help set this up. Oh my goodness, the extended missile duration because of the strike shot and the aerials makes it so that the Thorns go all the way down and gets the rebound over to 3Z, breaks the second barrier. Cardbox looking low, has the Stagger Swagger pop. 3Z with no elusive, trying to get into a play, but has to send it into open space there. Isn't able to really connect with anything. You can see how he's playing in the middle of the map, but it is the Vice? Was that the Vice ultimate that sent it mid?
That was the Vice ultimate, yeah. The Supernova knocking it off the top, off the bottom, into the goal. It finds its KO, but it also gets an own goal in the process. And 2 points away from a Cosmic Calamities victory. And a 3-0 start to the Nassau season. Starts off with a double barrier. Back over to Cosmic Calamities. 3Z Breezy marching on towards the bottom, but Snake trying to take it back over to the left.
Manages to dig it out there. Natty doing a good job. Almost, I mean, that could have slid in, but kind of plenty fast, is able to get it out. Snake trying to hold on to the energy burst, but uses it a little too late there. Isn't able to catch it. Trying to pop the middle because that would benefit Calamities a little bit more if they can just kind of force it through with the Estelle primary. But they're doing a good job of defending the middle from being broken. A good set of strikes, manages to get the second barrier here, and now Snake walking up, doing its best. 3Z has nothing available, is still alive. Thunderstruck comes down. Not able to do it. Cardbox sends it down. Kainoob with the boost. Has to blow it just to get the rebound there. Will not have it available to him. The primary rocket also down. And now it is just a matter of if 3Z can live long enough and if the core can make its way over, or if the core can just be sent so fast that no one can deal with it and it just slides through.
That is going to be the question here. Snake stepping forward, looking for that extra use of the dash punch for himself. 3Z with a flurry off the top, not going to be able to get it past Kainoob, not getting the good shots on goal that he needs to be able to close it out. Snake going to knock him away with one more dash in, but look at that path taken along the sentry turret. One more punch from 3Z takes it home, and 1 point away are Cosmic Calamities from the win. Looking
really tough here. Doesn't really have the prize fighter stacks, but it doesn't need it as well. 3Z doing a good job of redirecting that last shot at the end. Gets one barrier. Are they able to get the other one? Yes, able to get it out, the other one with Hungry Boy sending in the strike. Snake sitting right on top of Natty, trying to make sure he has no breathing room here and not use any ability to tank the Thorns, to tank all the shots. But Natty doing a good job of still finding his way to clear through with the primary. Strikes it out of Snake's hands. Tanks the crater. And the play is still alive just fine, but we need to get the other barrier if Calamities wants to score here.
Yeah, it might be really well going to 0.5 as Cosmic Calamities try to find their way to close things out. 3Z still with some resources left available. Snake so low, though, on Stagger. 3Z could try to take him out for the ad rush proc. Instead, 3Z's going to be the one who finds himself staggered. Cardbox able to cyber swipe his way forward and take the barrier. 3Z's lost the one-on-one on the other side. Snake stealing away orbs, stacking up resources, going for the flip, and taking it to 0.5.
And the KO on 3Z opening up the path. I do think 3Z has to play those craters a little bit better. You have plenty of time to position yourself. If you position it so that you are in between the corner and the crater, you will not die. You will just bounce off the corner there. And that's the second time 3Z has fallen to that. But a quick start to this point with a crater and the supernova allows both barriers to drop 2-0 in terms of barriers. Can they make it to one barrier fallen? One more barrier to go as Snake is standing with full pancakes there, doing his best with the knife's edge to just keep the pressure onto Natty, and it is
Great
Demon's Raw.
disruption. Natty finding the strike shot, able to knock it away from the pass and take that second barrier single-handedly. Now Cardbox is stepping forward, looking for one more shot, not able to get it through. 3Z so low on stagger, can't be the threat that he needs to be. Lands the flurry on a Snake, but the health bars are so different. 3Z is gone. It's a 3 versus 2 for Demon's Raw, looking to stay alive in this series, and they will take it to set 5.
The cord coming through, the power cord coming through with the extra hit. The chain lightning touching it and just slowly creeping in is one of the things you hate to see when you're against Vice. It is so frustrating. And now we're going to a set 5. It could be a set 5.5, the final set of the series. As we take a look at what's being picked up here, a great pickup of the the Unstoppable there going over to Luna. The second Stagger Awakening, the second Spark, and a Spark of Strength being picked up over to Natty, which is going to help increase the Spark of Focus, which means more CDR and more power. Asher getting that perfect form, and then Egoist. Does he have the Catalyst? No, the Catalyst is on Hungry Boy. And then besides that, a Rapid Fire onto Hungry Boy, which is going to be a great pickup. I mean, both teams got something good. 3Z not really getting something that he wants. Doesn't have the best Julia Awakening build in general, but everyone else on the side of Calamities has something pretty solid.
Good stuff there so far. And a nice bit of damage coming on to 3Z, finding himself staggered so early in the set for the upteenth time in this game number 3. Cardbox sending it down towards the bottom. Snake gets it back over to 3Z. 3Z looking to be able to take it in towards the barrier, but he is stunned up and nearly KO'd onto the bottom corner. Natty going to be able to send it back on up with those Crystal Thorns, going to be able to find that barrier. But it's a KO found onto 3Z. Cardbox at a numbers disadvantage as he looks to take it back onto an aggressive stance, looks to move things back in towards the goal. Hungry Boy channeling the Supernova, not going to connect onto anything, but going to be able to prevent any of those clears from coming on through. Natty taking it up towards the top at risk of getting KO'd by Snake. Will be able to get himself back out of it in time. 3Z going to be able to dribble it back up the top. Hungry Boy sending it back over to Natty. Natty not going to be able to defend that last barrier. And it's Snake passing it down to Hungry Boy, looking for another Thunderstruck. 3Z with the goal in his hands, looking to move forward into the goal. Not going to be able to do it, though. Snake going to be able to steal it back away. Snake stepping forward, looking for one more shot on the goal. Not going to be able to take it in. It's one more shot from Cardbox. In past the crater, into the goal. 1-0 for him.
The Cyber Swipe, Deadeye, Super Surge, built different. Aimi jumping right in and manages to get the shot, giving them the lead. And now going into this set, we have barriers being fallen one at a time so far. Second one comes through. Hungry Boy manages to find it with the strike, and now Gold Gate's wide open. Natty has to defend this open net here. One barrier at least being traded right back as the boost comes in, unable to find it, but kind of providing that offensive pressure. 3Z Breezy is just getting bullied here in the midfield, but manages to find the second barrier here as Cardbox, oh my goodness, almost gets one shot, has to look for a position to use the energy bridge, tries to find it onto Snake, is able to get it with the help of Natty and the Cyber Swipe, gets the KO, and now with 3v2 onto the net here, if Kainoob can defend, has to wait 5 seconds for Snake to come back. Cardbox shot on the bottom, takes it, manages to get it, 2-0 lead for Calamities.
Good play from Cardbox in this set number 5 so far. Now up 2-0, having found both goals. One more, and Cosmic Calamities are going to be 3-0. They're going to have taken down the reigning Nassel champs in Demon's Raw. Whatever roster iteration you want, they'll have won a game against each of them. And they just need to take it one goal further. Cardbox takes the first of the barriers, throws on down the sentry, barely staying alive, but staying alive nonetheless. 3Z Breezy setting up to move in towards that barrier, but it does get cleared back away by Kainoob. Snake going to be able to move back on over and try to take one for himself. They can hang on for now, but Cardbox gets the KO yet again, dribbling the core back to himself, getting it back into 3Z's hands. They take the barrier, strike shot to put it back into position. Snake with the flip available. A dodge going to be forced out by Kainoob's boost. A respawn for Hungry Boy, going to give them another shot. Threezy going to try to beat on him while he's in the channel. Cardbox gets it back on over. Threezy setting up for the dash punch, doesn't get the core in it, but does knock back away Kainoob for the time being. Back in off the center. Kainoob trying to find the score, has to blink back with the eject button, and Threezy dueling with Hungry Boy now, trying to get it back over. Cardbox going to be able to find it with a cyber swipe, trying to move it back over to Threezy's hands. Not going to be able to find the shot quite yet. Threezy dash punches once again. He does not find the core, but Cardbox is keeping control over the center, and Kainoob can't find the save. It's a goal to Threezy Breezy. It's a 3-0 set number 5. Cosmic Calamities are 3-0.
Cosmic Calamities with an undefeated record in Nassel Week 3, taking down Sad Boys, taking down Modern Magic, and now taking down both iterations of Demon's Raw with and without Gumi. So no one can say that they did not deserve this win, as they managed to defeat some of the best teams in Nassel historically, and are now going to be at the top of the leaderboard as they finish up the rest of their split. Taking a look at the stats here, I mean, I have to say, I was so impressed with Natty on this Estelle goalie. I think he did a phenomenal job. My vote for MVP of this series, or at least this game, has to go to Natty. Just known for his defensive goalies, not really known for his other picks. Pulled out the Estelle and just went insane. And even with that, Cardbox on the IME doing a phenomenal job. And then I know Threezy was playing a little bit of League of Legends ARAM there, as he didn't have as many defensive awakenings to help himself keep alive. But when the core came to him, he did what needed to be done and managed to score.
Really good stuff there. A 2-1 win for Cosmic Calamities will move them up towards the top of the leaderboard, like you said. And now the conversation has to begin. They are the team to beat in Nassel Season 5. Gonna have sole possession up there. We'll see if there can be another 3-0 team once this week is done for, as Eris Kitten Club could match them up there. They are going to have a game later, or coming right up next, actually. They're going to be up against Return to Form, where they will be favored. So we very well may end up with 2 3-0 teams, but that is going to be a hell of a conversation to have, especially with those two teams not playing each other for a long time. That won't be until week number 8.
And then regardless, we were talking about it a little bit earlier in the series, the way the split is being played out, or the season's being played out, Gordo, where a lot of these names that were previously expected to take the wins are no longer the case. Everyone's leveling up, teams are getting better, synergy is happening. Maybe it's time for the older generation. Their hands are too old. I know Kainoob is like 18 years old. Maybe he's done. He doesn't have it anymore in him. Gumi's, I think, 19 or 20. It's like, it's over. You might as well retire at this point. So it's time for a new generation.
It very well might be. It's the hands, they aren't here for all of us anymore, Mystics. So we will find out. Definitely going to be a exciting season, though. Love what we have got going on here so far. That is going to do it for our block, though. We're going to move on to some other casters as we get into Return to Form versus Eris Kitten Club up next, and find out whether this is going to be a season with 2 3-0 teams after week 3, or just the one in Cosmic Calamities. So don't go anywhere. Stream will be back before too long.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 5, Week 3. The 10 best teams in Omega Strikers have been facing off, and the next two are no different. EKC, Eras Kittens Club, versus Return to Form. Saya, this is going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite a good one here as Return to Form are chasing their first win in this season of the North American Strikers League, featuring Hook Resets and Leo Leon, pretty veteran players. And with the goalie, that's Moffin. Moffin has been really wanting to show their stuff. Of course, has subbed in for teams like the Bozo Bunch in the past, but in the starter slot now has some good performances, but not quite enough to give Return to Form the victory.
That's right, and we're going to see some interesting comps here on Atlas Lab for game number 1. Moth and Koei opting for the Finny, which, of course, Monumentalist Missile Prop start will make this character a beast. Assuming that they pick Monumentalist, and sure enough, strike shot Monumentalist on Moth and Koei. So definitely a player to look out for this match. And, for those of you who aren't familiar, Awayuki is actually none other than Soren, I believe. So keep that in mind. We're going to be referring to him as that instead of the VTuber counterpart.
Yep. Already 2 barriers taken by Return to Form. They're looking quite good here as Leo Leon's getting in there. Hook resets. Manu now start as the core speed's picking up as well. The creation's coming in. Leo Leon taking a lot of damage. Potentially a kill target, but so is NXED. The damage start is creation based, but it's still a damage start, it feels like, as even the Fool's getting in on the action. Zoro in a lot of trouble. NXED almost slipped away. The healing coming through, but Leo Leon finds the hit stun and secures the first goal for Return to Form.
That's right. Zentaro is able to have so many hitboxes being out, and this time it's just too much for the Fool right now. Sitting here looking, trying to find something. Hook reset's gonna have no energy. Might take a little bit of damage off the start, but a quick barrier for the side of EKC to make things difficult for this team.
Yeah, speak forward. So one interesting thing in particular in this matchup is that Soren is the biggest Now fan in the world, possibly. Really thinks the pick is good. Look at that Arenado, though. Forget about when I'm talking about Soren. It's all Hook resets right now in the midfield, looking for a scoring attempt all by himself. Shrinks the core just enough, and that's the second goal for Return to Form.
That's right, and I think we're going to see explosive energy out of both these teams. I mean, Missile Prop able to do a lot. Of course, not that much on maybe a character like Rasmus on this map, but we're going to see that playing into the later game when a lot more damage gets taken.
Yeah, NXZD on the dribbling plays, and I'm really looking at NXZD Rasmus here. Not a pick that NXZD usually picks, right? Usually pick something like the Juliet or the Zentaro on the Rasmus here, trying to find the core control scoring pressure. But so far, it has not been as effective, it feels like.
That's right, a little bit more damage, and Moth and Koei sitting here with an empty net. No barriers left to be able to help out. Soren dribbling up top. Finny trying to burn all these abilities, just trying to keep things alive. The pass to NXED knocked away by the Bewitching Beam, and there comes the Maelstrom. Leon has core flip. Might be able to use it to take this last barrier. Not quite getting there just yet. The center is broken, though, and NXED does have that secondary out. Ooh, and a nice flip. Finds the angle to take that bottom barrier. Now things are even for both these teams. RTF looking, trying to get it forward. Does get it past. Not quite yet. Will be saved away. Leo Leon the hook. Back to Leo Leon. The shot blocked away by the Now primary. And Leo Leon, 500, stuffing it through. Able to find it through the top corner. And this is just the masterclass out of the Zentaro.
Yeah, Leo Leon has been solid on scoring plays, putting on the damage pressure as well. And the hitbox of that blink was enough there. Now, the first pick of this draft. Could opt for some spark scaling here. Could opt for the 1-2 punch. A lot of choices available. Goes for the Egoist instead, putting a lot of value in the Energy Awakening here. Timeless Creator also an option, but Rapid Fire opted for by Soren. And with the combination of Egoist and Chrono Boost for the side of Return to Form, I think they'll really be outpacing the side of Eras Kitten Club in this next point.
That's right. That's a lot of damage. Size being absolutely massive on the Rasmus. We're going to have to see if they're able to take advantage of that. NXED, a player that can pilot the striker so well. We'll have to see and be on the lookout for that. RTF is looking strong, though. Up 1-0 in this set with one barrier down already. NXED taking some damage. The ult coming out from Mafinkoi is so big, able to get that pass and take that bottom barrier. Resets. Trying to win this strike war. Lilian does pick up the orb, get a little bit more energy, and is getting closer and closer to a core flip. The more and more the damage comes out. Soren with a good evade, not able to take enough, and now has no energy. Has to deal with the Lilian onslaught. Able to heal up a little bit. We are seeing EKC struggling against this damage. And there the ult comes out. The second barrier will be taken. But Lilian does have the core flip and has the abilities to make this work. Just trying to find this core in this bottom corner. NXZD fishing, looking for something. Especially with that hook. Lilian taking good damage. NXZD trying to get a 1v1 versus Mafinkoi. But the RTF defense is just so strong. There's the flip delayed into the bottom corner. Lilian with yet another goal.
Leo's been converting so well, and the same cannot be said about Ares Kitten Club so far. They've been struggling to start the offense. Moffin has been solid, and hook resets has always been interrupting them here. And even with NXZD working on a flip, that's one barrier taken, the wrong barrier, two barriers taken, flip in front of the net. Almost saved by Moffin, but it will go in. NXZD breaking the trend, finding a goal for Ares Kitten Club.
That's right, and that's that explosive energy we were talking about. Able to take a goal in 8 seconds. And that's just the danger of all of these Nassel teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in the scoring when the passing plays are solid. And look at that. That's an unformed NATO from hook resets, finding the barrier there. Zoro choosing not to burn the energy. The Fool looking a little bit like a fool in that interaction, but who's the fool now? Two barriers down, return to form, have an open net, and maybe Ares Kitten Club in a really good spot.
That's right, and this is so difficult. There's the ult coming out, gets the pass to Lilian. On such low HP, though, uses that passive strike to try to survive. And look at that, a beautiful KO from the Maelstrom. Turns the power play in favor of return to form. Look resets now. Tasked with getting it past the two core flips, or at least burning. As we will see NXZD come back up in 1 second here. Lilian is staggered. And so is hook resets, barely surviving on 1 HP. The strike shot from Katsuna taking this out. And now a power play for the side of EKC. We'll have to see if Lilian is able to take that top barrier. Not quite yet. Able to 1v2 though. Gets the top barrier, looking for the flip. The self pass blocked away by Katsuna. And the core off the bottom angle. NXZD with a gorgeous redirect. Able to take that.
I was so impressed by how Lilian almost kept that point alive. In the end, though, after the chaotic flip in the center, NXZD, like you said, manages to secure it. And that's the power of the Rasmus. The core speed in those scary situations really comes through. The reach of the pendulum swing is a significant scoring tool to be looked at. And of course, the healing from the Fool here on the Atlas is really saving Ares Kitten Club in a lot of these scary damage situations. But we've seen that time and time again. There's a whole cluster on the top side. Lilian gets like a passive strike or one last hit, and the top barrier is taken and returned to form. If they can convert the second barrier, they're in a good spot.
That's right, and a lot of damage coming out from the Fool here. Look resets, trying to keep it in this corner. NXZD does have the flip, able to stuff it through with the pendulum swing, and there's the ult coming out from Mafinkoi. Able to save it away, the flip, the pass. Blocked away by Lilian, and look at this. NXZD is a beast right now. That big fish putting in work, striking it through the bottom corner, and now EKC ties this game up 1-1.
Yeah, with the additional size, like you said, that strike war looking good for NXZD. Now has a chance to pick up all manner of awakenings. Could go for the speed, could go for the unstoppable. Importantly, that awakening makes Finny's life a little bit miserable when trying to play against the Brawler. Can't really hit stun with the primary. Goes for the Super Surge, denies it away from Centauro. Explosive Entrance still available, but Super Surge will do a little bit for the damage pressure as well. My eyes are more on the team player, though. Team player with your forward, trying to find those passing plays could be huge here, especially when EKC are the ones with core control most of the time.
Oh, 100%. And we're going to see it's going to be very scary, especially on a Now. We see the Now, the Monumentalist, the Rapid Fire, truly turning into a support player. And it's just going to help NXZD. And I mean, clearly you can see what NXZD has been doing for this team right now, able to take barrier after barrier and score goal after goal in this last set. So NXZD, a force to look out for. A phrase that is very common to hear when watching these Nassel casts.
Yeah, that guy just gets in there. If he's on the Juliet, he's the most legendary. But right now, this Rasmus performance is nothing to scoff at either. Almost getting the goal all by himself. Looking for the pendulum swing. Another hit by Soren. Not quite enough as the core drifts back. Looking for a passing play now. NXZD in position to score. Triple Take doing a lot of work. And look at Leon, who's taking so much chip damage.
That's right, almost dead, and NXZD gets it done. The 1 versus 2 in the net, just burning every ability at the same time. It's so hard when you don't have creations that can just sit in front of the net and block it. And I feel like right now, the only thing that could take NXZD down is a Duru wall or just getting him off the pitch.
Yeah, and thanks to the Atlas pick and thanks to the Fool being so on point, it's hard to put damage on the NXZD. That guy seems to be immortal here. While Hookery and Leon, they don't have such insurance with the double healing on the side of EKC. They're sitting pretty, but the defense does fall apart for one time. A good offensive play by Hookery and Leon, but if EKC can find a KO here, they could turn this one completely around.
That's right, good reactions from the Fool, able to stop it. The core flip blocked away, this time by NXZD. The flip coming out from Muffin. Looking for the pass up to Hook, trying to stuff this in the corner. The secondary comes out from Atlas, and Leon is off the map.
Yeah, hit into the back of the goal by the Expanse, the creation, just completely taking out Centauro there as NXZD plays the bottom side. The unstoppable pickup from Muffin does make it easier to play versus Rasmus, but this barrier is going to be hard to keep up if the offense keeps up for Aris Kitten Club.
That's right, and a good use of the strike shot by Muffin to try to keep this goal alive. You have 1 barrier left, and you desperately need to maintain this pressure on the side, and NXZD just gets it done. Able to find that last barrier. The core moving so fast, almost finds the angle once again. Soren looking for the pass up. Hook resets, able to clear it away, but it's a scary situation. Between a rock and a hard place right now. Leon tries to find the stuff, the flip into the pass. NXZD gets it. And a gorgeous pass off the back of the Fool will secure yet another point for EKC, and this team is looking dominant.
Yeah, I really like the way the Fool is playing. Missile Prop is one of the most comfy awakenings on Atlas. That's probably the best way to describe it. It gives you so much more presence in the midfield, and look at the Fool stepping up, using the primary to find the barrier, and of course on the defense as well, losing 1 barrier here, but it's been solid in general. Okay, I'm just caster cursing at this point, Tech. Take it over.
That's right. Leon celebrating in the corner after the punishment the Fool gave him prior, and a gorgeous core flip by NXZD gets yet another barrier. Pendulum swing to keep his core alive, and core control is the name of the game for NXZD right now. And staying alive is the name of the game for Soren, almost taken off the map, trying to live. The flip into the bottom, saved away. But Soren on such low HP. We see NXZD flying up. Hook resets, has the flip, but is on such low HP. Thankfully able to survive long enough. Leon into the Maelstrom. The dash not working out. NXZD just timing it, forcing the flip out of Muffin. And we do see a KO onto Soren. The Bewitching Beam and Leo able to get that one through. And Return to Form gets their first point of this set, but we'll have to see if EKC is going to close this one out 3-1.
They do have a flip available. Meters low on everyone except for Hook resets. Big opportunity to find a big flip here, but 1 barrier will get taken with that awkward shot in the middle. And Return to Form not starting off too great, especially as NXZD and Soren push up. But Leon looking for a little bit of Leo magic right now. Has the Egoist, right? Trying to build up this flip, but is taking a lot of damage in the process.
That's right. And the explosive entrance not dealing as much damage to heal it back. Of course, Slick Kicks on the board for him, so he will be moving fast when he hits the core, but he surely is taking a lot of damage. But if you want to speak about taking damage, Soren off the pitch. Hook resets on such low HP. Muffin to pass up to Hook, just slightly off. The Fool trying to keep things alive. NXZD is on such low HP, but gets rewarded being in the right place at the right time. And a beautiful save there from the Fool. As Hook resets is taken off the map, NXZD has the core flip. The flip up, blocked away by the slice of dice from Leo. The flip goes too far, caught by NXZD. And that center makes things so difficult, ends up missing the shot. It was surely a secure gold for EKC. Muffin Koei now just has to get it up. Leon has to stay alive, and a beautiful Bewitching Beam from Hook reset secures that goal, evening things up 2-2.
Yeah, and really aware by hook resets too, right? It's a team player now looking for the pass to NXZD, so it just completely reads that angle that normally wouldn't have been gone for. EKC really trying to abuse the core speed there, and hook resets was on top of it. But it's a new point. It's still 2 points in the favor of EKC, even though it's 2-2. And with 2 barriers already down, they're looking really good here. And whoa, the Fool walks up enough. That primary covers the entire midsection of the goal and secures it.
Saya, I thought quick strikes were back in the game. That's what I think I just saw from NXZD. So many strike war wins, and ultimately the goalie credited with the goal. How many Atlas goals do you see?
At least two in this game, at least. That's crazy. As Spark of Agility's picked up as well, giving the Fool so much more ability to keep up. But I'm scared of that Fight or Flight because that gives Leo Leon so much more ability to control the game. Of course, perfect form left on the board, but Fight or Flight just gives him so much mobility to make those solo plays we saw earlier in the game.
That's right. The Fool has his work cut out for him this time. And then we're going to see a Chrono Boost era paired with Fight or Flight explosive entrance, Egoist, Zentaro. Yeah, this is about to be fast. And I think EKC notices this and is just going to try to do as much damage as possible to Leo Leon, because that's the only way to really survive against this team. And look at the pressure from EKC right now. Somehow, some way, Return to Form is able to get out of it. But Leo Leon just trying to stay alive, dashing around the map. You'll never see him in the same spot. And a gorgeous ult from Muffin will let them survive a little bit longer. But with one barrier, surely it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, speaking of awakenings too, other awakenings that were important here is double size for NXZD and triple spark for the Fool. So the power is quite immense here. The goalie, the astral projections from Atlas are doing quite a number to the health bars of Return to Form here. And NXZD is so massive that's so hard to navigate around him in the midfield. A KO found. The big finish doing just enough to keep it away, but not enough to let Moffin get there in time. EKC 2 goals away.
Yeah, 2 goals away from an easy 1-0 in this series, or maybe not too easy. We'll have to see if RTF is able to answer back against these awakenings, but surely that last draft went in total favor of EKC. Here's the flip coming out from Soren, able to get one, but not the second. A scary clear away from hook resets, but does keep that barrier alive. Playing with geometry here, and Leo Leon, so much damage, almost dying off the hook. And look how far forward this team is, trying to survive as Leo Leon stuck in this corner. Soren able to save it. The Maelstrom not doing enough, and NXZD just needs the Strike War win, and he is large and in charge.
He is so massive. Double size on Rasmus. Not even Rasmus, just any character, giving him the ability to react to that Strike War so easily in the midfield. Moffin trying to find some offense off of that, but was unable to because NXZD was just standing there.
That's right. I mean, this is almost just a raid boss comp for NXZD. We have the team player passes from Soren, and the Fool just does an ungodly amount of damage. Things are looking rough for RTF as they're 1 point away from losing this first match. They'll break that center barrier. A nice save. I'm loving the collaboration on the defense for EKC. The Fool pushing up far. Soren looking for something. It's the 1v1. That's a just slight miss space there from NXZD to get that second barrier. And a nice play. Will we see it? We sure will. Hook resets. Able to get that core flip almost in the net. Even a perfect reaction time wouldn't be able to save that one.
Yeah, and that was brilliant from Moffin, getting across the map enough to place down the big finish, setting up hook resets for a flip like that. That's what Return to Form need, but it's going to be hard to replicate that performance when Leo Leon is taking so much damage. The Fool trying to strike shot down Leo Leon's health bar. If that primary hit, that guy would have been staggered by now, but Leo Leon surviving is in there, finds a strike, past the Fool, and suddenly Return to Form might be reverse sweeping this set.
Yeah, Return to Form is just blitzing the defense of EKC, and doesn't seem like there's much they can do about it. Super low energy on the side of EKC. Soren, of course, having the most there, but not too much to work with, as now NXZD is the one taking the damage. Will be healed back up shortly as one barrier falls. Leo Leon has it where he wants it in this corner. Will he have enough cooldowns to get it through? Not quite yet. NXZD with that Death's Touch, able to keep control of this core. But the clears are perfect right now from RTF. It's Muffin up to Leo. Hook resets, trying to intercept this pass. Needs to get it up to Leo Leon. This is their only chance they have to take this set. Leo Leon stuffs it through. The core flip kills the goalie. And somehow, some way, Return to Form claws their way back and evens up the game 2-2.
3 clutch points in a row. The last 2 being incredibly impactful core flips. Now with the first pick available here for Hook Resets, has the option of so many different awakenings. Might want to deny the Rampage here because NXCD is getting ridiculously massive, and that is indeed what is picked up. And later on in the draft, that Catalyst is probably going to be denied by Air Skating Club. Yep, NXCD makes sure the Catalyst Egoist doesn't fall to Leo Leon. And Primetime Rapid Fire does mean a ton of ability uptime, Hotshot as well. And despite the win, I think because of the denies that were made, I'm really liking EKC's draft still.
Me too. Hotshot is big, and Catalyst, of course, a massive deny from Leo. That being said, does manage to pick up Stagger Swagger, so will be even faster. And an instant double barrier from NXCD almost wins that strike war yet again. The Maelstrom able to clear things out, and that's a scary ability from Muffin. Clearly, they know what they're doing, because NXCD now has the abilities, has the core in the corner. Great usage of that ult from Muffin Koei. But things are scary because NXCD is massive and is building energy quick. There's the core flip all the way up, but the core flip burned out. Unfortunate timing there. Somehow, this defense is ridiculous from Return to Form.
Hook Resets and Muffin both with some incredible saves. Muffin finds the tank on the primary from Soren. Somehow, I thought he was behind the core, but he manages to tank it instead. And that's a goalie KO from Hook Resets with the NATO. The Monu NATO coming in clutch as Hook Resets has flip available, has the core, no abilities from Soren to cover the cross. And what an incredible defensive point from Return to Form.
An absolute masterclass from Return to Form. That is what Omega Strikers should look like. Beautiful passing and all of the bait dribbles. Absolutely gorgeous from this team. A team that we thought was potentially being counted out is looking much closer to getting their first win in this week 3 here. But EKC is not out just yet. We've seen the power that this team is able to have and the damage that they're able to put out. But right now, Return to Form is just so fast.
Yeah, they're really playing the corner here, looking for the passing plays on the bottom side too. And before, it felt like Air Skating Club had the tempo, had the lead in terms of team speed. But right now, it feels like they're slowing down. It feels like Muffin and Hook are playing so well on the defense, but a cross-map strike shot from the Fool snipes out the barrier and turns the game right around.
That's right, and now you just have to get it to NXCD. You have this barrier left. The self-dribble, looking for the bottom, almost able to stuff it through, and does manage to get it. The pendulum swing not needed as NXCD able to even this game up 1-1 in this set 5 here. Return to Form has to be feeling the pressure. You want to be up 1-0, especially against an experienced team like Air Skating Club. And there's the core flip, able to get one. The flip coming out from the Fool. Able to survive that ultimate ability, which is huge. Hook resets, getting stuffed away now. NXCD gets all of this core control. And there's so many abilities. In the corner is not the place you want to be if you Return to Form right now. You want to be flying wide and you want to be flying fast as Leon looking to stuff it through. Not able to get the second goal barrier.
It's a scary spot here. Corner. NXCD pushing forward. Like, it's so scary for Muffin, right? Unstoppable does a lot. But if you walk a little too far, that's a flip in your face. That's a KO found. Wait, that's huge. Muffin had full meter there. That is a flip gone from the next round. That is a huge swing in the energy economy in the favor of EKC after scoring.
That is so massive. And we'll have to see double barrier immediately off the bat. The core is moving so quick. And EKC is looking strong, 1 point away from taking map number 1. And there it is. Soren able to find the Strike War win through the Maelstrom. EKC securing that one, will not be choking this lead. But a beautiful performance coming out from Return to Form.
Yeah, that game has me believing in Return to Form, especially in this series, because Hook Resets in particular, but Leo Leon and Muffin as well, were really precise with the strikes. had amazing defensive plays out of the corner, and even though the builds from the Fool and NXZD were overwhelming, they managed to figure out a way to make a comeback a little bit. So EKC with a solid win, but I think the series will continue to be close.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, we see 251 redirects coming out from Soren, such an impactful player in that game. Of course, now able to just control the core like almost no other in this game with all these abilities. Huge performance, and these forwards and midfielders are definitely worth looking out for. NXZD and Soren, the combo is just terrifying to go up against. So we'll have to see how going into this next map, if things are going to change, and how are they going to change? I mean, that seemed pretty close for game number 1.
Yeah, and the next map's a little interesting. Gates of Obscura, not a map we see too commonly, right? That is something that will be a little bit different for a lot of the teams. Gates of Obscura, the goalies that are strong are different as well. Atlas continues to be good, but in general, the creation goalies will be the ones being looked at. And yeah, it's going to be interesting.
100%. I mean, we saw EKC able to keep that core in the corner so frequently in that last map. And, you know, Gates is a map that's scary like that. If you get that core in the corner, chances are you're losing both of your barriers, as the window to clear it out is so narrow in that center, of course, unlike a map like Atlas's Lab, right? Where you have them spaced out. You're able to get the sad boys angle around the corner, which we saw a few times. The clears, which of course, you know, we saw in the earlier series, are a lot more restricted coming up. So we'll have to see. I saw Moffinkowi and Hook Resets just doing a beautiful defensive masterclass for RTF in that last match. So we'll have to see if they're able to use this teleporter to the best of its abilities. And, you know, we'll see if they're able to take it to Night Market for map 3.
Yeah, and EKC opting for red side here. It's that they usually seem to prefer red side, contrary to a lot of the teams who kind of just auto-power with the blue side. They really like that second and third pick, the R1, R2 combination, it feels like. But we're just waiting on them for the draft. We don't know what the starting awakenings are yet. They should come up in just a second here. And it appears that we're getting a Rampage hotshot start on Gates. That's a little scary.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm curious to see if we will see a Rune during this match. You know, Rune, a character that I feel like a lot of goalies didn't have in their back pocket, but all of a sudden, you know, we hop into season 5 of Nassel, and it seems like everyone and their mother has a beautiful Rune that is able to just absolutely own.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Rune goalie has been pretty missing, but Rune midfield has been very, very present in Nassel so far. We've even seen it a lot in like the lower leagues and OSAS and all that as well. Rune midfield's popping off. So that has been really the pick of choice as of late. And I think in a few discussions, it has been rated pretty strongly, upper middle of the pack, I think. So I would not be surprised if we see the Rune, but given these collection of players, I don't quite predict it, because the players that I expect Rune from are players like Katsuna, and Katsuna happens to be out.
That's true. Despite my calls in the first game accidentally, I apologize to the Fool for that one. Katsuna is, believe it or not in the game. Maybe they're in spirit. I think I just, I still sense the aura through this game.
Yeah, I gotta apologize because they just first picked Rune. My bad.
Cinema. Absolute cinema. I mean, this is beautiful. This is what we like to see. I mean, Rune, we'll have to see, you know, which character specifically this is actually going to go on. I mean, just based off that last game, surely it's Hook's Rune, right?
Yeah. 99.9% Hook resets Rune here. But heading on later into the draft, that Rasmus immediate pick, it looked really good for NXZD. And if it is indeed in that forward slot, which again, 99.9% it's for NXZD, that with Rampage is incredibly scary as a pick.
That's right. And, you know, just looking at the bans, we do see, of course, the Atlas and the Juno. Two characters who benefit tremendously from Hotshot. Of course, Juno able to get that red core off of basically a single blob in the early game. Just makes it so annoying to deal with, especially when you talk about the tech with the teleporters, you know, as we mentioned earlier on Obscura. Look away for 1 second and there is a core coming at Mach speed through your teleporter. So definitely something, well, not to look out for now that that character is banned away by EKC.
Yeah, and the later picks come in as well. Juliet and Asher picked up Asher goalie for Moffin and Juliet Brawler for Leo Leon. On the other end, they'll be against Luna and a Dubu. I'm assuming that Luna is Soren's trying to do a bit of a Katsuna impression while his midfielder is gone. And the Dubu is going to be great for the Fool. We've seen Zoro on Dubu many, many times. Very solid, very straightforward melee goalie pick, and that's what you want on Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, the log and, of course, the Tofu Fortress able to get work done. The Tofu Fortress, I have had very many negative experiences with that ability. But, of course, I'm no Nassel player, so we'll have to see how it's piloted. Heading into map number 2, EKC does have the advantage, looking to close things out in yet another 2-0, bringing them to, I believe, 3-0 in the season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, heading on to Gates of Obscura as the picks will be locked in the video game. Very, very excited to see the Rune. I think he's in a pretty good spot, pretty exciting spot. And of course, the pick is very fun to watch after all. EKC is going to have to keep their hand on the evade key because banishing the members of EKC is definitely a big win condition for return to form in this game.
That's right, and we do see 2 players from EKC actually selecting Rampage. We will see Dubu goalie with Rampage instead of Hotshot. Of course, that size on Dubu is so important. And, you know, it wouldn't be an Obscura or Hotshot game without a barrier being taken in 2 seconds of the match starting.
Yeah, a really, really explosive start here as the portal passes look to be very familiar for Soren. Just minding the pillars very well. Oh, wow, Soren. Another barrier take. I guess he loves Gates.
Yeah. Any Gates enjoyers in the chat, type 1. For sure, and we'll see. This is where hook resets is going to be scary, is in this corner. If Leo Leon is able to sort of secure that bottom side, and hook resets is able to just press buttons on his keyboard, the offense will be immaculate. And, you know, speaking of which, NXCD also pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, the tough thing about that particular corner was that the portal was on that side. It means a very easy clear for the Fool, which transitions into offense very easily. But this bottom side, on the other hand, no portal to be found in that pocket, but it finds its way into the portal anyway. Another fantastic play by Soren as an own barrier, 2 own barriers by hook resets in a row. Not what they wanted here.
Oh man, hook resets is my favorite EKC player. As of right now, Leo Leon is staggered. The Fool has the flip, and they're all kind of just standing there. I'm not really sure what happened there. That play just kind of knocked the whole lobby unconscious there.
Yeah, but as the play goes up again, Soren barely avoiding a known barrier here, but Leo Leon... Oh! Hook reset sniped out by the Tofu Fortress from the Fool as Leo Leon tries to push forward a solo play, a primary used by Moffin on the defense as well, as it's flipped into open space. But again, EKC seems so familiar with Gates, even though this is Return to Form's map pick.
That's right. I mean, they have the pressure right now. Wow, what a save from Soren. And no way the stuff, too. Oh my gosh, EKC is on fire right now.
Absolutely. Getting on in with the plays, capitalizing on every mistake, as it's not any like massive errors from Return to Form, right? Just 1 or 2 missteps that just cascade as EKC capitalizes, finds the passes, finds the conversions, and a lot of it is also the core speed from Soren. NXT looking for a double barrier, 2 barriers taken in an instant with the flip, and now an aggressive spot as well. The portal passes are constant. The Tofu Fortress almost kills hook resets, but the Fool might have overextended a little bit as both barriers go down.
Yeah, rightfully so. Still want to have a little bit of fun in this match as the Fool is often past the midfield line, crossing that yeesh line, as we know. Moffin Cowie looking for this pass up, trying to find it. Leo does have the core flip, so surely we see a goal. Of course we do. A bread and butter core flip. Leo Leon able to get 1, and we'll have to see if they're able to do yet another reverse sweep in this first set here, or if EKC will be closing this one out, getting that priority in the draft.
It's a little bit scary for return to form, though. That point was off the back of a massive overextension by the Fool, and I don't think they'll do that again this set. And NXZD and Soren have been a very solid 1-2 combination with all the core speed on the Luna. It's going to be a massive threat here, but its own barrier city. It's been a while since people have played Gates of Obscura, it seems, but a KO found onto the Juliet does mean that there's a power play for EKC for a little while longer.
Yeah, and I love that positioning on that secondary by Hook Resets, able to come back to defense when needed. Although, if NXCD and Soren are there, I think it's going to be needed a lot more often. The Fool pushing up yet again. Mothman Cully just has to tank the crater. Loses 60% of their health immediately, and Hook Resets just trying to get this past NXCD. The Fool is able to keep so much pressure with these clears. As now Return to Form is just tanking this damage. Leo on such low HP. The back pass as a double banish coming out will be good. The double barrier, and Moffin barely able to save that one. The core flip not quite finding its mark just yet, as the Fool has their flip. Off the corner, the pass through the teleporter with the positioning from the crater. This is just gorgeous out of EKC.
Yeah, they look to be in control. The barrier pressure just seems to not be there for return to form when the core speed's being used so well by EKC, especially Soren, who is keeping the core up, the core control Luna, in a sense. The damage is just a side effect for him this game, and picking up the missile prop to get a little bit more core speed and a lot more damage here, but that fighter flight on Katsuna might turn this game a little bit around. The additional speed in the midfield, Rune, a relatively immobile character, but picking that up might mean a little bit more presence as Leo Leon, a Dash Juliet enjoyer. This could be a big difference maker for return to form.
Oh, of course. I mean, that explosive entrance just means it's one more thing to think about for the goalie, right? You're so used to a Juliet with regular dash range. You probably play and scrim so many, and then all of a sudden, this character just dashes like twice as far. Or, you know, specifically 70% as far.
Well, specifically 170% anyway, Leo Leon getting in the corner, finding the strike afterwards too. 2 barriers taken. That's the Leo Leon we expected, and that's the Leo Leon return to form wanted to see. But Moffin, that timeless creator actually becoming a bit of a negative as it stops the core in the wrong way, but 2 barriers still kept up. Still a good spot for return to form, but the Fool finds the clear away, and once again it returns to Leo Leon, setting up for a dash but barely missing it. And once again they have to worry about Soren, but Leo Leon hit stun the Fool right in the face, but has the log cooldown available, and a rocket snipe with the missile prop from Soren means another power play for EKC.
Soren, the American sniper, finds one there, and now the barriers start to fall for return to form. There's one with the flip. Wasted away to stall time. Soren yet again finding these beautiful shots into the barriers. Now the Fool just has to defend. Oh, almost getting through there. A last second strike from the Fool. This Hook Resets trying to get it. The flip blocked away by Moffin Cully. There's great defense from return to form right now, but NXZD with the self pass into secure is just too much to handle for a goalie like Asher.
Yeah, impressed by Soren's play in the midfield there as well. The rocket stall mixing up the entire defensive play by return to form, really. And it's just overwhelming because NXCD is being allowed to play his game, and when NXCD is allowed to play his game, he is a massive Rasmus here. So that scoring pressure is immense. Very easy to score on the open net against an immobile Asher. But speaking of scoring, that's 2 barriers down. Return to form, an explosive start to this point.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's the explosive entrance you were talking about earlier. Able to just secure barriers if timed correctly. I love the team play from this. We see the passing, the Fool able to save it. Just stalling all this time. Precious time for Soren to come back up, and Leo Leon somehow finds the pixel angle through the top corner of the Tofu Fortress. Not quite finding its mark. A nice little comedic relief to that one as the Fool is punished and lives up to the name.
Threading the needle and barely kicking the massive Dubu into the net. The banish found. The evade is good from the Fool, but it's still Leo Leon setting up in the corner. Amazing follow-up on the Rune. Dash punching the Fool again. That's the downside of size, pauldrons, and Rampage, but it just means you're a bigger target. But an amazing flip out, an amazing clear away as one barrier goes down on the other side, and NXZD still maintaining core control. This point is still very winnable for EKC.
This point is still live. and it is still winnable. NXDD looking for something. Goes to the teleporter. So much pressure, and there's the explosive entrance from Lilian, securing one in the top corner yet again. There is so much to unpack from that last point, and I love the play from Return to Form. I mean, we saw hook resets even using those unstable anomalies to block Soren's dash, which surely would have led to a double barrier. As Moff and Koei was pushed a little bit too far up. There's so much micro going on in this game, but yet it still looks so chaotic.
Trying to play on the bottom corner here, the portal-less side as the pillars are placed down, but Leo Leon's taking so much damage, comboed with the Tofu Fortress into the pendulum swing. Such efficient offense from the side of Ares Kitten Club, making sure to get these KOs, making sure to layer the offense again. A good flip will take it out of there, but that's a big resource burn from Moffin, who is taking damage as well. And Return to Form, they cannot get their offense going.
They sure can, but their defense is looking pretty solid right now. NXDD stuck in this corner. The dash punch almost connects. Both players opting to go through the teleporter. The first barrier will fall 50 seconds into this round, as there's so much stuffing potential. Moff and Koei trying to save this. NXDD does have the core flip. Finally opts to use it, but blocked away by the Juliet ult. The dash punch almost connects from the midfield. The Fool overextends a little bit to try to kill Leo Leon. We'll see the passes back and forth. Things are scary for EKC right now. 7 seconds up on this respawn. The pass back and forth. Not quite able to find it. Leo Leon secures it yet again. Explosive entrance on this dash will mean 3 goals credited to Leo during this set.
Well-deserved MVP here. We'll see if he can pick up something massive. And so many explosive awakenings appear in the draft. Catalyst Egoist, 1-2 Punch, and Knife's Edge, all incredible power picks, but the spark scaling as well, a possibility Knife's Edge opted for here. But these energy awakenings are going to fall down as well. Team player going to be what's attempted by Return to Form to try and bring this game under control in the midfield, as the last pick, Soren, has to quote-unquote settle on Prizefighter. Some incredible awakenings for every single player in this draft, and we'll see if Moffin's Primetime can be the difference maker in terms of saves. Primetime Hotshot means a lot of primary uptime and a lot of not having to interact with NXDD by just pressing the primary.
That's right. I mean, I think everyone comes away happy from this, and once again, Leo finding the needle on that Tofu Fortress. A picky eater here. As now hook resets, taking so much damage, trying to survive, and we'll see if the Fool overextends yet again, but seems like there's not too much pressure. Leo Leon, though, does find the pressure, almost using the teleport off that proc from the slick kicks, or whatever that was. I guess just the Knife's Edge. As now Leo in this corner where you want to be, the Crater not quite helping out. NXDD does take the teleporter though, but there's too many players. The core goes back through, and the Fool is not there to handle it. The gates of Obscura are proving for a very interesting match right now.
Again, Leo Leon's making incredible use of this Knife's Edge, ducking, weaving, dancing out of the portals, and finding these dash punches with the additional power as well. An amazing awakening pickup is really defining the offense of Return to Form right now, as Moffin, that earlier timeless created deny from the Dubu, is proving to be very effective on the defense as well. The passive shield after the primary has saved the goal so many times because of how long it lingers compared to normal.
That's right, and that's really what this Asher needs, and a beautiful save from the Fool somehow, some way keeps this goal barrier alive, as finally one drops toward the side of Return to Form, and Leo from downtown looking for that one. A little too ambitious, but that's what you need against a team like EKC.
A lot of corner plays here, looking for a bounce on the bottom side as Leo Leon looks for a punch, but it's cleared away very well by EKC. Another banish found. But these banishes are more to interrupt any sort of defenses. An aggressive flip by the Fool goes wide. An offensive attempt, but not quite enough. That dash barely misses the corner. That could have been a barrier taken. Instead, it's a barrier staying up just barely again for Moffin. Return to Form should be very happy with this one as they stop the flip as well. And this barrier still stands.
This barrier is magnetic, but it's the wrong polarity as that one gets it. NXDD finds the pendulum swing off the gate. Able to get that through as it opens up. And beautiful from them, 1-1. This game could not be more even. I feel like last set, Leo Leon was absolutely popping off Although we're only 2 points in fairly quickly, the defense from both sides seems to have just leveled up immensely.
Oh, the Tofu Fortress. You mentioned it before the game. It does fail you sometimes, and right there is exactly when it failed the Fool. Not forming properly, taken out, the massive Dubu eliminated, and with that, a quick goal for return to form as they go 2-1. This might be a little bit concerning for some real-life events because apparently Soren's college and the college that K-Bot coaches in have a LAN right now, and Soren is holding them up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's always a problem. I was trying not to laugh after that last point. That was absolutely ridiculous. And the caster curse is 100% real. As soon as I say the defense is beautiful, the Tofu Fortress giveth and the Tofu Fortress taketh away. Because now Lilian fishing for something. A good banish will render NXED useless for a little bit. But we know those abilities are back up now. And the core going through once again. We might need to see something like aerials coming through for the Fool. There's Muffin in this corner. The flip from Soren right through. The shield's not doing a great job as Muffin Koei has to watch as the core just flies right by. And once again, 2-2 in this set. I mean, both these teams seem incredibly evenly matched.
Yeah, well timed as well to make sure the passive barrier linger didn't mess them up there. That's messed them up a few times earlier, but they're now really aware of the Timeless Creator on Muffin. A good dash buffer by Leo through hit stun. Tried to find the second strike, but not quite enough. But the offense continues the passing play, so close to finding the barrier take, but NXZD has to flip on the other side as Hook Resets and Leo Leon and Muffin all are completely out of energy, incredibly vulnerable here as EKC need to capitalize right now.
That's right, and a good Tofu Fortress this time will be good for EKC. But this corner is not where you want to be, especially not against the Rune and an explosive entrance Juliet. NXED trying to punch it through all three people. Looking for something with that pendulum swing. And a gorgeous clear from the Fool on the nice edge of that barrier there. Avoids the banish and a nice summer assault there to keep that core in the corner. Leo Leon taking a lot of damage with not a lot of energy, but does manage to pick up that orb from the Fool. Stay alive for a little bit longer.
Dash punch in.
Oh
Leo
God.
Leon finds the barrier. So much core speed available. If Leo Leon gets the core one more time, that could be a goal. That could be return to form going up. But Muffin misses the dash. Big opportunity for EKC now. A passing play through the portal. NXZD in position, but the strike shot reads it perfectly. Now a slow play from Leo Leon. A Hook Resets trying to set up a passing play as the dash punch goes wide. They miss time a little bit as NXZD goes to the bottom corner. The core speed in, but the Rune Pillar knocks out the Luna. The banish evaded from. It could have been a 1v3, but NXZD is still there to help out, but the Fool's in a tough spot.
That's right. NXED, though, has the potential, has the abilities, and somehow robs this point back from Muffin Koei and from return to form. That ability is so good as an absolute banger in the corner. NXED gets the MVP and will get first draft. And there's some pretty good awakenings on the board.
Yeah, and looking later into this draft, the bottom three members being there is a little bit concerning, right? You would like a lot more power on the Fool specifically, I think, but a lot of the speed that would otherwise be liked is being taken away. The stacks on stacks taken away, the Twin Drive utility taken away, and with Perfect Form and Twin Drive being the picks for the Brawler and the goalie return to form, I think return to form are feeling pretty happy, but there's one small issue, right? It's NXZD with the stacks on stacks looking massive and looking speedy. That guy is just going to take over the game.
That's right, and we saw it in game number 1. We might be looking for a repeat here if EKC has anything to say about it. NXED in this corner once again. The Tofu Fortress used offensively this time. Not quite as good as the Rune Pillar in this scenario, but a good defense from return to form keeps things alive. And look at this, Leo Leon taken off the map, I believe, by the rocket coming out from Soren. Those hit very hard, and now has prize fighter stacks for the rest of the set, given that they can stay alive.
Yeah, they will need to stay alive, but I think the damage pressure hasn't quite been there, right? I don't think NXZD has died at all. If once, so I don't know, but I don't think NXZD's died at all this game. Not really a damage pressure situation here. It means that those stacks are so valuable, but an amazing defensive play. But the Pillar is a bit of an obstacle, actually, as Soren comes in. Oh, no. Amazing defense from Muffin Koei and Hook Resets, but the Pillar just bites them in the back a little bit.
That's right. The unstable anomaly not quite working out in the defensive favor this time. It is the problem with creations, is they're not always meant for your team. So we see Soren flying in now, stuck in this corner. Resets taking a bit of damage. Leolian trying to get past that Tofu Fortress. There's so many Dubu abilities to work, try to get through. Moffin does have the flip. Leolian narrowly avoids death yet again. Soren is an absolute menace, as we've seen throughout this series, finding so many KOs with that missile. And there's one barrier falls. The flip coming out through the portal. Complemented by Hook Reset's flip as well. The Fool is looking like an iron wall right now. We'll have to see if that Tofu Fortress is able to get the job done. And a beautiful, unstable anomaly from Hook Reset somehow, some way, keeps Return to Form's barrier alive.
Moffin with the barrier beam keeps the barrier alive. Perfect timing. Gets it in a horizontal angle there and somehow saves it there as well, but Soren hangs on. The dash punch not quite enough as NXZD is accelerating as well. Core goes through both portals as Hook Resets looks for a passing play into Leolian, but the Core is just going around and around both portals. The factor here as once again NXZD gets possession. Soren goes in and the layered strikes find the barrier, but Soren has been eliminated. This power play is huge, but NXZD is the biggest thing on the screen right now. Looking more massive than the Dubu in some cases, and with those stacks stacked up, it's such a threat. The Pillar not even taking a single barrier as Soren comes in, but the Pillar hitting it backwards. Now they're in a lot of trouble because NXZD is dribbling all over the map and finds the opening between them. EKC 1 goal away.
NXZD, the pinball wizard, able to somehow find the gap between Moffin and Leo in the net. And yet another beautiful find from this Rasmus. You know, you mentioned before NXZD known for this Juliet. But still, I mean, look at this performance on this Rasmus. It is absolutely ridiculous. The Fool pushed all the way up and Leolian taken off the map. Fool now wants to turn in the offense. The counter flip coming through from NXZD, who's now on low HP. But like you mentioned, there's no damage pressure. The only threat is simply the core speed coming out from the hot shot and NXZD, and yet another scenario. Beautiful primary from Moff and Koei to keep this alive. The defense from them has been so great the whole game, but this is the last point. This is what EKC needs to close out this series. You do not want to give Return to Form a chance to come back, and a beautiful dash punch, fine, but a Summer Assault to trade it back. A 2 versus 2, and NXZD is not the player you want to take this against.
Hook Resets though in the bottom corner, maybe finding a bit of an opportunity here, but the Banish can't catch up in time. The goalie KO'd by Soren, who dashes off the respawn. So much open space in the net. They save it once and save it twice. Leolian gets in there somehow, but the barrier still stands. No lucky goals to be found. Another passing play. NXZD accelerating the core, and EKC finally managed to secure it.
And that's all she wrote. EKC will remain undefeated so far in the NASL Season 5, of course, going up 3-0 off of that game. An incredible performance from both teams. And I mean, Moff and Koei, absolutely insane stats, 86 saves, and almost all of them were pixel perfect.
Yeah, incredible defensive plays by Return to Form, but their offense wasn't quite there, right? They couldn't get past the Fool consistently enough, especially when the core control from NXZD came in. And NXZD played that one so incredibly well. And Soren, that guy might have been goofing around most of that game, but when he was clutch, he had exactly what they needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's snowing beautifully today when you see Aoyuki on the screen, right? Absolutely monstrous performance. Those missiles and rockets taking so many KOs. I mean, we saw the prize fighter putting in work, just absolute massive damage in the craters for the perfect positioning, able to put NXZD in that right spot to secure it. So, you know, after those 2 matches, I'm not surprised EKC is looking dominant and definitely a force to look for as we move through the Season 5.
Our next match is going to be an interesting one, right? Showtime versus Bun Bun Bonanza, 2 of the most solid teams in the league, 2 high placers over the last 2 seasons. And any big thoughts on that matchup before we go to a break?
I am very excited for this matchup. Of course, two teams near and dear to my heart, just because I'm a huge fan of Nassel. I love watching these players. I love watching these goalies, and you know, excited to hop into this break so we can get into this match sooner. When we return, Showtime versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back everybody to week 3 of the North American Strikers League. We have another great match after that last really awesome series to watch. Showtime versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Saya, I think we're in for yet another treat. Honestly, every game of Omega Strikers is a treat to watch.
Yeah, both these teams have done quite well, right? Bum Bum Bonanza 2 seasons ago, they were 3rd place. And we're the team that looked best against the team that eventually won the Sad Boys. And Showtime, the team that got 2nd place last season. So these are 2 massive contenders who unfortunately are not at the top of the standings right now, but I would not be surprised if both these teams made it to playoffs.
That's right. You got to let the weights sort of settle out. You got to let everyone sort of settle in place and figure out where they're going. And I definitely would not be surprised to see either of these teams in the top 3 at the end of the season. Like you mentioned, I mean, heavy hitters on both of these teams. Of course, I mean, Lilybun, a defensive menace in the net, right? Xianzhu, one of maybe the newer players to be in here, but still incredible threat, of course, on the now we've seen so many times before. So I'm excited to get into this. And our first map is going to be Taiko Temple. And starting Awakening's Knife's Edge and explosive entrance. So
take a look at who's in which role. It's a Scyther 12 goalie game. It's Liari Lilybun in, I'm assuming Liari Brawler Lilybun midfield. Yes, okay, so Liari was playing a ton of Brawler in solo queue recently, doing with Scyther a lot, I think. I ran into them a few times. And it is indeed Liari Brawler and Scyther in the goal box. That was his original role before he became an absolutely amazing brawler. He was a goalie once.
Nowhere is no. And you'll get to know now if you haven't. Here's time for some education. We'll have to see if Bun Bun Bonanza is able to come out on top with this sort of mix-up. I am very excited for this match.
It's going to be a bit of a goofy game, though, because that's a midfield Fini for Lilybun, not a pick you see too often. It can struggle a lot versus picks like the Asher, but it's similar to the Now in that you do have a great primary for winning those interactions. Liari on the Juliet, I think, played almost exclusively Juliet when I ran into her in solo queue, so that's a character that I think she is very comfortable with, and they're playing the corner so well. Lilybun set up the triple take, and they just had 3 million tries at the goal until they got the barrier, but speaking of barriers, they own barrier on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Showtime doesn't even need a try. They get it done with no attempts, and the Tofu Fortress just unfortunately phasing through the core there as Showtime's able to get this first point. But like you mentioned, this is something we usually see from Bun Bun Bonanza, so we're either in for a treat or this might turn out fairly unfortunate.
It's going to be tough. Lilybun has her work cut out for her in the midfield because Xianzhu is a legendary midfielder for a reason. On the Now, the pick that he made his name on, it's going to be a tough ask as Joker flips it out of the Flame Flurry from Liari, secures the goal, and Showtime are not here for this. They see the roll swap, they're like, business as usual.
Yeah, they want to return back to business as usual. They want a much more difficult fight. We do see, of course, all 6 players opting for a Knife's Edge. So around the corners where a lot of these players are going to be a threat, you'll notice the core consistently finding its mark as all these players are able to catch up. Lilybun looking for something. Xianzhu does have the core flip. Barcode uses his. Lilybun trying to find something. Liari is such low HP though, staggered in the corner, just trying to survive. Finds the punch, has to burn flip for the orb. A rather unfortunate trade there. The one that has to be made for Liari to stay alive.
Bit of a weird spot now for Liari and Lilybun. They're just low enough that it's uncomfortable to play in the midfield, especially with how Barcode is putting on a lot of chip damage, and that's a primary flip by Xianzhu to take out the brawler of Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari off the map for a while longer, but Lilybun and Scyther both have a ton of energy, so this defense should be pretty comfortable here, flipping it away, but that Now mine is so scary. Scyther still gets the strike war. The goalie instincts coming in, and Lilybun, what a flip for the barrier.
Yeah, gorgeous angle, unfortunately taken away right after that, but Liari does have the 1v1. Barcode, Stone Cold Killer just sitting there watching, and unfortunately Scyther the wrong direction on that Summer Assault means the Joker gets the barrier for free. But now it's Liari. Strike shot not quite finding its mark. But the Joker at any moment can do the unthinkable, which is honestly pretty thinkable when you know the Joker. Oh, and the strike or win from Liari. So unfortunate there off that center drum. Able to find its mark and just force the ego challenge the net. Bun Bun Bonanza gets on the board.
That might have been the unthinkable. That pass backwards was a little bit devious, and these bounces off the center have been a little hard to track for both teams so far this game. But that pass splitter does open up a good barrier for Joker, who's looking for another strike war here. But Lilybun does manage to clear it away. And an amazing kill by the Joker, too. Just a raw primary. And Shiantu with the passing plays as well. It's getting to be in a bit of a tough spot for Bun Bun Bonanza.
That's right, and we're starting to see the level difference set into place. Liari stuck on level 2. Hopefully might level up soon. Lilybun still halfway through 3 as the Joker and Shianzu a full level up right now. This is scary for the damage. We've seen the Joker able to find these kills so easily. There we go. One barrier falling for the side of Showtime. The Joker now has the opportunity again. So much core control coming out from them. Is now the flip. Tries to find its mark. A beautiful ult from Lilybun. Secures that second barrier, and we're all tied up.
Bit of a tough spot, though, as another flip by Joker finds its way into the bottom corner. A great aim shot means that Showtime finish off this first set. They're the ones who continue to move forward in this draft, and with Asher being first pick, that's a really scary situation to look out for. Has plenty of great awakenings on the board here. There's so many ways this draft could go. The creations are both available for now. The Rampage is available. A single Spark's available for later scaling. There's so much power on the board right now as Monumentalist does fall down to Lilybun. Maybe a win condition if it could be found on the barriers, but Rampage in perfect form on the two forwards of Joker and Shianzu is really scary to deal with as 1-2 punch is taken by Barcode. Not just to deny, it's a pretty good goalie awakening too, especially when on Atlas you can primary strike, you can strike, primary, whatever, or maybe even just strike twice and get the benefit of additional core speed. And of course with the team player on the other side, you're really trying to keep up in that core speed as well.
That's right. Of course, team player, such an amazing awakening for goalies. I feel like it was the way Audi intended. Now we are trying to stuff this through. The defense is so strong from Showtime. As look at this knife's edge pressure in the corner. Everyone's moving so quick. It's so hard to gauge when you should strike when there's so many bodies on the core. You see an unfortunate secondary there from Barcode. Almost sends it into their own corner. Really fun. Looking to get it through. Scyther does manage to keep this alive, though.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot still. They can't get a good clear out. They can't get a clean clear, and Joker baits out the flip. Lilybun incredibly low. Finds the clear for now, but Scyther does not have meter as well. Needs to be so careful on the defense. The Tobu Fortress will be just enough as Liari sends it to the other side. Trying to find a flip, trying to find something as the team player is now activated. The Monumentalist on the big finish taking up so much space, and they get it out of there, but Lilybun is still a target to be KO'd as Joker. Triple take does nothing to his health bar, trying to find a shot to the top side, blocked away by the log of Scyther, but again Shianzu takes it forward. Scyther reads down, and Showtime are in full control of the midfield.
That's right. I would go to school if the Joker was my geometry teacher. We see so many times the core flip just flip to the perfect angle, always bouncing off one thing before it takes the barrier. It's ridiculous. So I think these core flips coming out from the Joker are just so huge. And, you know, speaking of huge, slowly but surely building up these Rampage stacks combined with the magnetized souls is just proving to be such a problem for Scyther right now.
Yeah, trying to Tobu Fortress it out, but it hits the back of the Tobu Fortress instead. Contacts the barrier, and Joker to the bottom side now, looking for another crazy angle, but Lilybun has covered it this time. Liari trying to keep the core up with the help of the triple take, but another great angle from Joker mixes up Scyther for yet another goal for Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime's looking strong right now, and they're showing why they're 1-1 in this season, trying to make it 2-1, as they've had difficult games all throughout. We'll have to see if Bun Bun Bonanza is able to get through, and within 5 seconds, the Joker has the core in between the barriers, taking them both. There's so much pressure, just explosive coming out from Showtime.
Passing plays are incredible. This time, Lilybun and Liari need to find one of their own, but the matchup into the now doesn't feel too good, especially when Xianzu just pulls the trigger, finds the shot. Another KO by Joker. It's like history repeating itself. I'm feeling deja vu because both players on Showtime found a KO the same way. Scyther saving it for a moment, but still in such a dangerous spot because the net is open. The big finish sends it backwards, and Lilybon an amazing bounce for a clear away, but they're so far behind right now.
They sure are, and the energy advantage is all gone. And the Joker just puts it through the top, doesn't even care about the log, and yet another, well, this time a 3-0 in this set. Showtime is looking on top right now, and we'll have to see what the awakenings are to even further that gap.
Yeah, now it gets even scarier because Egoist is available. Missile Prop, though, a little bit of a possibility here perhaps for Scyther to get some more midfield pressure on Taiko Temple. But Hotshot as well, something that could be a choice, trying to get more cooldown, trying to get more core speed. Core speed could be the name of the game, especially with the team player already on board. And Missile Prop is a great awakening for the Finny after all, but that's an Egoist now for Xianzu. And another Spark falling down as well. Explosive entrance, Liari trying to find anything here. Maybe the dash range will be the difference maker. Leo Leon looked very solid with it earlier on, but it's going to be difficult.
Sure is. There's a mountain to climb. And that mountain is named Showtime. Bun Bonanza trying to get the core past. Liari on such low HP already. Has to retreat to get the orb. And thankfully is able to dodge out that ability from the Joker. But Liari in the mix. Trying to find something. But Xianzu is just too quick. Able to get up there and deny any chance of striking it. To keep all that pressure. And there we see it into the now primary. This is so dangerous, and look at this. The Joker just runs through and stuffs it.
Yeah, it's getting really difficult because the scaling has come in. And I'm not sure what they can do to really mitigate it here because a pick like Fanny just doesn't have the tools in the midfield, the immediate tools, compared to Now, who has all the immediate tools in the world, and Joker is playing a little bit of midfield himself a lot of the time as well, making it difficult for the core to ever get to Liari in a good spot, while Barcode is the one doing so much damage. Liari already staggered, 2 barriers taken.
Yeah, the Joker doing such a good job of finding these double barriers off these single plays. And all the Finny abilities in the world might not be able to stop this one. As Liari almost taken off the map. Not even staggered, just taking pure knockback. As the flip comes out, immediately blocked away by Xianzu. Liari on low HP has the flip, gets it before Barcode, but it doesn't matter. Somehow Barcode able to keep both of these barriers alive. This is a ridiculous defense from Showtime right now, and I don't see how Bun Bonanza can break through.
It's going to be difficult. Trying to find a way through, but Barcode is so on point on the defense, and of course has not had to really be miserable on the defense too much because Xianzu and Joker have kept it up for most of the game. But maybe this is the exception. Maybe this is Bun finding an offensive play if Lilybun can get it past Xianzu here. But Xianzu makes sure it does not get past the midfield line, draws a line in the dirt as Liari trying to find a flick, but accidentally hits it up. Xianzu now with the run in flip, and Showtime 1 goal away.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking if you're a Bun Bonanza fan. It's so difficult to deal with. I mean, look at just the level advantage. Xianzu level 9 versus Liari on 5. We're seeing a 4-level gap as the Joker gets yet another barrier. Potentially the nail in the coffin for game number 1. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, this team has their work cut out for them. They just have to keep things alive, and the Joker closes out game number 1. We'll have to see how they switch things up when we go to AtLab.
That's a tough one. Scyther had the strikes, but a lot of the positioning, I think, was a little bit lacking. Of course, he has had quite the departure from the goalie role, so can't fault him too much. The roll swap experiment not panning out too well for Bun. So I think they might go back to their current roles the next game. Not the worst performance, but definitely not the greatest.
Yeah, hard to deal with, especially on a map like Taiko Temple, where things can just change so quickly with those drums. We saw it happen very, very, very frequently, where the Joker is just able to get a double barrier, able to core flip and throw it into the corner and get at least one. You know, when people say, I got my one, that's the Joker during game number 1. So Atlas's lab, you know, we might see Lilybun return to the net. Might see Scyther on that Zentaro or something else. Familiar pick, potentially, to try to take game number 2 and even up this series. But we'll have to see what happens.
Yep. They're headed on to the next map, Atlas Lab. And we really have to reserve any commentary on the next game until we know what position the players are going. It's a little bit dependent on that. So I guess any big takeaways from this game? I do think the pick ban was a little bit confusing this game because of Bun Bun banned away the Mako, which is a very strong pick, but is it worth it when Xianzhu and Joker and Barcode are all on comfort? Like, that was Asher, now Atlas, for Joker, Xianzhu, Barcode.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, clearly they were familiar with that comp, familiar with the map. Of course, you know, that was Showtime's map. Whether that means it should have been a 3-0, I'm not too sure. But yeah, we will have to see if the roles swap up and if Bun Bun Bonanza goes back to something that feels comfortable for them. I think that's going to really be the difference maker. And whether or not they're able to just wipe game number 1 away, just completely write that off, come into this fresh mindset, lock in, and we'll see if they're able to take it. As we get into the draft here, it looks like starting Awakening is going to be Prize Fighter Big Fish, which I imagine we will see a lot of large characters now.
Yeah, perhaps. And that does mean that there is a potential for the KO, right? Atlas Lab, a pretty damage-heavy map, and Prize Fighter, one of the 4 most damage Awakenings at Showtime on the blue side. Make sure that Scyther does not get any hint of anything resembling Erasmus, if that is the positioning that is gone for here. And an immediate first pick on the Atlas, really keeping Barcode on the goalie comfort.
That's right. We do see the Mako ban coming out as well. Just not a character you want to deal with, boosting both the forward and midfielder directly into you to deal a lot of damage. So fair enough for that ban. We also, from Bun Bun Bonanza, we see the Aimi Kazan pick coming out, which is very interesting. Of course, 2 characters extremely strong on this map, very mobile and just able to get the job done.
Yep. And that does make me very confident in Showtime's composition in particular. On the other hand, Bun Bun Bonanza, not quite sure what to think because this is a little bit wild. Aimi, Luna, and Kazan here. Whoa.
Chills. Yeah, I'm gonna let them cook. I am going to let them cook, and we'll have to see. Are they able to deal the damage? I mean, this is a very damage-heavy comp, right? Just pick Prize Fighter, just hit dump all of your utility onto a single person that doesn't have any energy, and we'll have to see what happens, right? I mean, will the Atlas from Showtime be able to stop the onslaught that we might see if Bun Bun Bonanza gets these Prize Fighter stacks?
And it looks like Scyther is still in the goalie position. We'll see which goalie character is picked up for Scyther here. I think people are predicting the Luna. That may be the case. Going to be interesting on Atlas Lab because that composition does have a lot of damage pressure with the Aimi and the Luna. 2 of the best characters at racking up damage in the game, and of course Kazan can do a lot of core control in the enemy box as well. Pretty adept at dealing with an Atlas in an open net if they can get to that state. Showtime's composition, very standard in comparison, so Bun Bun's just going to have to pull out something exceptional here.
That's right, and we see 6 large fishes. Looking like a market here. We do see the eject button on Scyther, so do be prepared for a lot of offensive pressure coming out from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. We'll have to see if the core control will work out, or if Showtime are going to be able to overrun and put too much pressure on Scyther 12 as Luna.
That's what the Kai and Juliet can do if given the opportunity, but it depends on their core control. Right now, Lilybun and Liari are keeping it controlled in the top corner, and they're looking a lot more comfortable on this map as the brawler midfield duo. Liari pulling the core away. So much damage onto Xianzhu, and Bun Bun Bonanza are looking very online right now.
That's right, but don't count out the Showtime offense. We've seen what they're capable of and how quickly they're able to take these barriers. One wrong pass, and you might find the Joker in your net taking both your barriers here. As we see Liari now. Beautiful evade dodging the dash. Might be able to pick up that orb, and sure does. If that orb is able to fly through, Lilybun not using the flip just yet. There's one barrier down. And the missed punch from the Joker will keep that alive for a little bit longer. Barely able to find that off the corner.
Oh, Joker's in position, that dash punch, and that's the weakness of the Luna goalie. One mistake and the kingdom comes crumbling down for Bum Bum Bonanza. But I think that point gives me high hopes for later on in the game because they had control for most of it. They just couldn't quite secure the goal, and that means that they have the capability to really contend in this game.
That's right, and a beautiful double barrier off the Imi turret there, and the core flip KO. The net is open. Lilybun just has to click in, 80% of the net would be good there. So there we go. I mean, Bum Bum Bonanza on the board now, 1-1, looking strong. I'm excited to see how the rest of this game plays out.
Absolutely, but that does mean that Scyther and Lilybun are incredibly low on the meter department. Joker is going to find a crazy play here, going for the top barrier this time, looking for both, if possible, and Xianzhu finds the follow-up strike. Lilybun trying to sneak the core to the top side, and Liari will follow up for the bottom barrier, but Joker is flip. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be. Now both forward and midfielder for Showtime have this core flip. Xianzhu doesn't have to use it on defense. The Joker uses it to kill. Thankfully for Bum Bum Bonanza, it's not in the net just yet. But the Giga will secure that goal. Xianzhu doesn't even need to use the core flip. Still has it now to potentially go for a double barrier or even a KO.
Yeah, that meter advantage continues for Showtime as Barcode is built up nearly a flip as well. And that goalie core flip is going to be so important for defending here. The Atlas already a wall, but combined with that ability is going to be so hard to get through. But the top barrier will indeed go down if Liari can maintain possession in this top corner and get some cooldowns back. That could be huge. As Scyther 12 dashes forward, pretty risky because Joker is there looking for dash punch onto the barrier now, following up with the flame flurry, trying to get both barriers, but Scyther is there with the flip, looking warmed up on the goalie well and truly. But Liari is a little bit staggered, a little bit in a little bit of a dangerous position.
Yeah, this is scary now. Of course, all the pressure mounting towards this bottom barrier, and Liari does not want to be standing there. You can see she immediately loses so much health, almost dies off the core flip, and a beautiful angle. Somehow, Scyther gets a piece of it before that one ends up in the net. And the Crater dash combo to secure that bottom barrier. Things are potentially looking up for Bum Bum Bonanza, but so is the core in the net, and Showtime takes set number 1. That being said, I think the Awakenings here can play a huge part in the rest of the game because Bum Bum Bonanza is still looking strong.
Yeah, they were so close to converting on that point too. They just ran out of gas at the very end. The no dash cooldown on Luna, and that pass being so good from the side of Showtime. Looking at the draft though, it's also looking Showtime as Fighter Flight being the first pick means that Xianzhu has so much presence in the map. Of course, the build different pickup is good for the Imi, but there's not any crazy Awakenings later on, right? So many things being taken away. Missile Prop denied away as well. Spark of Focus, a scaling option for Bun Bun, but the question is, can they get to the late game to scale? Because Showtime have the power to win now.
That's true. And that's what you have to look out for. I mean, we see the pressure coming out already from the side of Bum Bum Bonanza. One barrier falls, but this is where it's scary. We see this sort of triangle Xianzhu and the Joker are forming. You can see the passing lane, and it is not where you want to be. Liari trying to find this now. The Imi turret up top almost secures that goal. The Juliet ult forcing things out. It's a nice save from Scyther. Keeps both these barriers alive. Liari in the top corner. The strike shot from Barcode. Not enough. As Liari has the strike cooldown and is able to shoot that one through. Bum Bum Bonanza off to a little bit of a good start here.
Yep, and especially because they are pretty even in the meter department. Last set they fell behind pretty significantly, and here they can contend a lot more with the core flips. But Joker not slowing down for anyone here. It's continuing to push the core into the top corner. Xianzhu with a barrage being so effective against this composition because both Imi and Luna are lacking in the multi-hits. Liari, though, making sure that the core does stay up for a moment, and Lilybun has built up a flip. Maybe a big opportunity if they can get some damage on Joker, but Joker is just healing up.
Yeah, Xianzhu's so fast, though, and look at the Joker looking for the dash. The flip coming out, and the barrage almost securing it. But Lilybun was there, had the read early, and was able to keep this defense alive. As Showtime still has both barriers for now. Liari able to take one off the bottom. The center does come up, and the flick from the Joker. The dash into the shot in the bottom corner is beautiful. And Showtime gets on the board.
Yeah, and this is, again, the Luna goalie, such a glass cannon pick. Without the abilities, is helpless in the net, and that's exactly what we saw there. Joker finding the opportunities to capitalize, going for the top barrier, changing targets so efficiently, and making sure that Showtime can keep up in the offense, because this composition from Bum Bum Bonanza is all offense, as Xianzhu takes out Lilybun with a well-placed Giga Blast, and now they're collapsing on the barrier. Joker's almost built up a flip. This goal, just a passing play required, and again, Showtime in such a good spot to win the next point as well.
That's right. It's very surprising, too, that Scyther has the confidence to lock in Luna after how that first game went. They do have potential if they're able to find these double barriers, but right now there's so many multi-hits on the side of Showtime that it's so difficult to take these.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit more here is Liari, but that flip is just stuffed away. And now with the meter not available, is a tough defense for Scyther and Lilybun as Barcode finds the vertical clear angle away from the Kazan. The Giga Blast sends it forward. All they need is one more goal as the KO is found. Scyther gets there in time and wins the strike war afterwards as well. Liari helping out on the defense. They hold, but just holding is not enough when Joker and Xianzhu are collapsing, or maybe it is because the respawn's coming in and Bun Bun stay alive.
Yeah, but for how much longer? We see Barcode pushing up, trying to help, and the Joker finds it. Scyther just not able to get there in time. And Bun Bun Bonanza desperately needs some speed awakenings during the set. They're just not able to keep up with the clears from Barcode, who just cross clears it almost every time.
And with Knife's Edge coming up, they're not going to be able to keep up with Joker, because that guy's going to be both powerful and fast, and without much speed available in there's no speed available in this draft for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, so they'll have to make do with what exists, and that's going to be difficult because team player also goes to Xianzhu. Not just the movement speed on Joker, but the core speed as well in the favor of Showtime. They are looking strong here.
That's right. That's not what you want to see if you're a Luna player, is anything that accelerates the core. Just makes all of your abilities have to be so much more precise. We'll see if Scyther's able to take advantage of this. The core already moving so quickly. First barrier falls in under 5 seconds. Now we see the turret gets one, but this second barrier is always a challenge, especially up against an Atlas and a Kai Barrage. The blink coming through. It's so close, and Liari finally able to get that second barrier here. We've seen this so many times where Bun Bun is able to take this first point. But will they be able to capitalize? We do not know.
On the bottom side, Joker pushing forward and earning the barrier. Liari, it's your chance. One more strike could do it, and Lilybun wins the strike war against Xianzhu. This is so important for Bum Bum Bonanza. They have 2 sparks on Scyther and maybe some scaling later into this game. They just have to get to that late game, and this comp fully comes online, both in the damage and in every other aspect. But it's going to be really difficult to get through this set. If they can do it, though, they're in an amazing spot.
Yeah, this has potential, but we see the Joker once again able to do so much. Liari doing a great job floating around this pitch, but the Joker is just winning strike war after strike war. The core almost going in with not even a single ability. We do see 2 players on Bun Bun Bonanza have the core flip, but so does the Joker, who almost doesn't even need it. Scyther with a beautiful read, able to get that. The flip blocked away by the Crater into the double barrier, as now Lilybun has all the pressure in the world. Scyther just has to get it up, has to pass it to Liari, who has the flip. Looking for the crooked leverage, not quite able to find it. The flip burned away. So unfortunate. The flip coming out from Barcode. The pass not able to find its mark, and the Joker finds the dash into the flick yet again. It's devastating for Bun Bun Bonanza, and Showtime are able to find goals on death's door.
That's so rough, too. That's the point that Bun Bun needed. They needed to go up there off of the amazing Crater from Scyther, getting both barriers on the other side. And now they're in such a tough spot because Joker is building up energy by the second. The Firewall Sentry almost, but Barcode sends it away, and the KO found as well. Liari finds one. continues to mitigate the power play, but Joker's just working on a flip. If they can find a KO here, they do. They get him into the corner, and Xianzu's taking so much damage as well. Maybe it is Bun Bun's chance.
That's big, and the orb steal not quite coming out. Xianzu's able to get it, but Scyther gets the job done, able to find that Liari looking for the stuff, but the Joker's back on the line, and the clear is scary. The dash immediately read by the Joker. Now Xianzu has his core on the bottom. The ult coming out. The Joker finds it, but Scyther is better. Finds the save. Now Liari has to cook. Has to try and find the right opportunity. The Joker looking for the dash. The missile stops it in its tracks. The Scyther is doing incredible defense right now. The Joker is on low HP, but might have the core flip in a second, taken off the map. You just have to get it up to Liari. And there's the flight. Scyther 12 putting in miracles right now to keep this team alive and to keep them from hopefully losing, well, hopefully not for them, losing the series.
And they have so much meter available. If there's ever a chance for them to come back, it is now. But Crater sends it the other way for now, but they put so much damage onto Xianzu. If they can find the KO here quickly, that could be huge. But Xianzu, a well-timed elusive, but a strike war by Liari, pass 2, a flip by Scyther, right behind them. Liari trying to find the strike, but Barcode, a well-timed strike shot, but they take out the midfielder. No evade used by Xianzu means that Liari now has a 1v1 with the goalie. A pass back to Lilybun, trying to find an opportunity. They're trying to get to the top side, and they all collapse onto Barcode. Bum Bum Bonanza stay alive, and the set win is ridiculous because Scyther 12. Oh, Scyther 12 is not first pick. The spark scaling can be denied here.
That's right, but a ridiculous goal there. The power of friendship gets that one through. All three players just collapsing on the net. We'll have to see. Perfect form on this Kazan could be huge here, as we've seen Liari able to just cover the entire pitch and glide around. Extra special deny, though, will make things a little bit easier on Barcode.
Yeah, Barcode would have liked that hot shot, but has to deny the spark of agility. Cannot let this Luna get out of control. But next set is also spark possibility, right? The last spark is there for Scyther. The resilience is available later on. And that hot shot is such a good awakening on the Luna as well. So Bum Bum Bonanza still in it for a moment. And they cleared away from Joker as well. They get the saves. Liari has so many more cooldowns to work with. It is looking good for Bum Bum for the moment.
That's right, and that's a lot of core speed on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. We'll have to see if they're able to take advantage of this. We know the Joker is so quick, and now Xianzu has that siege machine. Oh, this barrage now becomes very scary for the Luna, who's flying around the map. The Joker looking for the punch, but a nice deny by Scyther. The defense from Bun Bun Bonanza is looking pretty strong right now.
If they can get the KO onto Xianzu, but the combo isn't true. Xianzu has enough frames to find the elusive out of it, and still staying alive for the moment. Bounce around the map as Joker takes a 1v2. Lilybun comes in, and they do find the barrier with all of the displacement, but the firewall sentry not enough. But Liari is on the bottom side, and Bum Bum Bonanza, they might have gotten the exact set they needed to have enough power to continue with this game.
That's right. You said earlier, they have to survive to scale into the late game. And that's what they're doing. They're still down one set.
Oh.
And they have a mountain to climb in front of them. There's the flip, and Scyther burns it, but an insane strike war win by, I believe, Lilybun keeps that alive. And the Joker can't find the angle. Missing it, the barrage is scary. But two players have the core flip on Bun Bun Bonanza, and this core is moving.
Liari flip available, Lilybun flip available. They need to make good use of it, and Joker is lurking. Gotta watch out. The Crater sends him forward, almost combos him into a scoring position, and is now in a lot of trouble here as Lilybun flips it away. Make sure Joker can't get another scoring chance, but he gets another one. Scyther's there in time. Joker taking so much damage, healed up just enough by Barcode to stay out of the staggered state, and the dash misses as well. Scyther 12 without any cooldowns now. Joker, one moment all it takes. It's actually Xianzu and Joker who combine for that goal.
Yeah, the barrage with the siege machine is so scary. There's so many times you can hit that, and all you need is the Joker to get one good read. And that dash punch puts the core right in the back of your net. Xianzu now, a menace in this midfield with this speed. You have to get the core moving quick, and you have to do it. There's the flip coming out. Unfortunately, Ari's teammate is off the pitch. You have to stall now to come back. as the Sad Boys angle.
Oh,
Oh, a second time keeps the bottom barrier alive, but not for long enough. As the Joker hits it back. Afraid of what a pass might mean in that situation.
they're taking it really slow here. Jiangsu moving up the field. They're being so patient as Joker capitalizes, finds a KO on Liari as Lilybun tries to return the favor, but not quite. Scyther with a calm clear in a tough spot, flips Joker away, but doesn't catch the core. And now another passing play, top side, a little bit off. That wouldn't have gone in the goal just there. Liari does arrive back into the play, looking for an opportunity, but Barcode still has the saves. And now Joker, the no mix-up. Scyther thought Joker was going to flick to the bottom, but Joker just sent it straight to the top side.
Showtime has incredible offensive synergy right now. Able to find these goals out of nothing. You have to be worried if you're Bun Bun Bonanza. You're 1 point away from having this series taken from you. And what's been such a strong comeback in Barcode somehow gets the core around that barrier. As now Bun Bun Bonanza almost loses 2.
Continuing to push forward here is Lilybun. Has flip available, but Joker still dribbling. Flip available for Joker in front of the barrier, but Scyther just blocks it with a simple strike. Liari sends it away, and Bun Bun survive with the barrier still standing. So important in a game like this. And hot shot by Scyther takes both the barriers on either team. Lilybun so patient, not getting caught out for the moment. Liari looking for a strike roll, but Jiangsu, the robot, refusing to lose right there. And Liari and Lilybun now in such a tough spot. They need to win every strike war to continue in this game, it feels like, as Scyther tries to rocket the core, not quite there, and the dash punch will close it out in the favor of Showtime.
And ending not with a whimper, but with a bang. Showtime takes this set 2-0, or the series 2-0 rather. And an insane performance from them. I thought surely Bun Bun Bonanza did such a good job trying to claw their way back in that second match. But Showtime ultimately gets the better of them. 2-1 now in our 3 weeks of Nassel Season 5. There's a reason these teams are the top 10 best in Omega Strikers, and you're seeing why.
In game one, after game one, I was like, I don't trust this. Bun Bun are playing this for fun, and I think they're having fun. Let's be clear. But after that second game, I respect it. It was an important strategic decision that almost worked against Showtime.
That's right, and we'll have to see if it continues like that throughout the season. Of course, still a long time, still plenty of weeks to come back and really make a name for themselves. Hopefully everyone bet their bestie bucks in the chat, and that was definitely an interesting series. I believe our next series actually is Sad Boys versus Bozo Bunch, so you don't want to miss that. But Zaya, do you have any thoughts about potentially what's going into that next series?
As the second ever Bozo Bunch coach, second only to KFC manager 5 minutes before me, I believe in the Bozo Bunch. They will be the better 1-1 team and take out the Sad Boys. See you after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We're headed to a bit of a banger series between the Sad Boys and the Bozo Bunch, who have a substitute in. It's Mr. Zert from Ember's Flame instead of Dropletto. So it'll be an interesting one against the Sad Boys main roster.
Yeah, should be a heck of a game here going forward, and we're going to start on Night Market, well known for being a bit of a bloodbath here. We have an X immediately locked in, insta-locked from Bells. I mean, the pick ban happens out of the game, but still, it's always funny to see that. But we do see that Era X comp coming out. Not the Mako Era X, that was banned away, of course. But the Aimi first pick, that one's a little bit interesting, especially seeing that Julie pick down all the way to the 4-5. Is there any lore for that one?
I think in general, Mr. Zert is a lot... Oh, actually, yeah, looking at it, it feels a little swapped. I would say that Mr. Zert would be more comfortable on the X, but instead it is it being taken away by Bells. Aimi, of course, a very high priority pick in general, so not too surprised by that pick in particular. But the Era coming out, a lot of people have been saying that Era is a bad pick, but we've seen it twice today already. Looking for a little bit more here is Mr. Zert. 2 barriers already taken by the Bozo Bunch. A very fast play coming out as Obscure Breads onto Fini, but gets double barriered by a good dribble from Bells. Now with all of it opened up, it's looking a little scary here.
Peter Loki kind of brick for a second there, my bad. There we go. Back in the game, and 20 seconds left in this point until we go into overtime and see all of those red cores going around. Bells tries to get a kill onto I, but it's not going to work just yet. The Cyber Swipe and Glitch Pop is not enough. Bellringer not able to connect. Zert taking a little bit of damage, but not too bad. Just hits level 2, but it's not enough. Bells gets the core and sends it in. Not even overtime speed, but that was very, very fast.
And with a flip available as well, all 3 flips coming up and available for the Sad Boys pretty soon. They're looking to be in a pretty good spot, especially since the midfielder, not having too much meter. Bells is going to have a field day if he can go on the offense here, and that's exactly what he's trying to do with the dribbles. But importantly, getting interrupted in the midfield, but still finding 1 barrier.
Yeah, the first barrier is the easy one even, but not easy in this one, it would seem. Red's trying to get down to the bottom, use the secondary as well really nicely, use the core flip there to get it forward, but Vaughn gets it up to Bells. Really nice midfielding there as per usual. Barrage gets it into the corner and keeps it there long enough for the core flip to happen. Another kill, double kill for Bells! And now Vaughn, a little bit of a stall there, had to use a primary just to get a little bit more speed onto it. 5 seconds until Aimi is back. They're trying to get something. Almost a good defense from Zerp, but not perfectly executed, unfortunately. And I mean, what can you do in 1v3 against Bells? You already lose in Vaughn.
Yeah, tough situation. Made the most of it for a moment. A valiant attempt, but not quite enough here as the 2 brawlers face off yet again. 1 berry taken instantly, trying to go for another. But I think the biggest thing that's hampering the Bozo Bunch is that one of their biggest strengths is that Dropletto Gret forward midfield synergy. And right now, Mr. Zert and Gret, both individually great players, but they're not playing as together as they would be with the starting roster.
Yeah, and especially, you know, at this level of play against a team like the boys that have played together so much, you really have to be on point with that because there's almost no way you're going to out-team play this team like they are now. But that's a really good big finish from the Fini as well. Bell's nice Bellringer dribble. The dribble down from Zert doesn't get interrupted by the Giga Blast there. The primary from Era trying to get things done. Bell's very low, might have to use the core flip here just to survive, but is going to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Breads passes up. The flip actually goes the way of either. Great clear on that one. Cyber Swipe, a lot of damage on the X, but not enough to get the kill just yet. Vaughn very low as well on top side. Bell's about to be unstaggered there, but not enough. The Glitch Pop, not enough either. That's a dash punch onto a goalie. Zert gets a kill, and that is the chance here for the Bozo Bunch to try and get things done. It's not quite enough just yet. The primary from the Era holds the line. Kai's back in 2 seconds. The core flip, though, goes in right as he's respawning in overtime.
Perfectly timed by Obscure Breads, but again, the midfield coordination not quite there from the Bozo Bunch. It feels like Vaughn is having a pretty easy time picking apart the passing plays here because it's not quite on time. And Bells, of course, having a decent time just getting past the midfield almost by himself. We're seeing a lot of direct passes from Yuri Luz to Bells because the passes are not being cut, like right there, converting into a barrier as Mr. Zert and Gret trying to find conversion off of that flip, but all they get is taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, and that's really massive here, especially, now Zert is staggered as well. Their potential kill angle here. The Cyber Swipe, though, and the Dash Punch gets the core a little bit of control, but they lose it immediately after there. Zert trying to strike war against you already lose, but Luz is not going to let that go that easily. The Bull Rush goes wide from Bells. They're trying to get things done. Imi passes up, it's just to YAL on the other side. Big U-Blast just bounces Zert all the way back onto the other side, and even the Juliet getting killed during the ultimate is so tragic there. Bells getting the barrier, and now it is the potential for the boys to take the set. The core flip comes out, but the Imi charge, the big finish, really nice core flip from Bells as well with the X Maximus. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about that one. Well played by the boys.
Yeah, and as we head into this next draft, the Era X, of course, the narrative is always a scaling composition, but Kai can do a lot of speed scaling himself, has the potential to do so here. Perhaps an Egoist pickup here, combined with the Catalyst start. An incredibly powerful pickup, an incredibly high priority pickup. But Egoist will just fall. They see Obscure Breads as the goalie, who will make a little bit less of a use of it, and instead guarantee better picks for later on in the draft. Potentially getting the rapid fire onto the Era is what they're looking for, perhaps, and that's exactly what they're doing here, and making sure that Zert does not get the Adrenaline Rush. No win condition for the Juliet. Unstoppable is good, but it is not something that you win the game with.
Yeah. There's so many things you have to do to win a game. There's very rarely at this level just one thing that'll get it to you. But little steps on the way are what it takes, and that first barrier is a great way for the Bozo Bunch to start things off in this set. Bell's trying to get through with the Bell Ringer. The big finish is not enough. Actually ends up being a double unfortunate bounce out of the big finish, and good playing around that ability from Bells. Pass from Vaughn over to the corner, almost puts it all the way in with the Demon Angle, but it's not enough. The Giga Blast also not enough. Zert rocketing around the field here, trying to do what he can, but not enough. The Dash Punch there, though, does get the second barrier. Open goals on both sides here. Gret also with that core flip available. Gonna let it go by for now. Cyber Swipe into Bells, puts a lot of damage on him. Almost dying as well. Has to use the evade there a little bit further from the core flip when he was just so close to it. But he will stay alive for now. Core flip, though, from Zert is going to be enough to finish out the ball.
Yeah, Mr. Zert sliding in with the Dash Punch at the last possible moment. Somehow maintaining the unstoppable, too. Finds the flip and the goal there. And they still maintain two flips as well on Breads and Gret. That is such a big advantage for the Bozo Bunch in finding their way back into this game. Unless Bells and Vaughn could find a big play here. They find one barrier, looking for two, a good flip, but Gret immediately hits it away. And now the X Maximus is looking very scary in the midfield as Vaughn and Bells are both meterless, but an amazing Giga Blast just snipes Gret, and with the power play, they're rushing forward. Bells and Yuri Luz still continuing to push forward here, and once again, both barriers go down.
Yeah, open goal here, and Bells puts it in with the Strangle there. Really nicely done, trips up Obscure Breads there, who did strike in time if it would have been a direct strike, but direct striking into it is not the way to go here. You have to go for those fancy plays most of the time to actually get things through. Kickoff is pretty nice. A little shrunken Imi is going to be running around the field for a little bit. Vaughn trying to put that midfield down behind from the get-go. Turret is good, but not enough. Arenado from the other side also going to try and do things. Cyber Swipe, Dash Punch going to be enough to secure the first barrier, but that's still only the first. Strike Shot from Fini is nice with the triple take as well, and the card, the misdirection as well. Zert misses the punch, unfortunately, just a little bit too delayed on that one to get it through the Kai. Bull Rush, though, a little bit too far away. Misdirection goes wide. Cyber Swipe goes forward. Giga, though, gets the Imi off of the back of that. Really nice find by You Already Lose, as we see, again, this open goal from the side of... and the unfortunate angle as well with the core flip as well from Bell's Bell Ringer. And his name is in the ability for a reason there. So much damage, so much pressure here from the boys against Bozo.
Yeah, that angle off the center, we see it so many times, and it's so rough to see it in this particular game where it felt like the Bozo Bunch had a way back, but after that, it went to the hands of Bells perfectly to score that goal, find the KOs, and create a massive advantage for the Sad Boys as the NATO comes in, but Patient Clears will get it away as Obscure Breads and Gret keep it forward. Vaughn on the top side, trying to find a dribbling plays here. Brett still finding a dribble as Vaughn keeps it forward, but Mr. Zert in position. You already lose, taking so much damage. A KO target perhaps as this point continues. Another dribbling play forward to Bells. Looking for the shot to the bottom side. We'll take one barrier. Mr. Zert needs to find a scoring opportunity here. Goes for a sideways dash punch, trying to catch the in clear, but You Already Lose doesn't fall for it, and Bell stuffs away Brett's core flip. That's a lot of energy burned. That's a lot of resources taken away from the Bozo bunch. And Vaughn and Bells are just working on their core flips. This energy disadvantage is significant. But Mr. Zert just strike wars the core flip from You Already Lose. If there's a clutch play that needs to happen, it was that, somehow making the game even.
Yeah, evening it up, and that is what they need to start by evening up, but they need to do so much more than just even it up. They need to keep taking wins, especially against X. Every time X gets ahead early, it is not a recipe for success, and Bell is going to bull rush through, but not get the barrier just yet. It's going to be Vaughn that gets it in the end. The core flip, though, from Vaughn is not perfect, doesn't get quite the connection he was hoping for. The X Maximus, the X Tech there for the reset, and that's going to be kills galore as the boys take set 2.
2 sets on the board now. A dominant performance in that last point, and Vaughn is first pick. Fight or Flight is looking very scary. So is the Deadeye on Fini of Obscure Breads, but I think they might choose to forego it entirely. Just go for the Fight or Flight, the additional mobility, and that is exactly what is chosen here for Vaughn. On the other hand, Obscure Breads picking the Stagger Swagger, trying to get some more durability, trying to deny durability away from the other team, and Deadeye does fall to Gret, so it is a pretty solid start for the side of Bozo Bunch, but a solid start isn't what they need. They need something to massively put them back in the game, and although Mr. Zert might be a Dash Julie enjoyer, I'm not sure if that'll be so effective here.
Yeah, I mean, Dash Julie is one of those things that's super polarizing. Some people swear by it, but that is not what you want to happen with Dash Julie. I mean, Dash is kind of irrelevant there, but immediately dying off the bat is not the way to go. There's only so much you can do, of course. Bells is just so good on this X, it seems. And we were talking about it being a little backwards earlier. We were expecting, Bells on the Julie and Zert on the X, but it seems that Bells is no stranger to the Striker either. Zert, though, racing across the field, the glitch pop hitting Vaughn. Very low on HP is Vaughn. Potential kill angle there, but isn't going to be found just yet. The punch from Zert as well, not going to be enough. The flurry was also invested. Vaughn did have to burn the flip, but he is still alive. Bells as well has his own flip there. He already was playing up a little bit here and there too. But Obscure Breads is just winning strike war after strike war. It takes the arrow ult. That's a kill flip though. Getting Bells, knocking him out of the fight, and this is the chance. That's another kill. 2 for the side of the Bozo Bunch. This is what it takes, but the core flip, the counter flip from Zert was perfect though. Down to the frame, the cyber swipe, but Bells is on the field. That's a dead Kai in the goal though. Can Bells hold it down? Vaughn is back on the field now as well. 7 seconds until Kai is over. Zert misses the strike there, unfortunately. Doesn't get the angle into the goal. Obscure Bread's trying to get it forward with misdirection. Then it lands into the goal there incredibly. Obscure Bread's from downtown. What a play.
Oh, but it feels so rough, right? Mr. Zert missing so many strikes. And although Obscure Breads does make it happen against a team like the Sad Boys, it's difficult. It's really difficult here. And the Bozo Bunch, they do have a brief lead, but they need to be on point from here on out. And Mr. Zert is doing exactly that with the top barrier take.
Yeah, great start to the point. Core flip out of the IME as well. Putting in the work. 2 barriers now going down. Vaughn very low on health. Zert winning a strike war against You Already Lose and Vaughn. The 2v1, no problem for this Julie since down to the bottom and puts him up 2-0 in the set. Says X can scale, sure, but what if we just won anyways?
It's going to be a hard road ahead of them, but Mr. Zert, after that unfortunate point, is deciding to lose no longer. Strike warring 2 of the best players in the game, 2 of the best defensive players in the game, no less. And another flip, another conversion here, looking for the patience this time. Hit away from, but still has another chance, repeating on the bottom side, looking for a dribble. Not quite enough, and gets taken out, comboed by Bells. Mr. Zert didn't even look low the last time I looked over at him, but the damage dump was incredibly well played from the Sad Boys.
Yeah, they play a lot of control comps, but never underestimate their KO potential either. They have a lot of it. Nibiri CI very low on health, looking to save the core flip as long as possible. Bells is looking to put an end to that. Cyber Swipe is used, glitch pop as well. The X Maximus comes out, so does the flip. Staying alive, but burning the flip, getting the core forward. Obscure Breads is trying to get things done with the big finish, but in the end, it's just a setup for Bells on the other side of the map. Vaughn core flip, but not quite enough to get it through just yet. The triple take, the strike shot, but in the end, it is going to be the bewitching beam from Vaughn that gets things done. And that is boys on the board in what is potentially the final set of this game if they just get 2 more.
Yeah, they could do it. They have the meter, they have the passing plays, and of course their team that is no stranger to the comebacks here. As Vaughn once again just controls the core in the midfield, gets it to Bells, but a missed strike into the terrain means that there's another chance for Mr. Zert on the top side, looking for an opportunity, gets the strike war win, and that's 1 barrier for the Bozo Bunch already, looking for another here. A flip wasted, so much damage onto Obscure Breads, but that guy has Stagger Swagger, that guy is not going down.
Yeah, he is definitely not. He is staying alive. Bozo Bunch clinging on with just their fingernails, it seems. But if they get this one last goal, it'll be such a good morale boost for them. So much mental momentum going forward in this series. Just to win even 1 set, let alone any more. But they lose 1 barrier. The Giga Blast, though, countered by the turret. The misdirection as well. The big finish gets hit out by Bells. Triple take is used every single one of these abilities on cooldown. But the misdirection comes off, sends it forward. You already lose. We have the glitch pop as well being used. So many abilities. I almost dead, but dodges out of the bull rush as well. Really nice movement there. Has to burn the core flip in the end. Glitch pop backwards into a self pass. Really nicely done, but they just can't keep the control up. That is a dash punch though from Zert. He's trying what he can. The core flip comes out as well. Goes down for the barrier. Gets it. We are deep into overtime now, as we see Obscure Breads using the big finish, but it's countered by Vaughn. Vaughn sending it back down over to Yardy. Lose. Gets it. A little bit of back pass. The Giga Blast makes it the core. Goes so fast here. But Mr. Zert can't get the kill onto Bells. Bells is still alive. The core flip used really nice by Obscure Breads, but it's not quite enough. But that is Bells going down. This is the power play in overtime, but there's 2 core flips on the side of boys. They might have to use them here, but if they don't, it's even more incredible. The strike shot. That is 1 core flip from Vaughn. Bit of a weird night market angle in the middle, but it's not going to be enough. And the misdirection forces out the core flip from Yardy. Lose. Obscure Breads is just an absolute sniper with this misdirection, hitting it every single time it needs to be. But Bells bull rushing in through the front, getting a kill with the Aranado is Vaughn. Bellringer goes backwards, sends it over to Zert for just a second. Misdirection stops the bull rush in its tracks. Does not care about it at all. Butching Beam gets it forward. Zert gets it through, but Yardy Lose goes all the way back there. Nicely done. Zert, though, finds the angle on the bottom. And Bozo is not out of this. Bozo hangs on, gets more than a fingernail. They now have just a finger on the edge. They're climbing up. They're climbing out of the pits.
Definitely a winnable game now, but this draft is not looking too good for them. Plenty of great stuff for the Era, and the Juliet is so far down in the pick order. It is a little tough, and Vaughn might even opt to deny. Yeah, they're going to deny the Juliet instead of going for Caster Chrono here, knowing that that is the better option. 1-2 punch going to be taken away, and now the draft that looks so good for Julie is now just an average draft, built different. A Great Awakening, sure, but Knife Edge and 1-2 punch, a double deny, really coming in for the Sad Boys, really making it so that the Bozo Bunch have less of a way back into this game. I think they played that incredibly well to take away their win conditions, and I think that the Sad Boys are once again still favored.
Yeah, and I mean, giving Vaughn all of that speed from the knife's edge as well. You know, you hope to not deny your Julie too much, but that is the cost of it. Though, that being said, Bells does die very quickly. Vaughn almost going off the edge with a big finish as well, but knows his limits a little bit better. Punch not going to find the first barricade, but will find the second barrier. There we go. The triple take as well. Dash punch set up for the Julie. Really nice execution here by the Bozo Bunch. They are in this game. They have reset their mental here, and they're looking to close this up. The core flip from Vaughn is going to say no, not yet, and gets the last barrier standing for the Bozo Bunch. The cyber swipe as well gets a kill. Vaughn is off of the field. Eye very close to the core flip. Going to use it there. Just sends it up to the top. You already lose. Had the read, but was just a little too slow on the barrage.
Mr. Zert is playing out of his mind. The dash punch flip for the KO, and so many one strike wars in the midfield versus Bells and Vaughn. Mr. Zert is keeping the core forward and making sure the Bozo Bunch have a way back into this game, but it's still going to be difficult because Vaughn and Bells are not going down without a fight, and some of the greatest fight that we've seen, because Bells is looking massive and once again doing so much damage to Mr. Zert, but Vaughn's taking a lot as well, and the midfield core is stopped by the triple take. Bells is going to have to invest the core flip pretty soon as the KO attempt is coming in possibly, but Mr. Zert yet again on point with the strikes taken out, but with 2 barriers down, I think it's worth it.
The blood sacrifice has been paid. Zert has fallen for the barriers. He's back, though, in just a few seconds here. We have the glitch buff going a little bit short. We have the misdirection as well. So many abilities used just to try and get it past Vaughn. The Giga Blast, though, takes Aimi out. Really nice find by Yardy Lose there. Now it's the negative power play again. They're trying to push it forward. Obscure Bread still has the core flip, still has the misdirection. managing to stall out the play. Aimi is now back on the field in full force, using the glitch pop there to just break up Vaughn's dribble. Zert forward with abilities, but it's not going to be out of the red core, and overtime is going to put a stop to the play that he was setting up. Gets it again, though, and Yardy Luz just misses the strike, unfortunately, and Gret found a great angle there in the corner.
I don't think a strike was available. I think that was his fastest available strike. I think he was in lockout. He struck before eject buttoning, and unfortunately, for the Sad Boys, that wasn't fast enough. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's those tiny fractions of time that can just mean so much. Another dash punch flip from Zert to get another kill onto Vaughn. Red cores as well, all over the place. Bells, though, has the flip, going to use it there. Kill flip with the X Maximus. Just saying, you can kill with flip, I can kill with flip. Doesn't matter. Power play starts up again, but Obscure Bread's really nice with that misdirection. Keeps the barrier alive. Does lose the other one a little bit later, but only one barrier going down. Julia's back on the field now to do a little bit more. Vaughn playing very close to the edge. Zerg just going to dash punch the core there, trying to keep it out of the control of the opponents there. Yardy Luz has this core flip as well. Is looking to use it if it ever gets to the defense, but it has to get over there first. And finally, oh, that's going to be an Aranado from behind, getting the Aimi off the field. But Obscure Bread's just winning strike wars against an X 3 times the size of the Fani. Zert going down, though, the flip getting a kill, and so much more. But that is going to be X going down. Obscure Bread somehow keeping the goal alive, and the boys just aren't able to get it and finish off the point.
Yeah, and now they're the ones in a little bit of trouble because it's a 3v2 for a little while longer. They find the barrier, Mrs. Zert is approaching. So much pressure, and the hit stun displaces Bells just enough, pushes him back enough to hit the core into the net. Obscure Breads, what a play.
What a play. That was, I mean, I was saying it earlier, Obscure Breads is a sniper with this. I mean, the Fani is just so well practiced on this. Just incredible as well. We see the extra special pickup by the Aimi there. Monumentalist potentially from the Fani. You could also go stacks on stacks. There's so many options here, but just I would say a much better draft than the last one.
Yeah, it's looking like it here. Spark of Strength going to be the pickup here for the side of Mr. Zert. A lot of Sparks being the later picks in the draft. It's a little bit awkward heading into this last point. Really could go either way. The additional strength from that last point isn't too much. The two players I have my eyes on, though, are Gret and Yardy Luz. The stacks on stacks and the extra special Aimi, Firewall Sentries. But one of those players is off the map, and one of those players has just lost a barrier. This point is progressing really fast.
Yeah, the double caster curse there does happen sometimes. The bull rush, not enough to get it through, but a triple bell ringer does so much damage to the enemy team. Vaughn taking a lot of damage in the back end of the play, with the glitch pop as well, but gets it through with an Aranado. That is one kill onto the Julie Zert, again falling in the line of duty. Bells is the one that has the core and has the goal. Really nice rotation there by the side of boys. You know, core's up in the top, get it down to the bottom, get it forward to the X. Just, you know, he's taking out the goalie, he's kind of open. Get it to him, he puts it in. Just really nice team play.
Once again, they're trying to do the same thing here as Bells goes for possibly a KO, but Vaughn is the one who's incredibly low. One more hit could do it here. He's sitting on death's door as Mr. Zert and Gret approach. A dash punch, anything, a flame flurry, something, a punch misses, and Vaughn's evasion has meant that the regen comes through and the midfielder is back to the unstaggered state. Big opportunity for the Sad Boys to push forward.
Yeah, but they're being pushed back with that turret as well. The flip doesn't quite go according to plan, but it does get the barrier in the end anyways. So, you know what? It is according to plan at the end of the day. And so they will get the barrier. They have the open goal. Boys, Zert with the punch. And yeah, sure, Aimi dies in the midfield, 2 bells. But at the end of the day, the one that scores the goal is the one that wins in the point. And they tie it up. 2 sets, so 1 point, 1 point.
Yardy Luz hasn't come online on the stacks on stacks yet, though, and that's the threat I'm looking at. But a quick KO by the Bozo Bunch. Vaughn being immediately taken out. That is not what you want if you're the Sad Boys. Bells alone in the net. 2 barriers still standing as Bells valiantly defends, but 2 barriers will not stand for much longer as both go down. Obscure Breads with a flip available. Looking to find another snipe here as Mr. Zert advances up the field, and the clear not quite there. It is Gret credited with the goal as the Bozo Bunch with a substitute brawler are 1 goal away from beating the main roster Sad Boys. Yeah, and what an uncharacteristic mistake there from Vaughn.
I has gone for that play several points in a row now, the glitch pop off the bat, and getting caught out by it this time is a little unfortunate. I think he thought he could push his limits a little bit farther, a little bit closer to it, but in the end got punished for that in fine fashion as well. Zert finding another kill, but Bell's finding the barrier in answer with the investment of those abilities and the positioning. But there we go, the cyber swipe, glitch pop, getting the core forward. Zert in the goal, but loses the strike war in the end, has to use that a little too early. Bell's winning the strike war against the core flip of Breads. Glitch Pop, though, gets it over to Zert. Vaughn, though, winning the strike war there. The turret gets it forward, but the Aeronado keeps it in that corner. Zert has core flip, so does Bells, but that's a kill flip from Zert, and that is no more flips from the Brawlers. Core going to the other side, and the cyber swipe into the core flip from I is not enough to get it. Incredible defense from Yardy Lose and Vaughn on the side. Glitch Pop to try and mess up with the night market angle. Almost a great mix-up. Big finish, sending it down to the bottom, but it's not quite the perfect angle. Goes into the corner. The Aeronado gonna get the kill with the X Maximus as well. Nice setup by Vaughn. Nice execution by Bells. This core flip as well from Vaughn gets it forward, but unfortunate bounce angle there, doesn't get the barrier and sends it backwards. That's a stall in the play. Aimi is back up in just a couple of seconds there. Bellringer also goes a little bit wide, doesn't find what it needs to. The turret comes out, keeping his core on the top side of the map, but Ai does not execute perfectly on that. Yardy Lose almost dying, but does know the limits in front of this Julie Brawler. The Bellringer gets the barrier. Bells has the core flip as well. Do not forget about that important ability, but it's going to be used just to stun and do damage to the enemy forwards and doesn't actually find the core. Now Zert has the core flip, almost going to die, but not quite yet. Oh, tries to go for a fancy dash play, but messes it up in the end. They're trying to get this last little bit into the net. Just this goal is enough, and will the core flip do it? It will! Gret finds it in the last second with the core flip cyber swipe. Whew.
Wow, what an incredible game. And I gotta highlight Mr. Zert coming in for drop Leto. Had a shaky performance earlier on, right? Missed 3 strikes in a row on the goal. Obscure Breads put it in the end. And after that, Mr. Zert just stopped missing. Like, that guy was dash punch flipping Bells. That guy was finding the goals. That guy was out strike warring Vaughn at times. Mr. Zert, what a performance. What a bounce back from the early game. That guy popped off.
He popped off indeed. It was a little shaky at times, but I mean, trading blow for blow with Bells is no mean feat, especially with that support from Vaughn and Yardy Lose. So really well played there, Mr. Zert, getting the KOs necessary. But the other play that I want to highlight there, Obscure Breads, I mean, what a Finny player there. I mean, that's some of the best Finny I've seen. Those misdirections were so on point. You know, the couple of like red cores rocketing into the goal, so much damage as well. I mean, top damage on the team, although hard to beat Bells with that 52k incredible output on the X, but just so much presence as this ranged goal.
Yeah, we're going to go to a very, very short break before Game 2 to fix a few technical difficulties, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone, we're back and we're ready for game 2. Well, the players aren't ready just yet. The character pick ban hasn't quite happened, but we know what map is next. It's the Taiko Temple, the map that the Sad Boys are so powerful on. Do you think the Bozo Bunch have a shot here?
They've already showed their mettle in that game 1. And let it not be said that, that was an easy match for them. But at the same time, that was also Boys' map pick. And at this level, map pick matters a little bit less. But all the same, Boys picked that map going into it. They had some kind of plan for it. So on Boys' home ground, on Boys' plan, they still triumphed in the end. So Bozo Bunch in the negative position there was able to triumph. So I think going into this, there's a lot that they can do, and if you are a fan of the Bozo Bunch, you might be getting a lot of channel points.
Yeah, and Dropletto stuck in a collegiate League of Legends match, I believe, which is why Mr. Zert is in here. And if it goes to game 3, I'm not sure if we'll see Dropletto. I don't know, actually. But Mr. Zert has shown that he has what it takes to contend against the Sad Boys. And on Taiko Temple, though, it's a little bit more chaotic of a map as the Sad Boys place priority on quite possibly the best pick in the video game, Aimi.
Aimi is definitely a character of all time. One of the most popular ones. Probably one of the most popular one-tricks as well, although these players are obviously not one-tricks. But you get good at Aimi, and there's a lot of things that you can do. She's one of the most expressive characters in the game, just with the ability to, the creativity that you can have with Glitch Pop and the position of the turret and what you can do with the Cyber Swipe Strike combo as well. There's so much agency that you have on Aimi that she really does allow you to express a lot. You can also just kind of almost A-move her, put turret into goal and hope it works. But these players are obviously a little bit above that level.
Yeah, and with Fini and Asher being locked in, it looks like Obscure Breads is back on the Fini, in which he performed so incredibly well on last game, has historically performed so incredibly well on. Obscure Breads redoing that role, and on the other side, it is Ntaro, and I'm starting to see the beginnings of a lot of damage here for the Sad Boys, the beginning and the end, honestly. And Aimi's Ntaro, I wonder what they're going to cap this off with, because they have the capability to just absolutely obliterate Bozo Bunch in terms of damage. They'll go for the Juno instead.
Yeah, I mean, it can be just one of those things where, Juno spawns in teammates basically. So, just kill comp them and then have Juno messing around with the core and the rest of the field, keeping control of it, making sure that you don't lose in the meantime. And then once you get that power play secure, then you can start working on other things. So it just gives you so much agency in that in-between time. And then, of course, once you get that power play, having all the extra slimes prevents a lot of that dead zone time when, you get the power play and then the core's not moving for a little bit. It goes to dead zone and, you lose several seconds worth of play that you're waiting for the enemy team to respawn, basically. You don't want that to happen. So many things that Juno can help in that. And, at players of this skill with manual redirecting and stuff can actually have a fair amount of expression on the character too.
Yep, we should be heading into game any second now, but these are two very full-featured compositions. The only question mark I have, really, is this Drakkar from the Sad Boys. Not the Sad Boys, the Bozo Bunch, yes. This Drakkar from the Bozo Bunch is a little bit concerning to me, right? I'm not sure how well it'll do, especially into a comp like this. That pick, I think, has the biggest question mark surrounding it going into this game. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, especially with the rapid fire start there. I mean, maybe he takes the agility anyways because speed is good on Drakkar. I mean, everybody. But there is some potential here for that Drakkar to help counter a kill comp, slowing them down with Molten Bolt so people can run away, and also just killing them as well with, Molten Bolt shotgun combos. So it'll be interesting to see how that Drakkar plays into this. There are worlds I can see where it can work, but just seeing that something might be able to work doesn't mean it will work in any case, let alone against players of this caliber.
Yeah, the midfield's going to be controlled by Vaughn, who is on the Juno. Such a full-featured pick. And we'll see how it goes heading into this game. Sad Boys and the Bozo Bunch. The Bozo Bunch 1 up currently, but anything can happen on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, we see, though, One barrier only so far falling. Really good defense there from the Bozo bunch. Not mere Bozos here. These are very powerful Bozos. The slime, though, going to almost be the death knell there for the barrier, but not quite with Obscure Breads and these misdirections. So just a masterclass on Fini. If you are a Fini player, study this game, study this man. Just absolutely put respect on him for this amount of Fini play. The misdirections have been on point pretty much every single time. We see the strikes in the midfield trying to get things done, but both teams are just so good at the control there. Finally, though, the Molten Bolt is what gets it through. Really nice play to the slime and the shotgun. The Asher is almost dead, but is still fighting. Gonna die to that Zentaro, but a lot of damage gets put onto Vaughn there in the meantime. Ai has the ability to shotgun up the top here with that rapid fire, I believe, on the car. Going to be able to just use the shotgun so often. Core flip out of Vaughn, does get out of the big finish and secures the one barrier. Now it's an open goal. Core flip out of Ai there, gets it forward, down to Zert, who actually puts it off the barrier, up with the barrier beam, but not quite enough just yet to get it in the goal. They're trying to. The shotgun goes a little bit wide. Bells goes forward with the core flip as well. Use the passive there, but it's not enough. Obscure Breads is able to defend that really nicely. Yard to lose goes up. Misdirection hits him for the Ai knee, but that is Ai going off the field there. The triple take isn't enough to stop the core. It's going too fast, just goes right through the pass splitter, though. Really good usage of the ability there. Separates the Zentaro, but that is going to be Juno sending it through the Zentaro ult, and Zentaro ult is going to be the thing to put it in the end. And that is quite a nice first point.
Yeah, a bit chaotic too. A lot of the time the core went into the hands of Gred, and there were a lot of solid scoring attempts, but this point might be a little different because it is no longer point one. Mr. Zerd finds the KO instead of just almost a KO like in the first point. And with this power play, they could pour on a lot of damage onto Bells here.
Yeah, they are trying to get the kill, though they're not quite able to. The big finish, just not saving the barrier there. Was very close to it, but not enough. The Molten Bolt gets the core, just slows it down a little, gets it around where it needs to go. That is one more barrier falling as well. Bell's missing that Yai Rush as well. Glitch Pop gets it forward, but Zerk puts it back. Obscure Breads trying to get things done as well. Just keeps going back and forth. Zerk almost dying with the core flip there, but is going to hang on to it for a little bit longer with the shotgun as well. The passive from Bells is enough.
Finding the goal, despite the flip available from Mr. Zerd. If the Sad Boys can sweep this one, they are in such a good spot because, I mean, this meter is just not being allowed to be used by the Bozo bunch. Mr. Zerd trying to find an opportunity here. Might go for a punch dash flip or a dash punch flip or something here. Goes for the scoring attempt, and Obscure Bread's the one who finds the snipe onto the barrier, but it's traded back by Bells. If the Bozo bunch want to win, they need to score quickly here.
Yeah, they need to get it done. The triple take, though, almost sending it the own barrier. The misdirection, getting it forward, but again, not through. Every single time the Bozo bunch is running out of steam, having to go through so many abilities, so many slimes. By the time it gets over there, they don't have anything left. The slime, the Eye Rush, everything is used in this corner, but it actually gets sent off a bouncer and goes all the way back. Kind of a back to square one moment there. We have Asher going off the side of the map as well, and that is not good for the Bozo bunch.
Bounce off to the top side. A bit of a weird bounce, but you already lose. Doesn't get confused by it this time. Taiko Temple's been a map for a while now. And Vaughn passing up to the top side as Bells is low, is in a lot of trouble, but gets the barrier while going down. And with flips available on both members, this power play doesn't feel so powerful for the Bozo bunch.
Yeah, they're trying to do what they can, but it's not quite enough. The shotgun just a little bit short, but oh, the unfortunate bounce from Yardley means that it is just going to be kind of an own goal there. Drakkar gets the credit, but it was really just a lot of pressure on Yardy Lose there. I think he's trying to go for a corner bounce, so you hit the top left corner of that middle barrier and sort of bounces up and to the right a little bit, but he missed that, unfortunately.
He really loses a bit of a history with Taiko Temple. One of the most iconic clips of Nassel is him watching the ball bounce around like 4 different drums and own barriering. So unfortunate to see history repeat itself, but sometimes it just has to be a bit of poetry in action here, as once again Vaughn and Bells are playing quite well in the damage game, but again, Mr. Zert manages to find Vaughn for 2 points now in this set.
But traded back is Drakkar, and at a little bit of a disadvantage as well. Juno is almost on the field. Drakkar still 5 seconds out, but Zert is pushing it so far up. Obscure Breads as well. The big finish, unfortunately, only sending it backwards, and the core going into the goal. Set 1 for the boys.
The Juno really getting a lot of value here. It was powerful on the defense with the extra slime, giving more clear options available to already lose. There it is powerful on the offense, denying a clear from Mr. Zerd in perfect forms, and Taro has hit the building. What a powerful awaken to give Bells even more cooldowns to work with, especially in the corner where he is usually 1v3ing the entire Bozo bunch. And this time he might succeed because perfect form is going to give him secondary and primary back.
Yeah, that is going to be brutal to go up against, but that is going to be stacks on the Fini for more speed, more forward pressure. On the other end, though, missile propulsion on that Aimi, so much range on that turret, on that glitch pop. Aimi will basically never be out of position ever again. As long as she has one ability up, she can reach almost anywhere in the map to affect it. And of course, as well, the Stagger Strike going to the Juno makes it a little harder to kill her. And Zert, though, that adrenaline rush, they're looking for blood.
If they can get the KOs that we're getting on Vaughn, that would be very helpful, but I don't think they're finding any angles because right now it's all sad boys as they're finding the passing plays, they're finding the barriers, and Bells is sitting comfortably in the corner with so many cooldowns to work with. Mr. Zert getting one barrier here, trying to go for a bounce play on another, but Gret being staggered is so difficult for their offense because they need this Ricard.
Yeah, they do indeed. And even if he's not being killed right now, he's so far out of the play just to try and regenerate a little bit. He's trying to go invisible. The misdirection hits Bells, and it's going to be two brawlers dying on other sides of the field, kind of diagonally opposite each other. Poetry, again, you mentioned it earlier, just the brawlers kind of dying. I mean, I guess Drakar's not really a brawler, but he is a brawler. Misdirection as well, hitting the core as well really nicely. Gret is back, though, so is Bells. Glitch pop, the core flip from Aimi, not enough, and the core is just going to go for another cycle around the map.
Once again, now overtime hitting. Now this Juno so scary. A flip in front of the net from Vaughn. So many slimes to work with as well, but Mr. Zert this time has a good clear angle and makes sure that Vaughn cannot solo score, but Vaughn gets it past. Strike shot burn from Obscure Breads. A passing play blocked away by Mr. Zert. The defensive positioning has been very good from this brawler so far. Not something you see too often from the brawlers, as the slime once again restricts the midfield a little bit longer. The glitch pop accelerates the core backwards. Tough situation for you already lose, and Gret will be the one to sink it in. The Bozo bunch getting the first goal of this set.
Bozo bunch on the board. And just by such a narrow margin as well. You saw I had a super narrow margin there, but just saw the angle, that one little fraction of you already lose being a pixel too far down, and Juno being out of position on the bottom. Just really well executed on that. Juno, though, jumping around, putting all these slimes everywhere. So much damage as well on the Bozo bunch. This is not a good point so far for them, but they are alive so far. They are on the other side of the map. They're trying to get things done. The strike shot keeps it forward, but I is very low and dead. It doesn't even bounce off there. I think that was a glitch pop after the cyber swipe to maybe secure the kill there, prevent that bounce from saving him, but one barrier goes down. And Bozo bunch kind of coming back. Never mind. Zert going a little bit too far forward, and Breads being a little bit far forward as well. You already lose getting the credit for that one just as it sneaks on by.
That's a bit tough because otherwise the Bozo bunch have been playing excellently these past two games. Rare misstep from Mr. Zert as the Juno Slimes continue their onslaught. A bounce to the top side sets up the Sad Boys so early. And they're so efficient in these barrier takes now. They've truly scaled. And if the Sad Boys have scaled after winning one set, you're in a lot of trouble.
That you are. It is already so hard to go against them, but when they are ahead, it is even worse. The core flip from Zert is really nice. The slime, though, from Juno just stalls things out, but stays alive for now, just barely, trying to get a little bit of damage back. But the shotgun as well is going to go wide. The big finish, the misdirection, everything invested there, but it doesn't get the barrier. Still sending one barrier to none as a crazy angle. Bells as well, finding the goal. What a just few seconds for the boys there to just 180 things instant.
What a redirect from Vaughn, like you mentioned, off of the corner, sets it up perfectly, finds the barrier, Bells getting in there, and with that, they have built up a ton of meter on both the brawler and the goalie. Bells on a flip now, taken out by a single shotgun from Gret. I didn't think that was in the kill range, I didn't think that was in the melee hitbox of the shotgun, but it was. Two barriers almost taken, and two barriers confirmed by Gret, who finds the strike afterwards as well. The Bozo bunch, a lightning fast point.
Yeah. I mean, I said the boys 180'd the point, but Bozo may have 180'd the set off of that one. Just 14 seconds, I think it was, maybe 16 to go all the way through the boys. Just not some random team, the boys. And just incredible play. We have the big finish, we have the barrier beam, so many things being invested, but Vaughn is on top of them all so far as well. Purebred's losing one barrier, but the second stands for now. Bell's taking a lot of damage to get this aggression. If he gets the barrier, it's well worth it, but so far it's not going to pan out. One barrier lost in the back end of the play, and for all that health, he's going to pick up one orb. He's still kind of in dark territory with it, but for now, he will be safe.
Mr. Zert now on the bottom side, looking for an opportunity, but Vaughn just sends it away from the play. But Mr. Zert, adrenaline rushing, finds the KO exactly when it matters most. And now Gret and Mr. Zert set up in the top corner. The Zentaro will fend it away for a moment, but Mr. Zert going for a bounce play. No, Mr. Zert, that was not when you wanted to go for a bounce play, and that gives Yuri Luz a way out. Vaughn says thank you because he knows that was Mr. Zert having a shot on goal, but instead it is denied away. Gret, though, still staying alive, but the core goes around the world, finds the barrier, and the Sad Boys are finding a point out of absolutely nothing right now.
They're trying to get it. It's not quite there yet. The self-pass from Yuri Luz is nice to set up a little bit more play, get it to neutral territory there so he can actually set up a proper attempt on the goal. But the Cyber Swipe, not enough to get it forward. Zert going for a dribble on the bottom here, trying to get it past Vaughn. The slime is nice. Gets it through over to Bells, who gets the Eye Rush, gets the ultimate as well, but it's defended as well. The Molten Bolt down to the slime as well. Purebred's taking a lot of damage in the goal, but not enough to get the kill just yet. Triple take, gets it up. Zert with the core flip up to the top, and that is what he wanted to do not too long ago. Was a little bit dicey in the middle there, but they got it in the end.
That's the story of Mr. Zert, right? When we think that he's trolling, when we think that he's messing up, he fixes his mistakes. He gets it done. He secures the point. He secures the set. And now a big draft for the Bozo bunch. A ton of speed on the board here. Egoist, the pick of choice for Gret. Going to add to the scoring power a ton. This Ricard is going to be able to go from the midfield all the way to the scoring position in an instant with flip available. But the awakening that I'm looking at the most is that explosive entrance, which falls all the way down to Bells, unleashing the Zentaro, giving so much more mobility in the midfield.
Yeah, I'm not going to call it a full mistake. Maybe there is some rationale behind not picking that up and denying it at the very least, but it is definitely a little bit sad to have the Zentaro unlocked like that. You can see Bell's already putting it to good use, getting all the way into the corner there with the ult as well. That's one berry going down. Did take a lot of damage. That's one of the other things. Asher picked up a lot of damage. That Spark of Strength already has the speed as well, so we're going to see some sparking. Mayor of Sparkington over there on the Asher, also getting the berry with the big finish help from Fini, and that is, you know, the game still in the Bozo's favor for now. Gret as well on the top side trying to set up this play on the goal.
Trying to find a little bit more as the triple take halts the Sad Boys offense. And once again, the midfield is being walled out by Gret, who's taking a lot of damage. If this KO can be found, that would be absolutely huge, and it is the KO combo coming in from Bells. Another KO confirmed by Bells onto the goalie this time. Purebreds goes down, and Bells trying to confirm the goal as well. Not quite enough here. Mr. Zert in an impossible situation manages to get it out of there for now, as Gret now chasing a KO onto Bells possibly. Vaughn now with a flip available almost, and Bells will pick it up for the goal. Oh, that was almost a hold by the Bozo bunch, but the Sad Boys had that one under control.
Yeah, it was really dicey for the boys, but they got it in the end. Zert had an incredible hold there, holding out until everyone was back, but then they let it get to their heads a little bit. They eased up a little bit too much, and you can't ease up against the boys that much. You have to really be on top of your game. Bread's taking so much damage off the Zentaro there as well.
That damage pressure is coming in. Mr. Zert also not long for this world. Bounced by the slime. Comboed off the map. The glitch pop is enough to find the KO, and Obscure Breads has to run away. This is huge for the Sad Boys.
And there it goes. Another 2-0 lead for the boys here. And the Bozos not looking as good off of this. Bell's putting in so much work with the Zentaro, doing so much damage, backed up by You Already Loses Aimi, and even the Juno as well, not doing nothing either, even in the damage front, which she's not really known for, but can do a surprising amount though. Misdirection Shotgun though, putting Vaughn in a little bit of dire straits there. Bell's not quite landing the combo he wanted to, but the bounce off the drum there will mean that one barrier falls. Second one still alive though for now. Gret trying to get something fancy done in the corner. Will find the barrier in the end. Bells misses the eye rush again. The misdirection goes down as well. Lift up Cyber Swipe. That is going to be one dead Aimi though. Teleport a little too far forward, a little too close to the sun there. And Mr. Zert trying to find something, uses the path splitter there, but they're not quite able to finish things off. Bells has core flip now as well, and Aimi is back on the field. They got the kill, but they couldn't really get too much with it. And Bells as well, sending it through that barrier, but Zert, great glitch pop from Yardi Lose, manages to defend that when it was almost completely lost. The strike shot, though, nice barrier plays, misdirection as well. They're trying to get something on the shotgun, just a pixel too short there from getting the goal. Barrier beam as well is not enough. Zert's trying to get something done, but he's not big enough to reach with the strike there either. Breads is trying to reach from the backline, but it's not enough. We're deep into overtime now, and the core's just going so fast.
Bells dribbling play, looking for core control here, looking for a strike on the core. The slime not quite reaching it as You Already Lose pushes it forwards. And once again, Vaughn with the flip available. Mr. Zert looking for a read. And again, it just goes around the world as Vaughn trying to find some setup here. Blocked away by Gret and the big finish. And once again, it's back to a really awkward state for both teams.
Yeah, they have to invest so many cooldowns just to get it across, but in the end, Bells has enough cooldowns to put it right through the triple take, and Obscure Breads just was not expecting that. Boys take a 3-0 set here and a lead overall in the game. Of course, though, Bozo taking game one, they still have a little bit more comfort zone, but I mean, that's a Zentaro with a few options there, and something tells me that Asher might not get the spark she wants here.
Yeah, it's just going to be denying away, probably a double deny on the Sparks, and it's pretty helpful too because Spark of Resilience is so important for staying alive. And guess what the Sad Boys are doing? A ton of damage. Oh, Spark of Resilience given over by Vaughn? I'm not sure if that was the pick that he wanted to make here, because that means that the Asher is now very, very bulky.
Yeah, you have a tank Asher. She is bulky, she does damage, she's even super fast as well with that. Sure, she doesn't have the cooldown, but I mean, I think that Asher has enough just from striking to be able to do a lot in the face of so many different things, and it's going to be tougher to kill her, going to be easier for her to kill you. Bell's almost dead right off the bat here, does use the ult to survive and does get a little bit more health back, but does go into the goal anyways. That's a KO for the Bozo Bunch. The turret, though, from Aimee doing so much work. Bread's trying to defend here. Aimee overstaying the eject button as well, almost dying to Zert, but not finding the kill, but overstayed way too long. The barrier goes down as payment for that, but Breads unfortunately missed the misdirection, and that's going to be one barrier going down. That's going to be Drakkar going off the map as well, and the Bozo Bunch looking really good for a little bit, not quite so good in the back half of this point.
Oh, but a good flip by Mr. Zert, who is just so powerful right now. Gets the Adrenaline Rush reset is even faster, finds another KO, another Adrenaline Rush proc, and that Spark draft might have been the mistake that sealed the game in the favor of the Bozo Bunch, because Mr. Zert is unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. It is so brutal going up against this Asher. I mean, Asher's already bad enough, but when she is faster and stronger and tougher to kill, what can you do against that? A barrier going down, great play by the Drakkar on the bottom side of this map. Does take a ton of damage for it, and Breads goes into the goal. That's one barrier. Almost two. That is two with Bells. Cyber Swipe with the core flip as well, but Zert able to get that last strike. But the Slime with the Deadeye managing to kill, and that's an ace. All members going into the goal with the core shortly to follow.
Well played by the Sad Boys, and that's the power that they picked up in that last draft, right? Vaughn with the Deadeye, if he manages to get a lot of slimes into the enemy goal box, that is a ton of damage. That glitch pop actually just takes out Zert. Forget about the 3 Spark Asher. If you just KO the Asher, then you don't have to worry about it, and Obscure Breads is taking so much damage as well here.
Yeah, but they do lose one bear in the back half of the play. Not quite two, thanks to a good strike from Vaughn there. Misdirection comes through Path Splitter as well. Slime's countered by that. Zert not able to get that last final strike war to get the barrier. Bell's trying to get this barrier. Blink forward with the turret as well from Aimee to secure that, and that is going to be the boys getting a goal 1 point away from tying up the games.
They have a big opportunity here to close this one out, but Mr. Zert has the tools in his hands. He does have the triple spark. The Bozo Bunch are capable of winning this right here, continuing this game, sending it to a set 5. It all comes down to whether they can execute here, but it's going to be difficult.
Very difficult, but with misdirections landing onto Vaughn and getting him low, but the Cyber Swipe forward from Aimee is really nice. Vaughn trying to get things done as well. The glitch pop hits the Drakkar instead of the core, and Drakkar leaves the range of that Zentaro ult as well. But they're not finding the barrier. They are not staying alive either. Drakkar goes off the map. Breads is super far up. Bells gets one barrier. He's in front of the goal as well with the turret as well with core flip just for style points. Bells wins the game for the boys in flying fashion, and I think you were absolutely that explosive entrance going to the Zentaro was such a game changer from the moment it got picked up.
Yeah, and not just that, I think the biggest game changer was the character draft from the Bozo bunch. I just think that as well as Gret played the Drakkar, I don't think it was the pick. I think it looked a little bit completely outclassed by the Juno in terms of what the characters did. And the composition in general, Mr. Zert was playing incredibly, Obscure Breaths was playing incredibly, but the Drakkar just didn't have the tools to do what needed to be done that game.
Yeah, it's very hard to sometimes say how much a character does, but I think I do agree. There were a lot of moments where Drakkar looked really good, but when you really look at the plays that were happening, it's like, is there really no other character that could do these same things and do them better or faster or more often? And I think something else could potentially have helped out the Bozo bunch in the game. I don't think Drakkar is necessarily a bad pick. It didn't hurt them, but that sort of opportunity cost of not having something else in that seat. Something like, a lot of the times, the Drakkar shotgun was just a little bit too short. Something like an Estelle to just have a little bit extra range to go through some of these things. The piercing shot to go through enemies would have helped so much in so many of those situations, and something Drakkar really couldn't have done.
Well, yeah, and also, the lack of range that Drakkar has really came into play. I think the biggest stat of comparison, right, is Vaughn had, I think, almost 100 more redirects than Gret did, which is unfortunately a massive midfield difference in the results. And a lot of that was the characters being played. But as we head on to the next map, we're heading onto AtLab, a very, very neutral map, but once the map that the Sad Boys absolutely dominated, it's going to be an interesting one.
But we do see Zert, good as he has been subbed out. We have Dropletto. I believe this is the Bozo bunch's main roster, if I'm not mistaken there. And that will mean that we're going to game 3 with 2 main rosters. Zert, thank you for your service. You absolutely killed it in this. But now let's see what Dropletto has in store for us.
Yeah, I gotta say it again. Mr. Zert, what a performance. Almost got them across the finish line. And of course, in that last game, the Asher was not the problem. That guy got 3 sparks. Zert was getting double Adrenaline Rush procs. A fantastic performance for Mr. Zert in Nassel. But Dropletto is here. The synergy is back between the midfield and the brawler. Maybe it will be enough to pull them over the finish line in this tied series.
Maybe indeed. We'll have to find out. We are going to AtLab, and it's going to be a stacks on stacks hotshot start, and this is going to be a lot of core control coming out, I do believe.
Yeah, the hotshot's also scary, right? The Bozo bunch, good on the bright side for them. They are blue side. They can be the ones to pressure the Juno pick. And I think the Juno priority is going to be pretty decent here, but I don't think that the Bozo bunch like playing Juno, so there's a good chance they just ban it away. There's also high priority on the Aimi pick. Gret has picked that very, very often in recent days. And I think that the Sad Boys just have a better way to navigate this draft based on what they usually pick.
Yeah, but with that thing about the Aimi, I mean, if you get Eye on that Aimi, it really will, like, you really will be able to do a lot on that. I feel like if that Aimi hadn't been denied last game, we likely would have seen the Bozo bunch tearing up the midfield with that Aimi pick. So I think you're absolutely right that Juno is something that's really good, but they might just ban away the Juno and first pick that Aimi because it has been quite the contentious character in this series. So a lot of pick a ban theorizing to do, and it's really a fun thing to do in Mega Strikers of just what are the game plans, because we could see something completely out of pocket. I don't think Octavia is particularly meta right now, but Gret has been known in the past at least to play a fair bit of that. So just slam the stacks on stacks, and Space Glide Octavia is technically on the table.
I think another thing to consider is this start, right? Oddshot is pretty game warping, and that also means that goalies like the Atlas have a very, very easy time, relatively speaking, of dealing with all of that core speed. On the other hand, something to be concerned about is what the Sad Boys are going to be picking. Oh, wait, the Bozo bunch, they don't ban the Juno. Are they going to pick the Juno? Or are they daring the boys to not ban the Aimi? Is this a way to try and guarantee themselves the Aimi and trade Juno over to the Sad Boys? That just might be it here. This first pick's going to tell us a lot about the game.
That it will, but I do rate the Rune ban pretty highly. Rune with that hotshot can get a lot of work done, so I don't think it's a bad ban either. And if you know that they can play Rune, and I mean, these guys can play almost anything in the game. They have their signature picks, of course, but, throw them on just about anything and they'll still clap pretty well. That's going to be the Juno first pick. You absolutely called it. You are inside their heads, and I think it's a really good first pick to start us off.
The Sad Boys, though, not too happy with the R1, R2, the pick 2 and 3 being the Aimi and the Kai. Aimi, definitely one of the highest priority picks in the entire video game for the goalie of You Already Lose, most likely here, while Vaughn will be on the Kai, the pick where he has had so many legendary performances on. On the other side, Dropletto is back, and he is back on the X, combined with the Finny that Obscure Breads has been picking this entire series. I think there's so many brawlers open for Bells here. It won't be the iconic Juliet.
Could be Julie, could be the Zentaro. You really could see so many different things. It's going to be the Zentaro in the end. Solid pickup there. I mean, especially if you just played it last game, you're sort of warmed up on the character. You don't have to adjust or anything like that. So definitely a good pickup there. But yeah, one of the things that you mentioned, that Finny being picked up every single game. Somehow it's just kind of slept by when Breads has really been killing it on the Finny. And also been getting it kind of last in the pick order. So I almost would have loved to see a deny from the side of Boys there, but they decided to just leave it in the play, leave Breads to do his thing. And I would almost say that that's a mistake, letting Breads get that much power.
It's difficult too, because the draft, you only get one ban in Omega Strikers, and they decide to use it on Dropletto's Rasmus. And I think that's because Rasmus is such a big threat, and combined with Juno, the core control duo just takes over the midfield completely. So it's a bit of an awkward draft. Instead, with the X, I think they have a lot more ways to play around the relatively immobile character, but Dropletto started as an X main. That guy is always going to be a very, very good player of this X. We'll see how it goes.
That we will, loading into this final game, whichever way it goes. They've tied things up. We're going to game 3, of course, or already in game 3, I should say. The Cyber Swipe from You Already Lose. They're trying to start off with a bang, but it's going to take a little bit longer to get that first barrier, though. Still under 10 seconds, not the worst we have seen, but might be a little bit of a longer first point, which I do always like to say it, bodes good news for the rest of the game. Bells, though, very low on health, and one barrier traded back on the other side.
Dropletto and Threat pushing forward, and this hotshot Juno is going to be such a threat. The Sad Boys had to really be thinking about how to navigate this draft. This is what they decided on, but when the hotshot start came up and when the Bozo Bunch were blue side, I think it was already a little difficult for the Sad Boys in terms of the RNG. And Dropletto, what a dribble off the top bumper. Just completely flicks the core. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah, that was so well done there. I think it was the X-Tech as well, the reset on the strike. So beautiful play there from an X main. These are the things, I was talking about studying Breads earlier with the Finny. Study Dropletto on this X as well. It's just so much good info in this series. The big finish getting it forward a little bit, but goes up to Bells in the end. Vaughn trying to get it into the barrier. Will find it in the end. A lot of damage, though, core flip from Dropletto used to hit Bells and Vaughn, but the Black Hole kill secures Dropletto. And the Slime trying to buy the place, but one little Slime is not going to be the same as a giant X that's able to just brawl them out. But Misdirection finds it to the other side of the field and buys a lot of time for X to get back on the pitch.
Speaking of time, 20 seconds left until overtime, and overtime not even required for that one, but a flick here from Bells, immediately stolen away by Gret. So much damage onto Bells as well, and Vaughn is staggered. Bozo Bunch in full control of this point. As the staggering comes in, Vaughn in a lot of trouble. Bells, no meter available, not even a single evade, and Dropletto with the dash strike. This is the Bozo Bunch we know and love, and they are dominating so far.
Dominating indeed. And don't forget that this is also early X. He has not scaled. He has not gotten those clutch awakenings. This is just first point X doing what first point X usually doesn't get to do. But Dropletto piloting this striker is so powerful on it. But 2 barriers go down. The boys are not going quietly on this when You Already Lose, playing super far up, using the turret as well, trying to get things done, trying to get that extra forward pressure that you need to get through this Juno Finny combo there. Big finish as well, going to buy a little bit more time. Obscurebreds might have to use the quick here, but is trying to hold on to it. Ooh, the Bell Ringer makes the Zentaro little teleport tech, hitting him right as he's doing it just to get that little bit of extra knockback to get the Zentaro kill. I don't know if there's a name for that, but it is definitely just a really good move by Dropletto there.
Yeah, I think the commonly used term is just getting Zentaro'd, because Bells got hit at the start of the dash and the knockback carried over, but that's the goalie going down, sniped off the edge. You already lose out of the play, and now just a passing play could do it. The hotshot core speed is overwhelming. All they need is one opportunity, but Vaughn does have flip, but to the top side, a mix-up, and they will stay alive so far, but Breads has flipped so many ways to save it away, so many ways to play this overtime situation, as Breads refuses to get hit stun, keeps the point going. Bells, though, what a dash into a redirect to secure the goal for the Sad Boys to keep them in the set.
In the set and on the board, Boys not going quietly. They will not be swept at the very least in this, but Bozo Bunch has been looking very dominant in this point overall. Giga Blast goes a little bit wide, and that's not what you want to see from the Sad Boys. You want them to be using every ability super efficiently, because if they don't, you're just going to get attritioned. You're going to have no abilities when your opponent has their entire kit. Core Flip, though, used from I is not enough to save the barrier. Vaughn very low on health. They're trying to get the kill, but they're not able to get it. One barrier, though, taken. Big Finish gets it over back to the other side, catches the rebound on it. Misdirection hitting the core as well instead of Bells is nice to keep it forward. Either hit the core, hit the person. Either way, you're kind of winning.
Pretty stable mid-game here, but Gret's Stagger Bar is what I'm looking at right now. If there's some damage pressure put on to the Juno, this could be the Sad Boys bringing their way back into this game, but Vaughn's the one who's getting sniped right now as Gret gets chipped down a little bit, but picks up an orb. No, actually dodges away, but in the process of dodging away, Bells is the one who gets core control. They manage to save it for now, but the barriers are down, and the Bozo Bunch might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're trying to get this last barrier, but they just don't have what it takes right now. Dropletto finally wins the necessary strike war, and we are in overtime, so there are going to be red cores all over the place. The strike shot gets it forward, but Bells tries to set up a play. Not going to find it, and Breads does have a core flip available again. The red core, countered by Glitch Pop. Really nice from You Already Lose. Very well practiced on this IME. Another core flip out of the IME here. Dropletto trying to get things done as well. Almost has a core flip of his own. Might not even need it, but doesn't quite find the angle there. The Giga Blast sends it forward as well. The misdirection, but the core flip catch is really nice, gets it over to the X, and the Glitch Pop is not perfect. Great play by the Bozo Bunch there. Obscure Breads with a perfect core flip over to the X, and X with the perfect down clear there, down attempt, down shot there. And X getting this first pick in the draft has things like a perfect form available, Catalyst as well, is going to be the perfect form pickup.
Such a scary draft now. I think Catalyst is going to be passed down to the Zentaro here, denied by Juno. But so many other strong awakenings, spark scaling, getting started. Single spark on first draft is such a powerful pickup here. We'll see if anyone goes it. But Aerials might be the pickup as well. You Already Lose, trying to get some more agency across the map, because the Sad Boys need to win early. When it goes late, the core speed, IME is not very good at dealing with a lot of core speed. You have to be so precise with the Glitch Pop, and sometimes it isn't enough either. So they need to win early game. They need to take these barriers quickly, and You Already Lose needs to find presence before overtime hits.
Yeah, and not only do they need to win early in the point, they also need to win early in the game because of this X. Like, he's already got perfect form. If you let him get more awakenings that are, good for X, he's just going to be even more of an unstoppable monster than he already is. And so you really are on such a crunch here as the Sad Boys. The later this goes, both in point time and sets, it is going to be so unfortunate for you. But they're putting a lot of pressure onto the Zentaro, and that's Bells going off the pitch.
I thought Gret was going to die there, but the Juno stays alive. The flip in from Dropletto, the strike afterwards, after the bull rush. Oh wait, that was some real interesting interactions actually. The turret, the Firewall Sentry, stunned Dropletto in place, letting him get an in-play strike after the bull rush.
I think he might have connected with the core just before to get the strike reset.
Yeah, but the turret kept him in place, because otherwise he would have a strike reset inside the goal, but instead he had it at the perfect place to find the second strike. So the Firewall Sentry actually helped Dropletto, but forget about that because the Sad Boys have both barriers.
Yeah, one barrier though going down in response. Bells though, doesn't matter, finds the goal. 18 seconds. They took that last point personally and have vowed now to close those out, to take your words to heart and say, oh, right, win early. We got you. Don't worry about it.
Yep, and another flip out from You Already Lose. This time taking out the Brawler. Dropletto going down. A really awkward KO. The Bozo Bunch trying to hold on here, but it's going to be difficult. No barriers taken yet, though. Amazing defense by Obscure Breads and Gret, but so much damage. Greeting the flip is Obscure Breads, unfortunately. And now in the corner, it's an impossible defense as both barriers go down.
Yeah, the slime is almost enough, but there's just way too much pressure there. There was a chance of a clear, but Bells was there with everything in the world there. Still has so much of the kit available, and that's one of the big things that we're starting to see boys do, is get across the field with minimal abilities and then have so much available to take out these barriers. But the Bell Ringer kills the X. They do trade one barrier on the other side. The core flip is used by Bells. Can they get it forward? Can they capitalize on this power play? Dropletto misses the strike, and the Glitch Pop gets it cleared, and now Kai's back on the field. One barrier for one barrier into kill. That's two, though. Bull Rush excellently executed. The strike shot as well. But two barriers on both sides. The Giga Blast sets it up for Bells, but it's not quite enough. The ultimate from the Zentaro as well. The red core speed, the Cyber Swipe as well. The Bell Ringer, everything is being used, even Glitch Pop and Slimes. They're all over the place, but this core is still in the field.
Vaughn pushing forward, stunned away by Obscure Brez just enough, as now overtime's going to take over before too long. They got to be so careful. As Yuri Luz once again pushing forward, lingering for a while, trying to find an opening. Dropletto building up a flip. This X has flip available, and this is an open net situation. Trying to push up to the top side, but flip's a little too close to the wall. The angle is a little too obvious, and Yuri Luz with the flip available now. It's going to have a pretty solid time defending this one, as Obscure Brez has no cooldowns left.
Yeah, we all saw you already lose go forward with the Cyber Swipe and the core flip, but it wasn't quite enough. The back pass as well from Vaughn was almost good, but it's not quite enough just yet. The passive from Bell's not enough either. The turret getting sort of bent around with the black hole, the core not going into it. Gret trying to get something done. He almost has core flip available. He's trying to get it to this X. He goes for a dribble, goes for the slime. The red cores are all over the place, and this is bad as well for Fini. We were talking about Aimi earlier, but Fini also in a similar place as a projectile-based goalie. There's only so much you can do, so quickly you can predict, and now Sad Boys tying it up with a set of their own.
And big awakenings now. My eyes are on that Fighter Flight and that Knife's Edge, but also the Stagger Swagger, because both teams are putting on a pretty decent chunk of damage. The first pick could go anywhere here. Maybe the Twin Drive for the eject button presence, but no, just waiting, trying to pass down a good pick here as Fighter Flight goes to Dropletto. He's going to be very happy about that, as Stagger Swagger's denied away as well from the entire team of the Sad Boys. But Vaughn picking Chrono Boost might be the biggest pick of this draft. That speed boost from Kai might give the Sad Boys exactly the immediate power they need to continue winning this game.
Yeah, you're looking at that. I'm also looking at that Knife's Edge from Bells, though. That is incredible. There's going to be so much more damage coming out here. But that is if they can do it, because there's also, with the Fighter Flight on the X, he's going to be running around with that stacks on stack speed on top of it. And not to mention the, Catalyst, Stagger, Swagger, Juno. It's like you can do a lot of damage. It's just very back and forth here. That's a Sad Boys double, though, really nicely executed against the boys themselves. And Dropletto, absolute just destruction of the goalie box there. Charge in, use X Maximus, just do X things.
Yeah, really fast strike reset there too, predicting the clear. And once again, the core speed, something to be worried about, because Gret is just there with the slime every single time, taking so much damage, but dodging away from the last EI rush. And that's so important, because Gret is already healed up with a Stagger Swagger now. Otherwise, they would probably be staggered by now. But Bells flip in front of the net, trying to defend, and Dropletto, Brez, and Gret all together defend the point-blank flip from Bells. But the passing plays are still continuing. The slime not quite there to mix them up. A crazy defense here, but that's a Fini going down, and Bells is low, but I don't think they can find the KO here, because they're too scared on the defense. They need to find a way, but the barrage will be enough.
Yeah, that Kai barrage can be so brutal to defend against, especially when you have to be careful of up clears when there's a Zentaro there and Aimi behind. And tying it up, it is exactly tied. One game, one set, 1 point to 1 point. These teams are absolutely neck and neck.
Close game so far, but these flips from the Sad Boys might be a bit of an advantage for them, as Dropletto's incredibly low. Trying to use the flip soon, but both berries have already fallen on the side of the Bozo bunch. And now they're in a terrible passing play spot as Vaughn rushes in with the speed, finds a simple strike out of the Oni's blade. And now once again it is the Sad Boys who are up.
Taking the lead, taking advantage, and winning quickly. As you were saying earlier, it really is so important that they do that, and they're starting to get that level lead as well. Level 9 on Vaughn. Level 8 on the Kai on the X as he gets the kill on the IME. Vaughn also looking very low here. Potential kill angle. A little bit of damage from the Slimes as well. 2 barriers going down. Zentaro is dead and coming back on the field right now, but they missed the goal opportunity. They're still trying to get this kill onto Vaughn, but they haven't gotten it quite yet, and now it's The power play is ended. I still has the core flip available. He might look to use it soon, but it's not quite enough just yet.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a tough spot now because Vaughn is staying alive. Vaughn is regenning and barraging the slimes away, and once again taken out finally. As the power play continues, Dropletto will secure it. Dropletto will make sure that it is still tied up. It's still a pretty concerning next point, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line here because of just the awakenings that can crop up that can really blow this game open. There's still some on the field. If an Aimi gets a Deadeye, that would be brutal. But at the same time, there's something like Egoist that you could still pick up, that you could still get your hands on. And if those are seen, it's going to be an immediate pickup. You need to be careful about those. And so whoever wins this could come out winning the game just off of that. 2 barriers taken, the core flip as well. Everything invested, and that is going to be Vaughn taking the goal with a lot of help from the entire team. They're good team play, and let's see what their rewards are.
Well, it's so rough too. The Bozo Bunch just didn't pull the trigger on a big play. Tried to greed for saving the top barrier as well when they had 2 barriers they could have afforded to lose one. And the Sad Boys just pounced on an opportunity. And now they have the chance to deny 1-2 punch away from the Juno. They have a chance to pick up a lot more scaling on their side. And Super Surge denied away, yes. But that is more cooldowns for the Zentaro of Bells.
Yeah, more cooldowns on a Zentaro. You have at least also have more cooldowns on the Juno to somewhat counter it, but it's not quite the same. That Bells has been using that ultimate so well throughout this entire game. And yeah, I mean, Bread's getting the Adrenaline Rush is nice, but Bread's hasn't usually been the one getting the kills. He's usually been doing a lot of setup for them in the damage department. I don't get the assists because I don't think he usually is hitting super close to when the kill actually happens. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not the best. And we see 1 barrier for 1 barrier traded here. Bell's taking a lot of damage, though. Strike shot from Breads is really nice, but it's not quite enough just yet. The big finish just set up for this barrier. Dropletto puts it in. Does have to use the X Maximus, though, so he's not going to really get the X Tech. Does go for a nice Bull Rush strike combo, and that's almost Bell's going down, but Bread's not quite going to get the strike shot is really nice. Black holes as well into the Bells, but not enough to get the kill.
Bells is so low, but still staying alive like you're saying, and the Bozo Bunch can't find a clear opening until maybe now as Gret goes in, but doesn't have the slime then. It's saved away by the Sad Boys, who are staying alive somehow, and Bells is regen back.
Great core flip from I there to stop that Zentaro ultimate from coming true. That is a kill, though. That is the power play. Kai going down. He already loses still alive, still has the core flip. Going forward with the Cyber Strike, really aggressive in this negative power play here. X Maximus is used for a little bit of extra range and to just extend the Aimi in. And that is going to be Dropletto getting the goal in the end. Last little redirect from the Juno there. 1 goal for the from the boys for the Bozos. But that much effort just to get the 1 goal, and Bozo Bunch need to do that 5 more times in order to win.
Yeah, right now the Firewall Sentry is looking like a threat, but the Bozo Bunch have plenty of flips available here. If Dropletto and Breads can find an opportunity quickly, can find these barriers quickly, that would be huge, because so far their biggest problem has been greeting the flips, trying to find the opportunity, but that's a punch, that's a flip, that's Vaughn going away, and that's both barriers down.
Yeah, Black Hole as well is used, and X gets the redirect down to the bottom. 28-second point, and the Bozo Bunch are starting to run away with it. This X is level 10. He's gotten a lot of awakenings he really wants. I would say it's safe to say that Dropletto has scaled, and this could be where the Bozo Bunch is drawing the line in the sand, saying no more. You will get no more sets, no more points, no more barriers from us. But a kill from Bells might be the thing to stop that.
Breads flip still available here, could hold on with drop, but they're both taking so much chip damage from the Firewall Sentry, and Breads is greeting the flip so much, stood in the Firewall Sentry, stood in the Oni's blade, and now they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the greed on the flips is insane, but sometimes as goalies, that's what you want to do to just live. Dodges the barrage as well, not perfectly executed by Vaughn. Bells also very low. That is Vaughn going off the edge. Bells dodges out of the way of the slime there, has to also be careful of the mines on the ground. Dropletto getting that second barrier. That is Bells going off, redirected into the primary from I believe. And then we have Dropletto in the goal with the bull rush, with the core flip, with the goal, and taking us to a set 5 in game 3, Bozo versus Boys.
That was such a Dropletto do score moment. There are not many brawlers that strike war that well, and Dropletto is out here strike warring. You already lose. quite results-wise the best player of all time in Omega Strikers. Getting the first pick, getting the Egoist, going to be even more explosive on the offense here as the Juno also gets possibly a Spark, possibly a Manu, but goes for the Spark of Strength in combination with the Spark of Focus. This Juno has fully scaled.
They just let Bells get explosive entrance again. I mean, yeah, you get some sparks and you get some resilience on the Fini, but I feel like it would have been better to just keep the Zentaro from getting all that extra dash range, because Bells was just shown to be so good at using it. I hope for the sake of the Bozo Bunch that wasn't a misdraft, but I can't help but feel like it was, especially with X going down like that. I mean, it wasn't even to the Zentaro, but it just gives them so much more leverage in this game.
But there's one thing that they did completely right in the draft, and that's the pick from Gret. Spark of Power plus Spark of Focus plus Hotshot means that it is Red Core City. Just enough power to use with the Hotshot to take over this game, and this Aimi is going to struggle on the defense.
Yeah, we also see the Slimes going around, but that's Dropletto going off the field again. Absolutely brutal for the X, and Sad Boy seems to have just found the key to dealing with X. Just say, yeah, just kill him. Doesn't matter. He can kill us, but if we kill him faster, it doesn't matter. The strike shot, not perfect. Bells almost finding the angle, but it wasn't enough. Finding a clear somehow between Kai and Zentaro there. Amazingly, Vaughn has the core flip. Not going to use just yet. You already lose as well. Opting for the glitch pop. Ooh, risky in front of the goal clear there, but it does get the job done in the end. Dropletto also with a great clear. Black Hole is used, almost sets it up for Bells, but it's cleared properly there. Vaughn going for a dribble on the bottom, but it's strike well won by Gret. Long range core flip through the misdirection. Obscure Breads just not paying attention to that one, and really well found by Vaughn.
From downtown, Vaughn uses the energy to its full potential. Sad Boy's in the lead despite the heroics from the Bozo Bunch, but the core speed is still a factor. If Gret is allowed to play at corners, if Gret is allowed to get some slimes, that is a threat. But Bells, you mentioned the explosive entrance pickup. This Zentaro is unleashed, and we're seeing right here, but Dropletto catches Vaughn sleeping near the corner, and that's a huge opening for the Bozo Bunch as they take both barriers.
Yeah, take both barriers. The glitch pop is nice, but doesn't do enough. Obscure Breads also getting that core flip available. Bell's very low on health. Gret has the core flip. The Slime's in front of the goal. Does get canceled there. The great core flip to counter the Giga Blast as well. And Obscure Breads just trying to keep it forward with the core flip himself.
Yeah, that was scary because if Gret... Oh, the core speed! Gret on the bottom side! I was about to say something, but I saw the slime and I saw the angle and I knew that is the power of the Juno with enough power and hot shots. It's 1-1.
Tied up all over again. What a game. What a great game given by these players. That is 2 barriers going down as well. All the speed from the Juno is just paying dividends. The Sad Boys angle was not quite the Sad Boys angle. They did indeed get the barrier there. Dropletto trying to use the X-Tech to get it through, but it's not enough. The turret from Aimi is so good here. The Bell Ringer, the core flip does Dropletto have. He's going to put it in the goal. Yes, he will. 1 versus 3, 2 versus 3, I suppose, to be fair to Gret there as well, but sometimes it feels like Dropletto with that core flip just feels like he doesn't even need any help. If he didn't have a midfield, if he didn't have a goalie, it wouldn't matter. Dropletto just gets it done.
Speaking of the energy situation, flip on Obscure Breads, flip on Gret coming up as well, almost dying but staying alive. This energy is so difficult to deal with for the Sad Boys as both barriers go down. Once again, Dropletto's going into the midst of absolutely everybody, and Breads has so much insurance, 2 barriers to none. All it takes is 1 shot from the Juno, as a good clear by Vaughn will send it away for the moment. Dropletto kills the goalie, hits stunned away, but still dashing forwards. And now all it takes is 1 shot into a mostly open net.
But Bells with the core flip keeping it forward. Aimi respawns in just a couple of seconds. The power play is about to dissolve, and now it has. The strike shot is good to get it forward. Dropletto gets it forward as well with the bulwark, with the Bell Ringer, with the core flip, but doesn't get the kill. So much invested just for that, and nothing to say for it. The glitch pop, it does do a lot of damage to Dropletto as well. He's trying to get it done, but he can't. Aimi is dodging too well. You already lose his staying alive. The Black Hole does so much damage to the Juno there. The slime is not enough either. Trying to dribble off the bottom as well. The misdirection misses. Unfortunately, the Bell Ringer is dodged by Bells. The slime comes out with the red core. We are in overtime now as well. There's a core flip available for this Juno. She's trying to use as well with the slime. So much speed rocketing across the map. The Giga Blast, though, puts it right back to where it came from. The flurry as well from the Zentaro. A lot of damage as well from the slime. Obscure Breads playing up as well with the triple take. They're trying to close it out. The glitch pop is gonna Sad Boys in this game is so insane. Their namesake for a reason.
Unfortunately, working against them this time as Dropleto's dribbling up. Gret looking for a slime. The slimes go wide, but Bells can't snipe it either. The core speed managed by Vaughn for the moment. On the top side, really dangerous spot, but Bells can't get the right side of the Onis. Blade, the core bouncing to the top side, the slimes, the cover, Dropleto with the bell ringer hit stun, and the Bozo Bunch managed to take the series.
What a series. And you can see the Bozo Bunch very happy after that game with all of their emotes there. Just incredible play. Dropleto, the MVP, well deserved on that one, putting in the work so many times when you thought that they were down and out, when you thought, oh, there's no way that one forward could just 1v2, 1v3, 1v whatever. He's just going to say, nah, I'd win. I'll do it. Doesn't matter. X-Tech, use it. Core Flip, Bull Rush, doesn't matter. He uses his kit so well in those situations. And it's just some of the best X-play I have seen. And backed up by Obscure Breads with that sniping Fini so well, so many times. The abilities perfectly placed. And of course, not even mentioning thus far, the slimes from Gret were, I mean, so quick, but also so well placed so many times to just force you to pay attention to the slimes, whether you have to step on them, whether you have to clear a really awkward angle around them. Just so well played by the entirety of Bozo Bunch in that entire game.
Shout out to Mr. Zert, because if the Bozo Bunch lose the first two games, Dropleto doesn't even get to play here. And look at Dropleto's stats. I mean, expectations were high because Zert performed so well, but Dropleto somehow managed to still exceed expectations. And I will say, as much as we've been talking about the Brawlers, you were right. Obscure Brez, I think, was the MVP. That guy picked Fini 3 times. That guy looked amazing on Fini 3 times.
Yeah, I just, from downtown, it was almost like clockwork. Every time that misdirection came up, practically, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 major misses, but pretty much every time that ability was up, it was used so well. Every single one of the abilities from that Fini, the entire 3-game series long, and that is no mean feat either, because when you're playing these games to this level, going the distance in these games, there is so much fatigue, mental game, so many things you can talk about, but just to keep that consistency throughout the entire series is amazing from Obscure Breads.
Yeah, what an incredible performance. But we will have to go to a bit of a break. The post show is coming up. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We will be right back.
See you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post show where we have winners of matches today here and an invisible forgot somewhere among us. But first of all, we're here with NXZD, Era's Kitten Club, sitting at 3-0, top of the standings. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This was a really fun week for us, especially with Soren on midfield. I mean, Abayuki. It actually went pretty well considering all the circumstances, because Soren was also at like a LAN for Valorant today, and Katsune is at a LAN for League. So both my teammates are at LANs right now, and we had to find some way to make our schedule work this week. And thank God Soren was able to like fit like an hour or two into his schedule today, so he can play. You know.
And similarly, sitting at 3-0, Card Box. Cosmic Calamities looking good right now. Any thoughts after that matchup?
We are absolutely excited after that matchup. We've been working really hard trying to get comms and like actually synergize as a team, because in the beginning it was really rough. But we're just happy to get what are arguably two of the strongest teams in the league just out of the way, and with a win at that.
You say just out of the way, but you won. And I've heard a lot about
Yeah.
like your research and all of that really helping the team. Anything you want to say about that in particular? In terms of prep?
I'd say my prepping really is just me collectively thinking, okay, what does this work? What do we lose on in scrims? And then after that, we just never pick it again. And then shout out to Soren, because he's the main reason that he actually pulled out Estelle goalie today. He gave me the inspiration, and also Grimella has just been helping me a lot with team comps and things.
And Breads, big win today versus the Sad Boys, winning with Mr. Zert as well, right? And getting Fini all 3 games. Big matchup out of the way, a bit of a cinematic one. Anything you want to say after that one?
Absolutely. Shout out Zert. I mean, he played like a beast today. He actually locked in. It was so fun playing with him today. But it was a crazy series. I had so much fun.
Right, and with our cam list forgot, we have a certain Shams here with us today to ask a few questions about Modern Magic and their spectacular goalie performance with Pensando.
Hey everybody, Shams Omega Strikers here. I have with me Forgot OS. Forgot, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, Shams?
I'm great. So today you fielded Pensando in the goal box. Can you talk me through that?
So basically, I guess Ron just decided he doesn't really want to play anymore. So we used one of our subs. Like, we have 2 subs that can actually like realistically play, and it worked out because that guy carried me so hard in both games. Yeah, that guy's just so good. It's crazy. I have nothing but plays for Pensando.
Yeah, he played like a beast. I'll say it. So we say goodbye to Ron P. Moving forward, will you guys be going? Will you guys be going forward with Pensando?
That is to be decided. Any goalies that think they're Nassau caliber, hit me up. Dot forgot to on Discord. Send me a DM. We are looking for a new goalie. Yeah, hit me up, guys.
All right, there you have it. Modern Magic 2-1 record going into our 3-week hiatus. Looking for a new goalie. Plenty of time to find one. Who knows who will step out of the black hole that Ron P has left behind. Saya, back to you.
Thank you, Shams. And let's go back to some of the players to get some shout outs before we end the stream. NX, anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, shout out our subs, of course, or Zoro for coming out today. Zay for the past week too, when I was out. And shout out to my teammates, of course, as always. And I think we played really well today, so I'm really proud of them. And I'm glad we were able to make it work. So good job, team.
All right, Cardbox, anything you want to say as we close out?
Yeah, I got a bunch of shout outs. Obviously, first, shout out to my team. They played amazing today. It just felt great. Shout out to Color Craze for divining that we would win all three of these past weeks, actually. So shout out to them. Shout out to Fwop, Vlad, and Kyo also for warming us up. I mean, thank you. Soren, NXD, Katsuna, Lola Mao, and Gramella. They made everything possible for these 3 weeks.
Wow,
Yeah, that's it.
You did not lie. That was a lot of people. Breads, any shout outs?
Yeah, shout out again, Zert. Great performance today. Shout out Water Fury for subbing for me last week so I could go to Vegas and not have to worry about figuring out a way to play. And shout out my teammates, and specifically Drop for coming in, playing, and immediately leaving without saying anything. Go.
Right. Last but not least, Forgot. Before you shout out people, can you explain to the class why your username on Discord is Forgot to and not Forgot?
Okay, no need to bring it up, but basically, I was joking around in a different server. I said I was 12 years of age. Obviously, I'm not. And Discord AutoMod picked that up and instantly permabanned me. And I haven't provided identification yet. So I used to be Forgot1, but yeah.
All right, and now do you have any shout outs? Anything you want to say?
Yeah. Shout out Carmine Unk because he just trusts me a lot. I don't know. Like, he trusts me enough to let me play Zentaro and let me play other brawlers and stuff. So I appreciate that. And then also, I just want to say, you guys, a lot of you had us last at the start of the season, and now we're 2-1, and that just feels really good. So frick all of you. I was gonna say the other word, but yeah. And then shout out my mom, of course.
All right, and totally unrelated to any of the games that happened today. Shams, anything you want to say before we close out?
Yeah, I'd also like to shout out Mr. Zert, following Brett's shout out earlier. I heard that they had a rough week in NASA last week, but I saw that he climbed the mountains. He looked for guidance. He went to the sages of Brawler, and he found some reliable insight that allowed him to pull a game off of Sad Boys this week. So shout out to Mr. Zert. Really an insane performance this week.
All right, with that, thank you everyone for watching and playing in this week of the North American Strikers League. Don't forget to watch NASA tomorrow. We're going to have some interesting matchups. I actually don't know what they are, but see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.